Welcome to the Impregnable Demon King Castle Volume 1 CH 150. Story: The hero defeated the Demon King in the war of men against demons. Those kinds of stories are a thing of the past. Nowadays, adventurers, demons, heroes, demon kings, and so on are all occupations that no longer involve putting one's life on the line. Peace has returned to the world, and dungeon exploration has now become a form of entertainment. Adventurers and monsters now all fight using clones they've created with magic in an extremely popular form of dungeon clearing where nobody dies. The footage of the dungeon getting cleared gets broadcasted all across the continent, and I'm a member of a heroes party that was ranked the 4th most popular in the world, but not anymore. Parties had a limitation of 5 members, and I was told that an unpopular job like Black Sorcerer would only get in the way of getting to 3rd place or beyond. Now that I became unemployed, I was forced to find another party, but I just couldn't find one. One day, I encountered a beautiful blonde red-eyed woman who told me she had a jobs for me. After being so touched from having someone recognize my abilities far more than my past comrades, I ended up agreeing to take an interview without asking for the details. When I arrived at my destination, I was at the world's hardest dungeon where no party has ever reached the final area, the Demon King Castle, where the Big Four and the Demon King were waiting for me. This is the story of a black sorcerer that was kicked out of a hero's party and joined the side of the Demon King army to repel the heroes. Genre: action, adventure, comedy, fantasy, romance, slice of life. On that day, I became unemployed. You could say I was fired, pushed to retire, chased out, exiled, dismissed, or whatever. Any of those expressions could fit the mark. However, I want to say that I voluntarily retired, for the sake of my own pride at least. Now then, how about I tell you exactly what led me to leave the party? Let's turn back time by a few hours. I'm not sure if I should be proud of this at this point, but the heroes party I belonged to was among the top 5 strongest in the world. To be more specific, we were ranked 4th strongest. Parties are limited to 5 members as of currently. My party consisted of, don't get ahead of yourselves. Let's start off with the warrior Alba. He had ruffled hair and a sharp look in his eyes. He was also quite skilled in manipulating his body. Alba's main weapon of choice was a special magic sword with a bellows-type blade. It was able to stretch and shrink into whatever length the user wished. Such a trait meant that it put the ability of the user into question. Alba defeated the herd of werewolves that was approaching us with a single swipe. The magic sword cut the werewolves to pieces as if an enormous wave swallowed them. Whoa, there it is. Look at the strength of Alba's magic sword. 1, 2, 3 no. All 10 of the werewolves were taken out by that attack. That sword's power is as incredible as always, but preparing that attack causes the user to be vulnerable for a few moments, so it can be difficult to utilize. They need the cover of their comrades, essentially, and this party is well aware of that. The people in the dungeon wouldn't be able to hear any commentary, but there was no doubt that something like that was being said right then. The next member to be praised is the paladin Lark. He had a tall and well-trained body. In stark contrast to Alba, his hair was neatly combed and covering his eyes. He didn't talk much, but he was a reliable tank that always got the job done when it came to it. Whenever he had the chance, he'd crush the enemy with a single swing of his great sword that fully utilized the strength of his build. While Alba was charging his attack earlier, Lark was repelling the oncoming werewolves with his shield bash. They're all incredibly strong in their own right, but when it comes to maximizing one's abilities, teamwork is an absolute must. Lark has attack power on the same level of a warrior's, but he's always looking out to cover his teammates whenever necessary. And the reason why Lark is able to concentrate on his role as tank is none other than, among the dungeons spread all across the world, there remains a single one where no party has ever managed to reach the final area, the legendary Demon King Castle. Thanks to the recording stone, all challengers are able to resume their progress from wherever they previously left off from. Even so, there has been no party that has managed to defeat the Demon King in the final area, but he had the potential to end that legend. The flame hero Phoenix. I'll take him down, think you can clear the way for me?" Alba shouted out. "I guess we got no choice." Even if the rest of us didn't say anything, we were thinking the exact same thing. We were in a place that resembled a dance hall. The enemies, with serious injuries, were already retreating from the area. But there were still werewolves crawling about, along with a giant creature that was by no doubt their leader. "We'll make sure you take the shortest route." The hunter Lily was a markswoman elf with blonde hair and blue eyes. No one has ever seen her actually shoot an arrow. By the time you see her readying an arrow, it's already flown into the enemy. Multiple arrows at that, oftentimes. Either it is her Godspeed technique. She's once again displayed the legendary ability that only 3 people in the world have been recognized to be capable of. Not that we were actually able to see it, though. But the power of her arrows is clear just by looking at the enemies who've been taken down. 8 of them were defeated in but an instant. The flame hero Phoenix wielded a holy sword that contained a spirit of fire within it. He then simply headed straight towards the floor boss that was defending the door to the next level with an air of complete composure. Not a single werewolf among the dozens of them were able to approach him. Alba, Lark, and Lily were defeating any enemy that headed his way. With that being said, I was in a situation where I had no idea what to do. Abilities that involve buffing others are called white magic, healing, enhancement, cleansing, and so on. On the other hand, debuffing abilities are called black magic. Lowering attack, lowering defense, lowering speed, poison-type effects that deal damage over a set period of time, confusion status effects that disrupt the ability to think properly, blinding status effects that diminish vision capability, and so on. Along with attack magic and defense magic, these fields make up the Great 4 magics. However, these days they're often referred to as the Great 3 magics, or even the Great 2 magics. The field that's dropped when being referred to as the Great 3 magics is black magic, with white magic being dropped as well when referred to as the Great 2 magics. Putting aside the reason why white magic gets dropped, the reason why black magic gets ignored might be quite obvious. It's because it's hard to actually see their effects. Even to one's comrades it can be hard to really tell if they're receiving any benefit from it. Even right at that moment I was lowering the magic, physical attack power, speed, and thinking ability of all the enemies in the area, as well as limiting their vision. But it's likely that not a single person was noticing those effects. It's quite possible that something like this was being said right about now. This really brings into question what the Black Sorcerer is doing right now, though. While he does belong to a support job, it's hard to say whether such an individual would actually contribute to the party in the current system. I doubt anything would actually change even if he were to be taken out. If anything, replacing him with a white sorcerer would likely be more beneficial, since they'd be able to further increase their party's already destructive power. That'd sound about right. This isn't just some kind of delusion I made up out of paranoia. I've legitimately heard similar things said when watching recordings of past recordings of clears I've participated in. Black magic is just plain. There's nothing flashy about it. To an observer, it'd be as if the user didn't do anything at all. They might tell their comrades what magic they just cast, but the viewers get no entertainment out of it. Since there's no visual effect, it just turns out to be boring. They don't fight. In other words, they have no punch. That's why black magic isn't popular. When making a party, a member that has the aptitude of a hero is necessary, absolutely necessary, and the maximum limit for a party is 5 members. Nearly every party out there changes their roster numerous times in order to find the best combination. Out of the several thousand official parties out there, we were ranked number 4. This rating is updated once per year by the Adventurer Union in accordance with factors such as achievements and popularity. Sorry big guy, but we're going to need you to let us through. In the end, Phoenix wasn't attacked by a single werewolf when he arrived in front of the floor boss. The floor boss was about half the size of a giant, being about 3 times as large as a normal person. His appearance almost felt like an optical illusion. Phoenix readied his sword with no signs of fear. The floor boss let out a roar and swung his sharp claws at the hero. However, they were stopped by Phoenix's sword. A high-pitched clang rang out along with sparks. The very next moment, the floor boss's body burst into flames. It looked as if a building or tree had caught on fire. As the floor boss writhed in pain, its HP dropped in no time, leading its body to vanish. It was time to leave. Our battles only know victory. He nailed it. The power of a holy sword changes depending on the spirit that resides within it, but it's said that the spirit he commands is the fire spirit that serves as the source of all heat in the entire world. It's no doubt a spirit of the highest rank. Of course, that means it's all the harder to be chosen by it, but he's truly shown that he's worthy of being the first person to enter a contract with it within the past 130 years. He defeated that floor boss with but just one attack. The people watching the television were probably roaring it up. This was kind of like our style. At first we did it so we could leave at least some kind of impression on the viewers. The floor boss had to be defeated in one hit by the hero. Phoenix was easy on the eyes, and his flame-aspected holy sword was extremely flashy. His comrades were to clear open the path, allowing him to take down the boss in one blow. Since this style became a big hit, our renown shot up through the roof. They've brilliantly cleared the fourth stratum. They truly aren't the flame hero Phoenix's party for nothing. It looks like they're entering the safe room now. They're registering their progress with the recording stone, and it looks like they're done for now. It's going to be unbearable to wait to see they're clear of the fifth stratum, wouldn't you say? All right, let's head back. Along with Phoenix's voice, the small thumb-sized tags we held out shone with a faint gold light. They were our registration cards. They displayed information such as our names, gender, position, and identification number. By touching a recording stone with it, you could either save your progress or teleport to the location of another recording stone. In a blink of an eye, we had returned to the entrance of the dungeon. It was what happened after this course of events that led me to leave the party. It somehow became customary for us to go to a specific place after work somewhere along the line. It was a place that only accepted customers who were affiliated with the Adventurer Union, also known as the Adventurer Cafeteria. We sat around the round table. After toasting to all of us, their warrior Alba gulped down his wooden mug filled to the brim with alcohol in a single chug. Letting out a satisfied purr, he slammed his mug onto the table. After asking a nearby waiter to get him a refill, his already red face turned to me with a glare. His ferocity was about halfway diminished thanks to the froth around his mouth. You know, you really have just been holding us back, huh? I internally sighed. This has also become somewhat customary as of late. A topic he had to bring up whenever he had the chance. Alba, don't defend him, Phoenix. Just to make this clear, the only one to ever definitely defend me when this topic came up was the hero Phoenix, and it was always Alba who found fault in him for doing so as well. He had hair with the red of raging flames and a gentle smile that fit his well-featured face. His height might make him look scrawny at first, but his body was actually indeed well-trained. Amongst the rest of the dungeon-clearing crazed hardcore maniacs that often appeared in the field of adventurers, he stood out for having a pretty face that brought to mind sagacity. He was also a childhood friend of mine that grew up in the same village as me. We promised each other we'd work together as adventurers as kids, and that still held true to this day. But it seemed that it wouldn't last for much longer. The reason of course being myself. The paladin Lark was munching on his bin snack dish, seemingly uncaring of the current conversation. The hunter Lily appeared to be listening in as she elegantly sipped on her wine. As for me, all I could do was make an awkward forced smile with my hands around my mug. Apparently that pissed off Alba even more. To be honest, you're only in this party because you're Phoenix's damn childhood friend. Me, Lark, and Lily all got in cause of our skills. We prove our ability every single time. But what about you? I can't ever tell if your dumb black magic even does anything. Do you really think you're being of any help like that, huh? In our country, our job is revealed by the temple when we become 10. To put it simply, God tells us what occupation we're fit for. It wouldn't have to be adventurer related. You could become a chef, a a merchant, a blacksmith, a goldsmith, and so on. While that doesn't mean we have to choose that occupation, for example, if a blacksmith decides to become a chef, hardly anyone would take them on as an apprentice, and even if they opened a restaurant all of a sudden, it wouldn't prosper. Even I'd only want to eat food that's good, so I'd go to a restaurant that has a legitimate chef. Attempting to live a life that goes against your job means traveling down a path of hardship. It becomes even harder if becoming an adventurer. You're only allowed to register as an adventurer with your applicable job. This means that upon becoming an adventurer, I'd have to be a black sorcerer. But it's extremely hard to make out the effects of black magic. Of course, I know exactly what my black magic's doing, but my comrades and viewers can't tell at all. And if I attempt to stand up for myself, they hear nothing but excuses. Well, ahaha. This ain't funny. His drunken breath accompanied his angry roar. I'm sure you know that a party can only have up to 5 members. If we keep having a useless piece of shit take up a slot in our already limited roster, we ain't ever gonna rise any higher. We're not a party that's gonna stop at the number 4 spot. If we're gonna rise higher, we need all 5 members to be the cream of the crop. Alba was in the right. Even I knew that. I didn't need anyone to tell me that I was just a second-rate adventurer next to Phoenix. But even if it's true that black sorcerers aren't popular, I don't think that I was holding back my comrades. But I doubt I could have convinced Alba anyway. Though, nothing would change even if I were to get him to recognize my abilities. After all, his reason for wanting me out had nothing to do with that. Whether I was capable or not, he just didn't want a black sorcerer in the party. While being an adventurer definitely did involve having the strong stand at the top, it was also a trade that depended on popularity. You can't beat a dungeon if you aren't strong enough, but you won't garner any attention if you don't clear it in a flashy way either. It's the same thing as how even though what's inside matters most, it's easier to get popular if you have good looks. It's sad, but that's how the world works. I'm telling you, stop leeching off of Phoenix already. People entering dungeons and defeating monsters that are a threat to humanity and collecting treasure all with putting their life on a line has become a thing of the past. These days, dungeon clearing has become entirely commercialized, with adventurers and the monsters being mere occupations. Of course, there's still true and honest battles that don't involve staging, but the dungeon clears are broadcast and viewed all across the world. The clears that get the most views are the ones with flashy battles and adventurers that catch the eye. Black sorcerers are a job recognized to not even deserve a slot in a party. It's so unpopular that getting told your occupation is black sorcerer is almost equivalent to your life instantly getting checkmated. It wasn't uncommon for monsters to be black sorcerers, but since a talented adventurer can just brute force through even if they got a typical black magic cast on them, there are hardly anyone that wants one on their team. Alba, that was an extremely rude way to say that. Apologize to them. Phoenix spoke without hiding his anger, but his feelings were likely only because of our friendship. Fine, I'm sorry. I could have said it in a better way. My bad. But still, I don't think what I said was wrong. No, it was wrong. Lamiz, stop protecting him already. Goddamn. I joined this party because I thought I'd be able to reach the top with you, not so I could share my rewards with a good-for-nothing. I'm trying to say that even if he might be your friend, the rest of us ain't got no obligation to keep supporting him like this. Phoenix ground his teeth. Why can't you understand? Lim is not useless. He's essential to this party. I don't think so. Hey, what about you guys? Alba sought out the opinions of the ones who had been quiet this whole time. Well, I guess I don't really care if he's here or not, the paladin Lark muttered. Ha, that means it'd be better if he wasn't here, right? Then we could replace him with someone that's at least worth something. Well, if we had someone that could move around, it definitely would make things easier, right? Even a white sorcerer that just looks pretty would be better than Lim. Hey, Lily, what about you? The beautiful elf hunter Lily turned a scornful gaze towards Alba. Those vulgar words coming out of your mouth are extremely unpleasant to my ears. Yeah, whatever. Sorry I didn't have a great upbringing. What I'm asking, though, is your opinion, Miss Lily. I doubt Phoenix would keep a powerless member in our party purely out of personal reasons. But it's true that it's hard to make out the effects of black magic. Also, our party is the type to quickly clear dungeons with overwhelming power, so I do believe that a pure damage-dealing role would help us out more than a support one. Their opinions all reflected their personalities, but they all came to the same conclusion for the most part. The three of them all felt that almost anyone could be a better fit for the party than me. Ever since Alba joined the party, he hated me and always took the chance to attempt to chase me out. This conversation hasn't come up just once, or even twice. Say something, Lem. I'm not saying this out of hate towards you, you know. If your black magic honestly does help out our dungeon clearing, then I apologize. Oh, I know. How about you try casting it on me? That way I can see exactly what it does for myself. He's mocked me like that numerous times already. Even when I decide to actually take on his challenge for a moment, I always end up backing down. My master had forbidden me from doing anything like that, and I wasn't about to disobey his teachings for my own personal sake. And if I were to explain that, I'd only get ridiculed for it. If I'm gonna get laughed at, I might as well just stay silent. It'd be better for only me to get ridiculed rather than having my master get ridiculed at, too. See, you can't do it, right? You don't got the confidence. Can't you tell that someone like you won't serve to do anything good for the party? He slapped my shoulder. Alba then got up and raised his voice to everyone in the room. Hey, what do you guys think we should replace this black sorcerer with? He's probably gonna be leaving our party soon. Alba's voice attracted attention towards our table. After a few moments, the drunks in the area understood the situation and started shouting out various combat-type jobs while ridiculing the idea of having a black sorcerer. This guy's about to become unemployed, so is there anyone that wants to pick him up? It'll be up to you guys on how you want to split the rewards, though. Rather than no one showing interest, everyone started bursting out into laughter. Alba's smile grew wider upon hearing that. Get it now, Lim? We're number 4 in the world. It's only natural that we'd get attention. All those guys have probably checked out our videos, and yet they're still reacting like this. We don't need you, we don't want you. I'm begging you, don't hold back the 4 of us just for your own sake. Alba, that's enough. Any more and It's fine, Phoenix. I stopped Phoenix. I appreciated his feelings, but the other 3 wouldn't have agreed with him no matter what he said. And the fact was that Phoenix was losing trust in me. He was starting to think he was only covering for a small fry like me out of just friendship. He's tried to prove everyone wrong, but it was no use. And it was all because I was a black sorcerer. It wasn't that they didn't need me, but rather they didn't need a black sorcerer. I got it, I'd leave. Waha, so you finally accepted it, Lem. I shook off the arm Alba was wrapping around my shoulder. It was true that there was no point in me remaining in this party. This constantly humiliating experience wasn't the adventurer life I sought after. Phoenix, I'll look for a different party, and I'll rise higher than you guys. Lem. Alba decided to butt in on even my farewell to my best friend. There's not a single party out there that's gonna want you. You don't got a single thing going for you. Also, you're not one of us anymore, so get out of here already. I stood up from my seat as he ridiculed me. Phoenix looked like he was going to blow up from Alba's attitude, but he refrained from saying anything to him because he knew that I wouldn't want that. Lem. Wait. It's fine, Phoenix. Really? We were friends, but now we were going to be rivals. The rest of my former comrades didn't say a word. Lark wasn't laughing, but he wasn't making any other reaction either. Lily was showing disgust towards Alba's rough behavior, but didn't show any particular objection towards me leaving. I left the restaurant without looking back even once. On that day, I became unemployed. Now then, several weeks have passed since then. As for me, I was in the middle of the ever so wonderful process known as job hunting. After making a big show of leaving the number 4 ranked party in the entire world, I was now having trouble finding a new one. Even if I found one, They wouldn't let me in. There are multiple ways to find a party. One way is to take advantage of one's personal connections. Unfortunately, that method wasn't available to me. I had many acquaintances, but their evaluation of me didn't amount much further than the black sorcerer that was in Phoenix's party for some reason. And now, considering that I had left that very Phoenix's party, it would prove difficult to find anyone that would lend me their strength. Another way is to find a party that's looking for members. This might appear to be a more effective method at first, but parties looking for members typically have a specific job that they want. It'd be something like needed as a frontline job. They wouldn't ever be looking for a black sorcerer even by accident. Another way is to use the matching service provided by the Adventurer Guild. It costs money and it doesn't guarantee finding a party, but it's an attractive option due to it being much faster than just tasking people one by one. I actually came to the guild to try it out today. The results were miserable. Why did the job of black sorcerer even exist? It's like it was God's way of bullying. Enough to make me cry over how much no one wanted one. I found several groups purely composed of black sorcerers that were searching for black sorcerers for the sake of black sorcerers, but I wasn't desperate enough to join something like that. Having 4 out of 5 members in a party be black sorcerers would just be too horribly balanced. Maybe they thought they'd be able to debuff the enemies so badly that they'd be able to take them down just by whacking them. It might entirely be possible, but I doubt it'd be popular. But there was a more realistic problem to it. Due to regulations, a party has to have a hero. The number of adventurers as of late has been rising rapidly. It was to the point where many children dreamed of fighting for the top ranking as their aspired job. Kids who became heroes almost always became adventurers. Since parties require heroes, party applications pretty much revolve around them. The world is filled with unpopular jobs, so much that many people drop out of the industry due to no one ever recruiting them. That's right. I'm a black sorcerer. It was impossible for me to establish a party on my own. This is bad. I can't return back to my home. The moment it was revealed I was a black sorcerer, my parents were devastated. Well, I can't blame them. There's no proper job that a black sorcerer would be applicable to. They have no choice to become a black sorcerer. In the end, my parents actually did find a jobs for me, but I rejected it and decided to become an adventurer instead. Because of that, it was hard for me to look them in the face now. But even so, I had no intention of giving up. All right. I slapped my hands against my cheeks to chase out the dark thoughts in my head. I stepped out of the Adventurer Guild building. It was still bright out since it was the afternoon, and the town was filled with activity. For the time being, I suppose I'll find something to eat. My stomach was empty. I made my way to the marketplace to get some skewers, and I happened to meet eyes with a young girl. She soon recognized who I was, as her dog-like ears and tail started wagging. She looked like she was about to rush towards me, but she restrained herself and instead waved her hand towards me. I immediately changed my direction and flashed a smile back at her. She was at a fruit store run by a good-hearted middle-aged giant of a man. Hey, Lem. Good afternoon. And good afternoon to you too, Cashew. Yes, good afternoon, Lem. Demi-humans, a general term used to refer to creatures like goblins or orcs that closely resembled humans. Even though they were referred to as demi-humans, they were almost exactly the same as them, often only having a few traits that separated themselves from humans. Cashew was a dog demi-human. She had fluffy light brown hair and ears that popped up at a higher position on her head. I gave a hug to this girl who stood out with her large eyes and characteristically vibrant facial expressions. I can't believe you were able to snag such a profitable regular. It makes me wonder if it'd be better if you ran the shop instead of me, kid. I made a wry smile to the shopkeeper's quip. Cashew didn't exactly help out with the shopkeeper's tasks. Piled on some cloth between his carts were a bunch of unshapely fruit. The shopkeeper had Cashew sell any fruit he deemed not worthy to be his products at a reduced price. It wasn't as if he forced her to, though. Cashew was insistent on helping her family out in some way, so a friend of her mother's, in other words the shopkeeper, had offered her current task as a suggestion. The day after I left the party, I was incredibly depressed. When I happened to see the sight of Cashew working, it helped cheer me up. It was like she encouraged me. Cashew is only 8 years old. Such a young girl was working as hard as she could. Just because I was chased out of the party didn't mean I had the time to act all depressed. Seeing as how she helped me out, as unintentional it might have been, I decided to pay her back by buying her fruit. Apparently I was her first customer, so she was extremely pleased. I was very familiar with the happiness of receiving compensation for one's labor. Her smile shone so brightly that it made me naturally come back here whenever I was feeling a little down. I felt like her pure smile brought a little moisture back to my dried-up heart. "What would you like today?" Cashew began her reception with excitement. After receiving a few suggestions, I took a bite in one of them and gave another to Cashew. Cashew showed some reserve at first, but seeing that I wasn't going to draw my arm back, she took it with a smile. The red fruit was known for its characteristically slightly sour and refreshing sweet yellowing sides. Its usual spherical shape was a bit twisted, but the flavor was still all the same. "Yep, it's good." After nodding, Cashew made an extremely pleased face. She took her own fruit in both hands and put it to her mouth. A crunch was heard. "So how's it been, Lim? Close to finding a job yet?" "Not yet, unfortunately." "Well, you are a black sorcerer, after all." "Yep. I think black sorcerers are really cool." Possibly thinking that the shopkeeper was making fun of me, Cashew immediately retorted with an agitated tone. Her kindness melted my heart. "Thanks." As I pat her head from how happy I felt from that, her eyes narrowed in pleasure. "Do you ever use anything other than black magic?" The shopkeeper was worried about me ever since he saw how down I was on the day I met him. "Right. It's not as if the entire world was cold towards me. It was only the adventurers who deemed black sorcerers to be unnecessary. It's not like I can't use anything else, but whenever I try doing something outside of my job, I usually don't get very good results." Jobs referred to one's most suitable occupation, but that's all it really was. Even if you showed interest in another occupation, you wouldn't get any help. "I get you, I get you." I've always wanted to be a tailor, but no matter how much I practiced, I couldn't reach the level of actually having that job. If that kind of effort really rewarded people in this world, I'm sure you would have gotten the job. Things don't always work out the way you want. In the end, you just have to do what you can. Right. Well, if things just don't work out, you can always lay out a cloth next to Cashew. "Ahaha, thanks." The both of them were truly kind people. "Kaya!" I heard a scream coming from not too far away. My eyes immediately turned towards its direction. I found a lady who had fallen over. I then saw a suspicious-looking man running towards our direction with a bag in his hands. Judging from the lady's voice, he was 100% a purse snatcher. After thinking for a bit, I shouted towards the shopkeeper. "Do you think you could stand in that man's way?" "It'll be fine. You won't get hurt." The shopkeeper got out into the road before I could finish talking. He was someone with a strong sense of justice. "What the heck, Lim? Are you not gonna do something about this?" "Well, black magic is for support trolls, after all." The man drew closer. I then cast a spell on him. A hero's party is one subject to much admiration. There are parties full of handsome men that are heavily popular with the women, and there are also parties composed of solely breathtaking girls that the men support as well. There are all kinds of parties that satisfy different niches, but when aiming for the top ranking in the entire world, visuals are more important than anything else. Children love nothing more than parties that are strong and cool. After all, Phoenix and I looked up to those parties as well. Phoenix became a particularly special hero, while I became a black sorcerer. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed. I was 10 years old at the time. Of course I was frustrated to no end. Up until that point, I was convinced that I'd become a hero, but I soon got over it. I wasn't about to give up on my dream from something like that. Well, I guess it wasn't soon. I was back into action after a few days or a few weeks, about a month or so. My young self was determined to at least become the greatest black sorcerer out there, and after about 10 years had passed, I had just been kicked out of the number 4 party that I worked so hard to rise up to. But I don't think my job is inferior to others. And I continue to do my hardest to tell myself that. I train my magical energy in a way where other people won't notice. Since magic is something that can hurt others, there exist laws to crack down on that issue. Using just enough magic to get you through your daily life wouldn't be enough to get you arrested. But using it right out in the open too much is a bad idea. That's why I had the shopkeeper take the lead role. The purse snatcher swung his knife as he pushed through the passerbys. He didn't care that he had knocked some of them down in the process. Capture complete? The purse snatcher's face formed a grimace. His running speed became slower than even walking, and his head started shaking around with his hands on his throat. What the? I feel so heavy. Why is it getting dark all of a sudden? Ugh, it hurts. The effects of an average black magic spell are honestly difficult to make out by anyone other than the caster. Attribute lowering spells only lower them by a few %. Fixed damage spells do nothing but slightly lower the target's physical shape, and recognition inhibiting spells have a low success rate and are difficult to maintain uptime. Here's an example. The enemy black sorcerer inflicts as many debuffs as it can on a hero Phoenix. Attack is lowered by 3%, defense is lowered by 3%, speed is somewhat lowered, a haze is cast over his consciousness for an instant, a poison that does a few dozen points of damage against his total tens of thousands HP that only lasts for a few minutes at most, blinding magic that obstructs vision to the point of feeling like a bead of sweat fell in your eyes, and confusion magic has no effect. That's usually how it goes. And that's not to mention that the average black sorcerer can't cast multiple spells at the same time, and even if they did, it'd only be 2 or 3. On the monster's side, where there is no limitation to how many members there are, having a black sorcerer wouldn't exactly hurt anything, but it's just hard to see enough value in one to fit one in a party with only 5 slots. You might say, oh, then black sorcerers should just join the monsters, then. But it's not that simple. Monsters used to be a race known as demons. To fit the role of the enemy, you need to have a terrifying aura about you, so it'd be hard for a black sorcerer to fit in. Since monsters already have a lot of black sorcerers, they wouldn't exactly go out of their way to recruit a human one. Well, it's not completely impossible, but the whole point I'm going through all this is so I can be an adventurer. As I thought about all of that, the fruit shopkeeper threw out his kicks towards the purse snatcher. Hi-ya, hi-ya, Doria. As he screamed out those mysterious noises, he first chopped at his neck to make him drop his knife, then threw his log of an arm into his stomach, and finally finished things off with an uppercut into his face while his body was bent over. You might think it all happened pretty fast, but it actually played out horribly slow. It couldn't be helped though. Considering he didn't have a combat-type job, he did have a large frame and muscular build though, so it at least did some decent damage. And that's that. The shopkeeper put his hand to his face and made a smirk. As I thought about how he always gets like that when he gets excited, I clapped my hands. Amazing. He took care of that knife-wielding man so quickly. The shopkeeper was showered with praise as he was surrounded by people. This was to avoid any attention towards the abnormality that occurred the moment before the shopkeeper striked. The plan had succeeded. The crowd roared even more when the owner of the bag came by to say her thanks. Ha ha ha. It was nothing. I only did what anybody would think was the right thing to do. In actuality, it was not a very easy thing to do. He ran out to confront him before I even said I'd support him, and he relied on the magic of a black sorcerer that had just gotten kicked out of his party. He was a good-natured man straight down to his core. I approached Kashu and whispered in her ear. Her body shook with the Kaior, but she soon nodded her head in understanding. Why, you were so cool, shopkeeper. Attention gathered towards the little girl's words. Of course, I put some distance between us before that happened. The crowd noticed Cashew and then responded to the shopkeeper's words. Next to Cashew was a fruit cart. The shop of the hero that had taken down an armed man and recovered a lady's belongings was right in front of them. The crowd, including the lady, flooded to the shop and began buying fruit one after the other. It was similar to how a street performer would get coins tossed into their hat. They wanted to return something for having experienced such an amazing sight. I wanted to see it as thanks towards my magic making the defeat of the criminal possible. I looked at the shopkeeper and our eyes met. He made a wide-toothed smile and gave me a thumbs up. After returning a smile to the shopkeeper and seeing that a guard had arrested the purse snatcher, I left the scene. I am nothing more than a black sorcerer. Even 10 years after I received my job, I still follow the training my master taught me. Just like with physical strength and battle techniques, magic is something that grows stronger the more you train it. Because of my somewhat unique training, my magic is on a different level from what was typical. Using what I mentioned earlier, on top of lowering attack and defense, I'm able to lower speed up to a max of 50%, trigger intermittent blasts of white in the target's consciousness, inflict poison that scales depending on the target's total HP and last for long periods of time, and completely blind vision using blinding magic. I could even make enemies attack each other with confusion. However, with Phoenix, not only would most of those spells bounce right off him, he would continue to fight unperturbed. Why don't I tell my comrades that I'm not a normal black sorcerer? Well, I made a promise to my master, but there's another reason for that as well. I'm just too different from the norm. The reason why black sorcerers are considered a joke job is because the aforementioned effects are hard to make out. On top of that, unlike fire and water, black magic is also looked down upon for having no practical effect whatsoever. But when its effects are raised to the level of my master's or mine, a small problem arises. It's said that black magic is an inferior form of the art known as black sorcery. Back when the Demon King was humanity's enemy, there was a time where entire towns were slaughtered by all being afflicted with the poison status effect. My master most likely used black sorcery. It's a power feared even to this day. Since I had bugged him so much over wanting to become an adventurer despite receiving the job of black sorcerer, he eventually gave in and trained me. My master was an old man that had no care for worldly matters and lived alone far away from town. He lived a quiet life, but if information leaked out through my actions, that could easily change. It's true that I possibly could have stayed in that party if I announced what I could do. The defeated monsters don't make excuses, which is why I've been able to make it this far. But my comrades, particularly Alba, would probably make a fuss. They wouldn't be able to keep my abilities a secret. Having a black sorcerer that's unique from every other one in the world is an attractive enough idea on its own. The strongest hero and the norm-breaking black sorcerer, and the both are even best friends from childhood. Alba sought out visuals, strength, job popularity, and marketability. If I had satisfied all of those things, then it's likely that Alba would back down. However, there's a big difference between the hero's power that served as humanity's ally in the past and the terrible black sorcery that brought humanity its darkest stages. No matter how long ago that happened, it's clear that the state would show much more concern over one than the other. First of all, they'd find my master and cause him trouble. There's no way I could repay everything he's done for me with that. I had no choice but to contribute to my party members' victories without them catching on to my true power. That was the requirement my master had for me to become his disciple. In the end, I was looked down upon to no end and chased out of the party. But Alba wouldn't be satisfied just from seeing that I had access to stronger than average abilities. The whole reason I was chased out was because black sorcerers just weren't popular. Black sorcery would have been enough to override that unpopularity, but I couldn't do that. So I ended up being treated as a leech to Phoenix, and once that leech disappeared, everyone rejoiced. It's quite sad. I saw that, I was surprised. Even if I am a black sorcerer, I had undergone much combat training due to my dream of becoming a hero. My efforts might have been seen as child's play to those belonging to more combat-focused jobs, but I was at least better than the average person. Even so, I didn't notice her presence until she stood in front of my eyes and called out to me. The person that entered my vision like magic was a single girl. Blonde hair, red eyes, voluptuous breasts, and a tight waist. She was a beautiful woman that boasted ridiculous proportions. She had a bewitching gaze that seemed to suck out my soul, and peeking out of her curved lips were some white fang-like teeth. Growing out of the wide-brimmed hat the neatly dressed woman was wearing were feelers that resembled bat wings. A vampire. Are you not fond of monsters? As she spoke sadly with her eyes cast down, I finally noticed that I had been remaining silent after eventually noticing that she was talking to me. No, I was just a bit surprised. Foo. I surprised an adventurer of a number 4 party. Now that's something I can brag about. The woman giggled with her bent index finger to her lips. She called out to me knowing that I was lame. Is there something I can help you with? I'm one of your fans. I couldn't help but feel that this was some kind of a joke, but at the same time it didn't look that way. There definitely are people out there that like black sorcerers, but there aren't many. I knew I'd at least be ranked the lowest out of my old party if there was a popularity poll, but I have no idea how wide the gap would be with the rest of them. So even if I had people talking to me as a fan, I wouldn't often feel much better because of it. I once had a crowd of girls asking for my signature, but after Alba said some things to them, they ended up laughing at me the next day. I wasn't sure if this wasn't just someone trying to deliver the final blow. I ended up instinctively looking around me. Is something the matter? Well, I doubt Alba would go out of his way to bother with something like that. He already chased me out. I'm sure he's happy enough with that. It's nothing. Ahaha, sorry. What did you need again? I think she said I saw that or something. Your magic earlier was magnificent. I'm sure even the nearby adventurers didn't notice. You held back your magical power splendidly. On top of that, you cast multiple spells of black magic at once, all perfectly accounting for the enemy's traits. I was truly taken aback. That was why I was a little late in catching up to you. She was shyly pressing her outspread hands to her cheeks. Who is this person? I was a bit pleased with being praised, but I was also a bit worried over how she was able to see through me. Your black magic is truly incredible. Needless to say, Phoenix's party were fools for chasing you out. The woman's face suddenly drew close to mine. I started to think about silly things like how she might be attracting attention by walking around in a place like this. If I didn't, I'd end up going crazy from her much too beautiful face right before my eyes and that nice scent coming off her and the fact that I'd see those soft, plump, shaking breasts if I were to lower my gaze even just a little bit. She grabbed my hand. It was nice and smooth. Do you think you could hear me out? I believe you should be in a position that deserves more respect. I have something in mind that could grant you just that. You might find this a bit off-putting, but I've actually been looking for you ever since I heard you had left your party. Wait, what? So she's saying she'll introduce me to a job? Seeing my confusion, the woman apologetically drew back. Please excuse me, I shouldn't be acting like this to someone like you. I've been dying to meet you, so I ended up getting a little excited. You please don't hate me for being so shameless. Seeing that her eyes were getting teary, I ended up panicking a little. No, I wasn't against the idea or anything. It was just a sudden proposal, so I haven't heard your name yet. You're too kind. The vampire nodded her head and made a flower-like smile. After wiping her tears with her fingers, she continued. I'm Miller. If you wouldn't mind, how would you like having a cup of tea with me in apology for my rudeness earlier? She then added on to that with a "Is that no good?" with a small squeezed-out voice. Who in the world could refuse someone like this? No, I shouldn't make excuses. It's fine. I couldn't turn her down. I walked alongside Miller, the vampire. Unsurprisingly, her beauty attracted the eyes of many along the road. Despite having an enormously greater level of exposure to the world compared to her, not a single person noticed me. You'd think the black sorcerer-like robe would at least catch a little bit of attention. I'm just not flashy enough. That's also partly why Alba shunned me. Excuse me, Lem. Yes, I responded in a way that didn't reveal my nervousness. In case unsavory rumors start spreading because of you walking next to a vampire, maybe we should put a little distance between ourselves. Miller spoke with a sad voice in consideration for me. While it may have been different hundreds of years ago, nowadays there is hardly any discrimination towards those not of the human race. But adventurers and monsters are essentially enemies in the business field. They prefer not to interact with each other any more than what is considered necessary. In towns with dungeons, facilities are often split in terms of accommodating adventurers or monsters. She wasn't thinking about the idea of a human with a vampire, but rather an adventurer being with one. Oh, I'll be fine. In fact, it's you that I'm more worried about. They might think you have bad taste in men. After widely opening her eyes, she pressed her hands to her mouth to contain her giggling. You really are a kind person. Are you sure you don't mind? Miller looked so cute with her upturned eyes that I ended up getting stunned for a moment. Is this actually possible? How could such a perfect person exist? The world isn't fair at all. Well, I don't mind such unfairness if it means that girls like her can exist. That's just how attractive her expression was. Why yeah, I'm sure. I'm glad. Flashing a smile, Miller hopped half a step closer to me. Her golden hair caught the light as it danced in the air. Even if I'm this close. Of course. Don't let yourself get the wrong idea, Lem. You don't even know if she's actually a real fan of yours yet. It's hard to imagine anyone looking up to a black sorcerer of all people. Oh, gosh, my face is getting red. I've met the person I've always looked to and they're being so kind to me. This is like a dream. She spoke while pinching at her cheeks. Ow. So this isn't a dream. Yeah, this is reality. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear you say that. Too. Really? I'd imagine someone as grand as you would have all kinds of girls throwing themselves at you. No? What kind of person does this girl think I am? It was unlikely that she knew that I had trained my black magic to be close to the level of black sorcery, but she talked as if she felt I was in a position deserving of more respect. Was she trying to say that I was just as good as the rest of my party members when I was in the world's number 4 party, so she felt that it was wrong of me to get treated as a deadweight? Haha, that's not true at all. Don't be so modest. There are only 3 black sorcerers in the top 100 parties, and you're the only one in the top 10. Besides, the only reason your party is clearing floors in the world's most difficult dungeon, the Demon King Castle, at record-breaking speeds is because of your black magic. That hero Phoenix was only able to take down that floor boss in one strike because you had weakened all the enemies in the area. How could those fools even think of kicking out such a high-level black sorcerer? But thanks to that, Miller? I mean, that's what my friend told me. Miller spoke with her eyes darting about. I see. Her friend, huh? That makes sense. Miller would never talk down on a hero's party while letting out such a malicious aura. I forcibly convinced myself. Yeah, that had to be what was going on. Oh, your friend? If you ever see that friend again, do you think you could deliver my thanks? Just knowing that there's someone out there that thinks so highly of me gives me a lot of motivation. I still thought of Phoenix as my best friend, so I didn't want to talk bad of him, but I still felt somewhat happy hearing someone say that the decision to kick me out from the party was a mistake. I wasn't used to being praised. The other 4 were always showered with praise, making any compliments towards me feel like a miracle. Oh, of course. Miller nodded her head. Anyway, we got a little off track there, but do you really not have a significant other or anything? No, I don't. Would that have anything to do with the negative view society has towards black sorcerers? Society often saw black sorcerers as gloomy, unsociable, or petty. It was truly a sad thing. What in the world did black sorcerers do to them? All they're doing is throwing out status afflictions from a distance, aren't they? Who can say? It's not like I'm a particular interesting person in the first place. Anyway, she looked a little annoyed at my response. Her cheeks were moderately puffed up. The ability to make the people around you smile or have a way with words definitely is a desirable trait, but it's not a requirement to be considered attractive. I think kind people are attractive. For example, people who stop a criminal even though they lost their job and let someone else take credit for it. On top of that, I think people who act solely because they believe it is the right thing to do are the true heroes. I had suddenly stopped in my tracks, which led Miller to look at me with a curious look. I didn't want to be looked at right now. I moved my hands to cover my face. It's nothing. I'm sorry. Did I say something rude just now? Miller was getting a little flustered. Not at all. It's the opposite. In fact, opposite. I was unsure of what to say as she tilted her head in confusion. Well, when I was little, I dreamed of becoming a hero. I'd imagine that's not a very uncommon dream for a child. Miller responded with a curious face to me suddenly talking about my past. That's true, but even after becoming a black sorcerer, I still wanted to become a hero. I didn't get the job I wanted, but I still didn't give up. It was like I was stubborn over becoming a hero with my pure willpower alone. I see. But no one would call a black sorcerer a hero. They aren't alike in any way at all. That's why Miller's words made a direct hit to my heart's weak spot. The words that nobody had ever told me for 10 years. You're going to catch me off guard if you say something like that all of a sudden. You know, I felt tears forming in my eyes. I did my best to hold them back. Thank you. I won't ever forget your words. You're talking about the thing I said about heroes, right? I'm glad to have been of help, but I want to put more emphasis on what I said about you being a kind and amazing person, so you don't have to be so considerate. I'm confident in my lack of attractiveness. Are you doing that on purpose? Miller pouted in dissatisfaction again. It was obvious I was running away. I couldn't help it. Miller was a very attractive woman, but not even an hour had passed since I had met her. If I was a man capable of keeping up with this momentum, then I might as well be considered a veteran. Plus I was a complete beginner at this kind of thing, so I was a bit scared. I'm not scared of dragons, though. It's just that I thought I should be more careful in how I deal with women. By the way, Miller. I abruptly changed the topic. Miller still stared at me with a resenting look in her eyes, but she eventually let out a sigh. Yes, what is it, Lim? I thought we'd be stopping at a cafe or something for the cup of tea, but we've been walking for a while now. There's a specific place I'd like to recommend you to. I see. Do you know the name of the place? I've come to this place quite often before. We were close to the Demon King Castle. Probably just a coincidence, though. It's a place that adventurers don't often visit. Oh, you mean the places on the demi-human side? I wonder if it'd be okay for me to go to a place like that. Since this was a town that had a dungeon, there were accommodations for adventurers and monsters all over the place. The street in front of the Demon King Castle was the adventurer territory, and the street facing the employee-only back entrance was the monster territory. I've never been to a monster-focused store. The pub I was at when my party chased me out was of course a place in the adventurer territory. Yes, it's over here. She nonchalantly held out her hand to me. Oh no, I hope my hands aren't sweaty. I'd hate it if she thought if it was disgusting or anything. She then ended up grabbing my hand faster than I could even see her hand move. But that must have just been an illusion. It felt like she was gripping onto me so that I couldn't escape. But that was probably just my misunderstanding. Wait, we just passed by the last shop, Miller. We're going to end up in the Demon King Castle if we keep going down here. You're right. We eventually reached the back entrance of the Demon King Castle. It felt like we had just passed some strict security, but it also looked as if Miller had some kind of employee identification on her. The monsters we passed by all stopped in their tracks and corrected their posture. Some of them even seemed to refuse to look at Miller and instead turned their gaze to the ground. But it was probably some kind of joke between them. We touched a recording stone with a teleportation feature installed in it, most likely meant for staff, and the next moment we were teleported to a small room. It was more like a narrow dressing room, to be more precise. And just like a dressing room, There were curtains that separated the room from the outside. It was a bit cramped with the two of us in here. The only thing left I could possibly guess is that this is some kind of hidden room-themed cafe. Miller. After gently letting go of my hand, she showed me a smile that was more bewitching than anything I had shown me before. Foo-fa-foo. You truly are a fascinating person. You came with me knowing where we were headed to from the very start. Adventurers and monsters were enemies in the business world. If a vampire was introducing to me a job, it was of course far from the realm of scouting me for a party. Well, considering that I'm unemployed, I thought I might as well. What a waste. A black sorcerer like you deserves a position more matching your prestige. Like the Big Four or something? How about staff officer? That was pretty much equivalent to being the Demon King's aide. I don't think a human should be in a position like that. I'm still someone aiming to clear the Demon King castle, after all. Now, let's talk about that with the Demon King over some tea. Miller was not the Demon King. The other staff members appeared to fear her, but she was definitely a floor boss. She was the master of the stratum that we had cleared time and time again. Monsters typically wear outfits that hide their faces, which is why I didn't realize it right away. Oh, also, before she opened the curtains, she drew her lips to my ears. My respect and feelings towards you were not a lie. I didn't bring you here with the intention of fooling you. Please don't hold any grudges over me for this. Her breath brushed against my eardrums. A sweet tingle ran up my spine. Her lips drew back. When our eyes met, Miller let out a tickling laugh. Now then, the Demon King is waiting for us. I wonder what an interview for getting recruited into the Demon King army is like. I'm wearing my casual clothes today. I wonder if that'd be okay. Past the curtains was a wide area. It was somewhat dark, yet my vision was still clear, kind of like a dungeon. What surprised me a bit was how empty the room was. Small rooms just like the one we were in all four corners, as well as one being near the center. In the center was a rectangular desk that seemed to be carved out of stone. Along the desk were 5 chairs also seemingly carved out of stone. It was possible that there was one chair for each room. As I looked at the lined-up chairs, I came to a realization. It was like one of those things where the top brass of an organization gathered to have a meeting. One was probably meant for the Demon King, with the other 4 seats across from it. Is this place a meeting room? I couldn't see any exits in the room, so maybe it was only accessible via teleportation. As we drew closer to the long table, a voice ran out. So you've returned, Carmela. Oh, now I remember. That's right, Carmela. Now then, if the hero's party is an existence meant to perform heroic deeds, then monsters are an existence meant to get defeated. Of course, it's sometimes exciting when the heroes end up getting pushed back or being forced to retreat, but people naturally want the heroes to win in the end. But dungeon clearing is a form of entertainment. It's better when the viewers have thoughts such as that was fun or he actually lost the. It means they want to keep seeing more. But there are some people who bring the acting of dungeon clearing into reality. For example, a drunk picking a fight with a completely random orc just because their favorite hero lost to an orc the previous day. Because of things like that, the monsters working in the dungeons can find themselves in dangerous positions. That's why at some point, monsters began wearing outfits that hid any characteristic features they had and started using stage names specifically for use in dungeons. Yes, Your Majesty. I have brought the Black Sorcerelum with me. As Miller responded respectfully, I could see that she was actually quite different from the vampire I defeated in the dungeon. Wait, that's strange. Is the Miller I know really the same person as the vampire Carmela? Well, they should be. My naivety then began fighting against that conclusion in futility. Carmela was a cruel demon that enjoyed tormenting humans, and she incorporated the blood she sucked, or rather magical energy, into her attacks. She'd suck people's magical energy until they ran out and cut down their comrades with blades made out of their magical energy. She'd also attack them while making sneer remarks. There are rumors that there have been adventurers that were so affected by the treatment they received fighting against Carmela that their dispositions went as far as getting twisted. Should I feel sorry for them? Well, As long as they're enjoying themselves, I suppose they're fine. By the way, she finds directly sucking the magical energy to be too vulgar, so she has her underling bats do it for her. I've seen some adventurers say stuff like, "Man, I want her to suck me directly," but by the time they exit the dungeon, they're on their knees begging their sweet Queen Carmilla for forgiveness. As I thought about those alarming memories, Milla turned her eyes to the side towards me. Once I noticed that her face grew red and she covered it with her hands. Yeah, I just got to believe this one's the real Milla. It's normal to get passionate when it comes to your work. The fact that she's getting so into her role just means how much of a pro she is. I should be respecting her for that. And she's such a broad-minded person for recruiting me for a job despite having lost to my party. So Yolim? My consciousness was brought back into the moment when I heard my name. The phantom known as Carmilla has left my mind. I'm normal right now. Yes, I'm the Black Sorcerelum. The voice was kind of childish for a demon king. It sounded like a little girl. Information on dungeons can easily be found if you search for it on the internet, and many dungeons even have home pages. The Demon King Castle has one too, and as expected of a dungeon where no one has reached the final floor. Despite having information on various stratums, the majority of the pages are blank due to no one ever clearing them. The fourth stratum we had cleared the other day had information recorded regarding their floor boss and the werewolf enemies. Since it's a stratum that's been cleared before, the Demon King Castle is a dungeon with a total of 11 stratums, with the final stratum involving fighting against the Demon King. Humanity has only cleared up to the 7th so far. There hasn't been any visual data recorded from the 8th stratum and beyond. This means that no one knows anything about the floor bosses for those stratums, including the Demon King, meaning that countermeasures can't be devised either. Could it be that I'm going to be the first adventurer ever to have seen the Demon King? I nervously moved to face the Demon King from across the desk. I then froze up. I see now. That was why the voice sounded like a little girl's, because it came from a little girl. Her crimson hair was almost the length of her body, and her ruby eyes were fixed upon me as if evaluating my worth. While she may have had a piercing gaze, she had quite the adorable face. She had 2 black horns growing out of the sides of her head. She was a Magian. Historically speaking, all rulers of demonkind have been Magians, and Her Majesty was one of them. She sat on her chair with her chin resting in her palm and her arm upon her raised knee. It was a lazy posture, but eyes were as sharp as blades. What is it? Is there something wrong with me? She had a sloppy appearance, as if she was in her pajamas and just got out of bed. But I didn't intend on pointing that out. No, you just look younger than I expected. Do you not find my appearance fitting of a demon king? I know nothing of what a demon king should be, so I wouldn't have any say on that matter. HMPH. Very well. I was about to kick you out for looking down on someone who might have become your superior, but it appears that won't be necessary. About that, what is it? I, the Demon King Lucy, was about to explain what the job of being my subordinate consisted of. Please excuse me, Your Majesty. To be perfectly honest here, I believed there would be trouble bringing him here at first, so I brought him here without explaining the full situation to him. Milla, who had sat herself already, explained. One of the seats was empty, with the other 2 taken by a large knight in black armor and a Magian man dressed in what looked like a tailcoat. Oh? Then for what purpose did he think he was brought here for? Hey you, don't tell me you thought you might get a chance to fondle Carmilla's breasts just because she was somewhat of a fan of yours. Her Majesty's fist slammed on the desk. No, I didn't. I wouldn't have the nerve to think something like that. But it appeared that Her Majesty wasn't fond of that answer. So you're telling me you don't want to fondle them? And you call yourself a man, huh? I'll tell you this right now, Carmilla's breasts are soft as silk and as elastic as pudding, and despite their size, there, Your Majesty. Milla made a smile. Her Majesty's face then turned pale. Ahem. In other words, Carmilla is a very attractive woman. Well, yes, I agree. She thought highly of me, Despite the fact that I was looked down upon by society for being a black sorcerer, wouldn't I be ashamed if I didn't give her the acknowledgement she deserves? I felt as if I saw Miller's feelers slightly twitch. That's right. That's right. I can't blame you for falling for her charm and being tricked to come this far. But what I was trying to say was that that kind of weakness won't cut it. Her Majesty spoke while glancing at Miller. Master Lam was not fooled. He saw through everything. In fact, he even pretended to be fooled. I enjoyed my time with him. Oh? Her Majesty looked at Miller with an intrigued expression. She then turned to me with a slightly bitter look. Very well, then. I'd like to begin explaining your role here, but there is something I must ask you before that. What is it? There really is nothing between Miller and I. We just held hands. They were soft. You've hidden it well, so I did not notice until I began to observe you more carefully, but it seems you carry ability that surpasses what would be deemed human. It is on the same level of a black sorcerer that would have spent 100 years' time in research. No, perhaps even further than that. The monsters in the Demon King Castle were all extremely high level, meaning I had to put everything I had in my black magic. His subordinates must have relayed that information to him. But putting aside Miller and Her Majesty, I felt like I was on the cusp of realizing something even greater than that. Black Sorcerer. I, the Demon King Lucy, ask you. Which Demon King trained you? Which Demon King? What is she saying? That doesn't even make any sense. At least, that's what I wanted to think. It would be impossible to amass that on your own. That level of ability could only be attained under the training a Demon King would grant to their own child. It is a very outdated custom, however, considering that those children often died in the process. A sense of understanding spread through my chest. So Master really was a Demon King. That makes sense. Phoenix and I had grown up in a town far out in the country. There was only one television, and it was in the assembly hall, with people of all ages gathering around it whenever dungeon clearing was being aired. Further beyond that town, in an even more secluded area, was my master's house. He was an old man that avoided contact with others and had thick crimson hair and eyes much like Her Majesty's. I happened to encounter him while playing in the forest, and considering that my town didn't have any demi-humans, I got really excited seeing someone with horns on their head. I'd bug him and follow him around, which resulted in a bond forming between us involving him shooing me away, kicking my butt, knocking me onto the floor with his fists, and being told not to ever come back again in a threatening voice. My relationship with the old man changed when my job was revealed to be black sorcerer at the temple. After recovering from my depression over that, I remembered that my body would sometimes get heavier when the old man chased me away, or my vision getting dark when trying to chase after him. I was almost convinced that he'd turn me down, but when the old man saw that I wanted to become a hero despite being a black sorcerer, he decided to take me in as his disciple. However, his condition was that if I ever complained that I couldn't do something or if something was too hard, then he'd never teach me anything again. Also, I had to keep it an absolute secret from anyone. After agreeing to that, I was subjected to what truly could be considered the training regime of hell, and I finally somehow learned the basics. After that, all that was left was a warm farewell of don't forget your daily training. And once you become an adventurer, don't ever come here again. After I told my kind friend Phoenix about that, he said he must have wanted you gone for being so whiny. I mean, you did great, Lem. By the way, Phoenix often hung out with me, so he knew Master, and Master recognized him as a sole exception to our secret. I swear it wasn't anything like, oh, they're both leaving the village, since they're both adventurers, so it's not like it matters. But it makes sense now. He used old spells I had never heard of before, and I always thought he was an amazing magician. So Master was a Demon King, huh? By the way, Demon King is also a job. Apparently only magicians with talent as both a warrior and sorcerer as well as charisma can receive that job. Jobs like that have the aptitude of mastering abilities from multiple different jobs. Black sorcerers can only use black magic, though. Do you have any clue on who they might have been? Miller looked up at me in hopes that I answered. I felt like I'd be able to supply her with whatever information she wanted if she looked at me like that, but it was no good. Master hated having other people learn about him. Well, I tried to think of a way to avoid the question. Wait a second. Didn't Her Majesty say something weird just now? Those children often died in the process. It makes sense. I've even almost died in the process as well numerous times, but I never actually had to worry about that. Every day, Master would train me to the limit before going tch any further and you'll die. Hey, Lum, a weakling like you won't be able to withstand this any longer. So we're calling it here. You don't need to come back ever again. I definitely would have been dead already if he didn't bother doing that, but it could be that the past demon kings would actually force their children to train until they legitimately died. That's even more hardcore than the Spartans. Answer my question, Lem. Her Majesty's voice had an oppressive tone to it, but it was likely just for show. I'm already a fairly well-known person, and anyone could easily find information on me if they looked me up, although, the fan sites that collect information on adventurers usually don't bother detailing much about me compared to the others that were in my party. But you'd be able to at least find out where I'm from. If they really wanted to find the Demon King that was my master, then any response I made would serve as no purpose other than to strengthen the merit of the already existing information, and considering that I might lie, they had no reason to force it out of me. I can't do that. Why is that? I don't want to become a person that breaks promises. I looked towards Her Majesty straight into her eyes. I made sure not to be the first one to break eye contact. Eventually the Demon King Lucy gave up and lowered her shoulders. Very well. That is fine. I'm sorry. I said it was fine. But at least tell me this. Did that person have the same hair, eyes, and horns as me? Being that I both didn't want to lie and didn't want to break my promise, I had no choice but to remain silent. I see. By the way, Lem, what would you think of a grandfather that would retire and leave their grandchild to fend for themselves? Her Majesty had an ear-to-ear smile on her face. It was clear that it wasn't a smile from the heart. So Master abandoned his grandchild and fled to hide in the countryside? Huh? That would mean that he was once the Demon King of this castle. If the previous Demon King was either Lucy's mother or father, then the Demon King before that would be my master. And that Demon King was actually pretty famous. He found dungeon clearing to be too boring, so he'd act as the floor boss of the very first floor, with not a single party ever advancing to the second stratum. He was a legendary Demon King that defended against a raid, a special organized attack that involved multiple parties working together, which was a very rare occurrence, all by himself. Geez, why is it that both grandfather and father don't see what's so great about being a Demon King? Truly a shame. At least, I would be saying that if it weren't for how convenient this has gotten for me. I must say, I never would have guessed that everything would loop back together like this. It looked like my master being Her Majesty's grandfather was just confirmed. More importantly, it appeared that Her Majesty's behavior had changed. It wasn't especially dramatic or anything. It was kind of like she had figured out what to think of me. At first she was trying to find out exactly what kind of person I was, but now she seemed to be satisfied and settled down. To think there'd be a human out there that could actually survive grandfather's training. Ha ha ha, Carmilla, you had a good eye. This guy's the real deal. No, even I never would have guessed that he'd be this incredible of a person. It appeared that the fact that I was my master's disciple was making them view me highly. It almost felt like there was now even some fear thrown into Miller's eyes as she looked at me. Upon reflexively looking back at her, she turned her eyes away with her lips trembling. Her cheeks seemed to have been blushing slightly, but it could have been my imagination. I felt the need to ascertain your worth earlier, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Lum, I shall take you in directly under my command. What was it called again? Staff Officer, Your Majesty. Yes. Alongside the Big Four, the Demon King Castle will enter a new stage of glory with your addition. Oh, actually, I was just planning on hearing out your offer. Don't worry about the pay. I will have Carmela accompany you as your assistant for a while. If you ever feel like groping her breasts, you are free to negotiate that with her. As you are already well aware, the labyrinth clearing is on a subscription basis. You are free to do as you please on the days where the heroes aren't challenging us. Fear not, staff officer. You won't just be number 4 anymore. You'll become the world's greatest floor boss. Lucy looked at me with eyes sparkling like a child. Maybe I should call her president. Miller approached me while holding her hand out towards Lucy as a means of settling her down. We won't force you, but I'd personally be very happy if you decided to work with us. To be honest, just the fact that Miller would be my assistant made the offer plenty attractive enough. Do you think you could hear me out? Well, I don't see why not. Then allow me to try to convince you to join us. As she looked up at me with those cloudy eyes, I had no choice but to nod in response. You're a really talented black sorcerer, Lem. Miller spoke out to me. I thought so too myself, so I didn't deny it or show any modesty regarding it. It seems like you have somewhat of a fixation on heroes, but what exactly is it that you find so appealing about them? Well, I mean, they're just damn cool. Back in our rural hometown, dungeon capturing was one of our sole forms of entertainment available to us. A party can't be formed without a hero. That's just how special they are. They're pretty much loved by God. They may differ slightly from hero to hero, but all of them excelled in mastering both magic and martial arts at superhuman rates. They represented something that could not be achieved simply through hard work. They stood out more than anyone on the screen, and they took down their enemies regardless of how many of them there were or how big they were. Of course, I'd end up admiring them. Is it the fact that they defeat monsters that make them cool, or is it the flashy way they do that? Or maybe it's because of their status and achievements. Does it seem fun to get up close and cut down monsters? It was then that I realized for the first time that my admiration towards heroes actually wasn't very well defined. No, to be more precise, it was more like I had forgotten why I had admired them in the first place. The things Miller mentioned were definitely aspects that attracted me as a child, as well as the future I had imagined for myself. Man, I really wanted to cut down my enemies up close. I wanted to show off my flashy sword techniques and launch out fire and ice and stuff. When people noticed that I'd be walking in town, they would all gather around me with cheers. I would have engaged in close-cut battles and led a life filled with excitement. It was my dream as a child, a naive dream of a perfect roadmap for my future. You retired from your party from practically being chased out as a result of not showing your fellow adventurers your true ability, correct? Correct. Even if you found a new party, you probably wouldn't tell them about it either. Right? Right. That's right. Even though I was in the 4th ranked party in the world, I couldn't find even a single person to party up with. It sucked, especially since any of my other party members probably would have been in huge demand. There's huge discrimination towards black sorcerers in the adventurer world. No party would want to fill one of their already limited 5 party slots with one. I couldn't deny it. I believed that to be the truth. At this rate, even if you find another party, you won't ever become anything like a hero. Considering the adventurer's general treatment of black sorcerers, I think that should be obvious. That's right. No one would think that a black sorcerer would be a worthy addition to a party. In fact, there are lots of people that would be anxious to chase them out. Black sorcerers have no future as an adventurer. I knew that, but I still didn't want to give up. Will that change if I become a monster? I didn't ask out of hope, but rather just out of curiosity. It will. Miller spoke with confidence. Her face was completely serious, without a single ounce of flirtation. She had no ulterior motive. She simply spoke straight from her heart. What exactly is a hero? I'm not talking about the job. A hero, a person with courage, a person that never faltered and achieved victory no matter what. No, there was a stronger definition that was engraved deep inside me. They were words spoken to me that had become a precious treasure of mine. Those who take action not for glory, but for what's right, are those who should truly be called heroes. But what exactly is the right thing to do in this situation? Adventurers increase by the number every year, but the same can't be said for monsters, wouldn't you say? More and more monsters suffer defeat day by day as the number of successful parties increase. Do we monsters exist just as game to be hunted? Not at all. Dungeons are exciting because of the scary monsters, and without the strong monsters, the power of the heroes wouldn't be needed. Monsters are equivalent to adventurers. I've never thought of them as game before. Miller made a happy smile for a second. Yes, this is exactly why I called out to you. Not only do you excel at magic, you're exceedingly kind as well. I finally figured out what she was trying to tell me. Just like how humans are inspired by the activities of adventurers, demi-humans seek that same kind of symbol from monsters. I know that. But don't you already have the Demon King? I'd say that's the same kind of thing as the adventurer's hero. You're right. But there's one big difference between the two. One big difference? Oh, the Demon King is someone who waits at the final stratum. Yes, the hero is someone who is constantly on the screen, giving hope to their viewers. But the Demon King is an enemy that doesn't appear until the final stratum is reached. It'd be a different story if it was someone like my master who just totally ignored traditional customs, but then dungeon capturing would get pretty boring. In fact, the dungeon capturing wouldn't even work. It'd be over if they lost, and it'd be over if they won and cleared the dungeon, too. But even if I worked as a monster here, I'm still a black sorcerer. You know, I don't think I'd be inspiring anyone like that. It's exactly because you're a black sorcerer. Your magic will weaken the adventurers, but the viewers won't pick up on that. However, it's different for your comrades. When your comrades take out the enemies that clearly have had their movements slowed down, that sight will definitely leave an impression on the viewers. The Demon King castle that boasts the highest difficulty out of all dungeons has always attracted a lot of attention. Imagine if monsters that weren't even the floor boss easily defeated the adventurers. Demi-humans on the fence on becoming a monster would see that and think that maybe even themselves could take on the adventurers. So my magic would give the spotlight to the other monsters. The black sorcerer has always been that kind of job. But my past comrades didn't see any worth in my magic. Why was it any different? It's normal for monsters to hide their identity. If you played yourself as the mysterious black sorcerer instead of simply Lim, there wouldn't be any problem with anyone figuring out your true power, right? Of course, if you still want to hide it, then I don't mind accommodating that. I knew that black sorcerers fit better in the realm of monsters rather than adventurers, and if I did work with them, I'd be inspiring courage in all kinds of people. I can't grant you any glory to your identity as Lim, nor can I give you a hero-like position. Even so, your existence can very well prove to save us. You'll make it so that the already hard-working monsters will continue to strive for tomorrow. Also that the demi-humans will realize that they don't always have to be losers, that they might even claim the starring role at times. Miller had expectations for me. It's been so long since I've had someone look for anything from me. Probably not even since my days as a child before my job was determined. Lim, she called out to me. She inhaled deeply and spoke her request. Will you become our hero? I heard my heart skip a beat. It was different from what I had dreamed of as a child, but maybe I could still become a hero as a black sorcerer. I could assist my comrades and contribute to victory. And there might be people who'll get inspired by watching our battles. Of course, that'd disappoint the people wanting the hero's party to win, though. But there were people feeling down from seeing the hero win all the time. All that would change would be the position where I stood. All I needed to do now was to make the choice. Of course, I look forward to working with you. By the time I realized it, I had replied. On that day, I, who had been kicked out of the fourth-ranked party in the world, found a new place of employment. My workplace was the Demon Castle. My position was Chief of Staff. My role was to plan out the strategy necessary to drive off the hero's party and carry it out. My job was Black Sorcerer. My goal was to be a hero in the shadows. I'd inevitably be facing off against my best friend's party. But even so, I had no doubts about my decision. I look forward to working with you. Miller made a flabbergasted face to my words. She probably didn't expect me to respond so quickly. Her face gradually began to take on the color of joy. It was as if her mind went white from the sheer happiness she experienced for a moment, and then eventually returned back to reality. "Ah, really?" Miller asked, to make sure out of unease. "Yes, we'll be co-workers from now on." Since you'd be my senior, maybe I should be calling you something other than Miller." As I nodded, Miller's eyes looked like they were about to burst out in tears at any moment. "Huh?" I began to panic. "Did I say something wrong?" I'm sorry, I know I'm the one that asked you, but I really didn't think you'd do it. I'm so happy." I guess she was just crying out of joy. Well, no, she never actually started crying, but her eyes looked pretty watery. But still, it felt kind of odd to have her be so happy over my decision. "Also, just call me Miller. When we're on duty, you can call me Carmela." Miller made a blooming smile with her eyes still bleary. She was so incredibly charming that I ended up putting my hand to my chest because it felt like my heart stopped beating. "Oh, thank goodness." "It didn't stop." "Very good. You've made the correct decision, Lem." "No Lemogatan," the Demon King shouted with energy. She sat in her seat with her arms crossed while nodding to the two of us satisfyingly. "Lem what?" "Lem Keaton. I've been thinking about it ever since Carmela brought you to my attention. It's customary for the Demon King to give dungeon names to new members." "Oh, so that's what it is." "So my dungeon name is, Lemogatan? Has a nice ring to it, wouldn't you say?" "Considering that you'll be leading the monsters from now on, it fits you well." Just like how Miller was Carmela, the dungeon name included part of my real name. "Thank you very much." "But, won't people figure it out?" "The name still has Lem in it, and I'd still be a black sorcerer." "There's no need for worry. I'll have you pretend to be a mage. After all, we can stick some horns onto your avatar." "This normally wouldn't be allowed, but you're someone that survived grandfather's training as his disciple, so I don't want to hear any complaints." Now that dungeon clearing has become a form of entertainment, there have been numerous systems developed and utilized in order to make it as safe as possible. The most important ones would be the avatar system and the ability to retreat. To put it simply, both dungeon clearing and defense takes place using clones made out of magic. The real body interacts with special equipment that allows it to be spiritually linked to the clone. It takes much time, magical energy, and money to make the clones, but they're just as strong as the real body. There's no issue with making the skin complexion a little better or changing the hairstyle, but any modifications that would compromise the clone's likeness to the user are not allowed. Those are the regulations. The clones are called avatars, and the Demon King was planning on putting horns on my monster avatar so that it would look like a mage. This would still be within regulations. It's not like putting horns on someone would make them look like a completely different person. It's the same thing as changing your hairstyle a little bit. On the other hand, demi-human adventurers are able to remove certain physical traits from their avatar, such as the animal ears or tails. That subject actually came up when the hunter Lily first joined Phoenix's party. She ended up in an argument with Alba over whether or not she should hide her elf ears. Alba said that she should hide them, while Lily was adamant in keeping them. In the end, Phoenix and I agreed with Lily, and that was pretty much that. Elves look nearly identical to humans, and since they're usually exceptionally beautiful as well, they're a race that's been garnering popularity as of recent years. There are more and more elven adventurers every year, as well. But there were some viewers that insisted only on watching humans fight, which was probably what Alba was concerned over. But even with a black sorcerer and an elf, we became the fourth-ranked party in the world. But Alba still wasn't satisfied. Why am I even talking about him, though? Forget him. You should put on a mask, too, even though it'd be a waste to hide that face of yours. Miller spoke to me. A waste? His face is nothing worth showing off. Your Majesty. Well, I suppose he could be considered attractive. Everyone has their own taste, so even if I might not exactly agree, I'm sure there are plenty or people out there that would find him pleasing to look at. Miller's cold smile instantly made Lucy start backtracking. Don't threaten the Demon King, vampire. That's the second time. I was slightly startled. The Magian male who had been silent this whole time suddenly spoke out. His silver hair was brushed back with a pair of goat-like horns coming out of his exposed forehead. Wearing a tailcoat, the man appeared to be in his later 20s. Oh, you were here, Agares? I didn't notice you. Miller made an emotionless smile to the man she called Agares. Even if we monsters might find delight in submitting to Her Majesty's threats, under no means should the monsters be the ones doing the threatening. He sounds like someone that's really uptight on upholding the pecking order. Wait, didn't he say something weird just now? What did he say exactly? It was. My thoughts were cut short as the man got up and greeted me with a bow. I apologize for the late introduction. I am one of the Demon King Castle's Big Four. The Time Demon Agares. Congratulations on taking the position of Chief of Staff. Oh, right. That stuff all felt like it was just decided on the spot, so I almost forgot about it. But the Chief of Staff was essentially the Demon King's right-hand man, meaning I'd be in a higher position than the Big Four. But still, considering that a human that was wandering the streets as a black sorcerer that got chased out of his party just suddenly waltzed in here and became his superior, he was being surprisingly polite to me. Oh? Didn't you have doubts over Lamb's capabilities? As Miller spoke with cynicism, Agares turned to her once again. Unlike you, I haven't experienced the effects of the Chief of Staff's magic. I knew you had been obsessed with him even before he cleared any stratum of the Demon King Castle, so it was only natural that I'd be skeptical over whether or not you were letting your personal feelings affect your reports. It's true that I watched Lamb's dungeon capture videos even before that, but I don't believe I've ever told you that before. How is it that you're so well informed about my private life? It's honestly a bit unsettling. While her face still had maintained her cold demeanor, it was growing a bit red. So she was telling the truth when she said she was my fan. I found himself feeling happy over it again. It was also kind of fresh seeing Miller talk to a co-worker. Sorry, Carmilla. I told him. Your Majesty. I said sorry, vampire. It's disrespectful to glare at Her Majesty like that. Being able to be on the receiving end of Her Majesty's glares might be one of the greatest rewards we could possibly receive, but it should never be the other way around. Yeah, he really is the type of guy that'd do anything to uphold the social hierarchy, but I can't help but be a bit put off from his choice of words. It almost sounds perverse in a way. Quiet, you lurking demon. Try not to get arrested. It'd be a problem if we got a scandal on our hands. HMPH, how idiotic. I consider myself to be the guardian of those with the hearts of children. The lives of the young are supreme, but they must not be touched. That is the creed all true guardians follow. I'd prefer if you didn't lump me in with those cretins who subject their indecent desires upon those angelic children. Don't give me that guardian nonsense. You're the guy that gets off from getting stepped on and glared at. Watch yourself around him, Your Majesty. If he ever asks to massage you or anything like, do not let him go through with it no matter what. Enough of your blasphemy. I respect Her Majesty from the bottom of my heart. I'd never make such a deplorable request. Your Majesty, please do not look at me with such scornful eyes. I would never do anything to hurt you. If it's not any trouble, could you make that glare of yours a little harsher? Don't you think you should just go die somewhere? Not all monsters are this perverted, so don't worry. Also, I'm simply just a fan of Lamb's. It's not like I have posters of him all over my room, or collect private candid photos of him online, or post stuff like why is the editing staff so incompetent as to not show him more on forums or anything like that. So I'd appreciate if you didn't make any misunderstandings. Understood? I see. Agares simply had a fondness for children and a few slightly odd inclinations, and Miller was a completely average run-of-the-mill fan. I understood. The trick to getting by in the world is to avoid touching aspects that are better left untouched. I get what the two of you are trying to say, So do you think I could hear what Her Majesty has left to say for me? Instead of trying to solve their argument, I asked for them to just stop. They complied without difficulty. I apologize, Chief of Staff. I'm sorry, Lemark. How embarrassing. Agues lowered his head and sat back into his seat. Miller hid her red face with both hands. Nicely done, Lemigaton. Now that's my Chief of Staff. Feeling like I was praised for something that wasn't praiseworthy, I made a wry smile. Not at all. Anyway, going back to what we were talking about, I'd be hiding my identity with horns, a mask, and an outfit, right? Even with your horns and your face hidden, there still remain ties left to your identity as your job as Black Sorcerer and your name. I think there should at least be one more thing to divert attention from those aspects. Oh, good. I was about to mention that, too. I'll give you this ring. She then threw something to me. Well, I guess it was a ring. Upon catching it, I saw that it was made out of animal bones. What's this? It's a past king's clavicle. Huh? I'm kidding. Oh. Okay. I felt like this was going over my head a bit. This is a ring that is capable of summoning those you have made a contract with. By having you and the person you want to enter a contract with pour your magic into the ring at the same time and speak the proper oath, you'll be able to summon them whenever you want. Isn't that actually something pretty impressive? You can only record up to 72 people, so be careful. Also, limit the people you enter a contract with to only my subordinates. For now. In other words, I was able to choose up to 72 monsters to summon whenever I wanted. I see, so I can call on them to chase off any adventurers. With this, I'll be able to have people from all kinds of races achieve victory, meaning I'll be able to grant hope to more and more races. It was an item that would greatly serve the hero of the monsters, as well as being something that would further set him apart from his human identity. Now that I had this, even if I cast a bit black magic here and there, people wouldn't necessarily connect them to Lemigaton. I grasped the ring tightly. Thank you very much, I'll treasure it. After that, Her Majesty, Miller, Agues, and others began taking turns explaining the details of my job. I took a seat in the empty Big Four seat and listened to what they had to say. Dungeons have a very give-and-take relationship with adventurers business-wise. In order to clear a dungeon, they first have to make a reservation and pay a clear fee. By the way, the clear fee varies depending on the entrance, and the fee increases with each stratum. Since the stratums are supposed to get more and more difficult as you go deeper into the dungeon, the higher fee is supposed to account for the more elaborate dungeon design and the hiring cost for stronger monsters. The video feed of the adventurers' broadcasts are also handled by the dungeon, which also must be paid for. Any damages made to the dungeon can be repaired with magic, but the generation and purchase of that magic can be costly, leading to repair expense fees being issued if the damage to the dungeon goes unnecessarily overboard. Not just that, this system serves as a check to various obnoxious actions that can be taken by the adventurers, such as trying to find shortcuts by blasting open walls with magic, using magic that's complete overkill for monsters of a lower level, or destroying the camera if they're about to suffer a loss. Dungeons also often have their own avatar creation, modification devices that they lend to adventurers as well. It costs money, but it's cheaper than asking for services from a specialized store, and since there are further discounts after a clear, people often repair their avatars on their spot at the dungeon. There are also safe rooms where avatar recovery items are sold at fairly expensive prices. Dungeons are pretty much designed to squeeze as much money as possible out of you. Other than that, there are also dungeon tours hosted on days with no reservations for those who just want to take a look around. For example, the last dungeon I cleared with Phoenix's party, the 4th stratum, there were a lot of werewolves. It was broadcasted over television instead of the internet, but there were apparently a lot of visitors who wanted to tour dungeon after the broadcast. The Demon Castle purposely welcomed its visitors without repairing the traces of combat made by Phoenix's party. It was a huge hit with the visitors. There were marks left in the ground where the warrior Alba mowed down the enemies with his magic sword, marks on the ground and walls from the hunter Lily's arrows. indents in the wall made from the paladin lark knocking monsters into the wall with his shield, and passageways scorched with the flames the hero Phoenix used to defeat all the enemies that came after him. It was basically a pilgrimage. But the location was the Demon King Castle, the dungeon boasting the highest known difficulty. I kept it to myself that I felt that they were so resourceful with their marketing despite the fact that their floor got cleared. Of course, there were zero traces left from the Black Sorcerelum. Miller, being the sweet girl that she was, said, when your party was being surrounded by werewolves from 3 directions at the crossroad, you were the only one that didn't move even a step and instantly cast speed down on everyone. When the trap was triggered and you put your hand against the wall to support yourself from the shaking, you were really cute. The way you cast confusion on the werewolves and made them pack together to make it easier for the hunter to land her arrows caught the Demon King's attention. That scene where the paladin misjudged the enemy's attack power, you didn't miss a beat in instantly lowering their attack power and casting speed down on their arms, throwing off their slash attack before they inflicted major damage, was truly spectacular. There were so many amazing moments that it's hard to focus on just one, but that fight with the floor boss was especially impressive. How was it that you were able to make so many breathtaking plays within just a span of a few hours? The moment that I particularly loved was, after praising me for a few minutes, she finally realized what she was doing and got red in the face. As I looked at her from the side as she laid her face down onto the desk, my chest filled with emotion. It was me who decided that I'd become an adventurer even though I'm a black sorcerer, and I had no intention of breaking the promise I made with my master. I'd contribute to the clear by supporting the victories of my comrades with the full might of my magic without standing out. I told myself that was good enough for me, but to tell the truth, I honestly did want someone to recognize my abilities. After all, why else would I be so happy from hearing Miller's words? It seemed that Miller truly was passionate about watching the videos of my dungeon clear. Of course, that was probably only because she was talented herself to recognize exactly what I was doing. I think maybe that wasn't the only reason. Since the werewolves are her co-workers, she would have been able to hear the details from them, and since all the video data is originally from the Demon King Castle, she'd be able to edit it and confirm the details for herself. I was really happy about it, but part of me was in shock over how easily she was able to see through what I was trying so hard to hide. Still, though, why is it that Miller was so interested in watching the Black Sorcerelum? I was honestly at a loss. Even so, I didn't have the guts to ask her what she found attractive about me. This should be enough for today. There was still a lot I had to learn about my job, but it wasn't like I had to take charge of a dungeon right away. I didn't have to stuff everything I needed to know into my head all in one day. I nodded to Her Majesty's words. We'll hold a welcome party for you soon, Agaz. Yes, leave the assembly hall arrangements to me. I'll make reservations for all your favorite suites. If I may, Your Majesty, could I possibly have the honor of taking the seat next to you? You're probably aiming to massage me in a weird place, aren't you? Gwa, not at all. You don't have to look at your loyal servant with such suspicious eyes, Your Majesty. Thank you oh so very much. It looked like he was both happy and in pain at the same time. I turned my gaze away. Judging by how lightly Her Majesty and Miller treated him, it was probably unlikely that he would go as far as to perform any criminal actions despite his somewhat perverse tendencies. It was enough to just think of him as someone with peculiar tastes. I looked towards the Black Knight that never said a single word throughout all of this. Oh, he was probably sleeping this whole time. Miller was glowering at Agaz with a scornful look, but she noticed the curious expression on my face and explained to me, one was absent and one was sleeping the whole time. The Big Four was quite an interesting bunch. I'll take you outside, Lem. After her suggestion, I said my farewells to Her Majesty and Agaz and we left the meeting room. I said goodbye to the Black Knight as well, but he didn't respond since he was probably still sleeping. We returned to the dressing room-like area. It was still pretty tight with just the two of us, but I still didn't have any identification as a member of the Demon King army. That being the case, The only way for me to exit was for Miller to interact with the recording stone while touching me. Sorry about making you see all those embarrassing moments today. Don't worry about it. I've honestly never been praised that much in my entire life, so I was kind of happy. Really? Well, as long as you don't think I'm disgusting or anything. I'd never think that. I did think she was a bit peculiar, though. Miller sighed a breath of relief to my words. Thank goodness you really are a kind person, Lem. Not at all. I hope I'm not too close to you right now. Miller looked up at me. The room we were in was very small, so our bodies were almost completely pressed against each other. I think I might get a little excited here, so please tell me if I'm bothering you. Miller then reached her hand to my waist and dug into my pocket. I ended up twitching a little at first, but I soon figured out what she was trying to do. She took out the ring Her Majesty gave me. Why, you heard about what this ring does from Her Majesty, correct? Her nervousness transmitted to me, making me let out a shrill voice. Why yes, the order actually gets registered as well. The order? Why yes. For example, if you were to make a contract with me, then I'd become your first contract. At the same time, I'd see myself as your first monster. I see. I really am a big fan of yours. It was me who suggested that we scout you, and it was me who brought you all the way here today, and I'll be your assistant for a little while, and I was also sitting next to you earlier, too, so Mum. Miller tilted her head as if she didn't know exactly what she wanted to say. So, I mean, could I possibly be your first? After finally squeezing out those words, she looked down with a red face. I've only just met this girl, but I feel like I'll never meet another girl like her. I could tell that it took all the courage she had to speak those words to me. Miller, after hesitating for a moment, I made my decision and placed my hands on her shoulders. Her delicate body twitched. Why yes, Lem, I should be the one asking you. Would you become my first contracted monster? To be honest, I was hoping for this. I knew Miller's strength, and I knew that even though she could be a bit impish at times, she was a kind person. But what was pathetic was that I had let her be the one to ask me. Miller instantly lifted her face and looked into my eyes. Her eyes watered up, her cheeks flushed, and her lips shined with allure. Those lips of hers opened up, with her fangs poking out. I want to suck on you. That's what I heard from her. Huh? Wow. You nothing. She wants to suck on me? Is she talking about my blood, since she's a vampire? I wasn't sure what kind of meaning it held for a vampire to say something like that a moment like this. I've heard that a vampire's impulse to suck blood is sometimes triggered by specific impulses, though it's nothing, really. So, you'll be entering a contract with me, right? Huh? Oh, right. Are you sure this is what you want? The first time is always special, after all. She spoke with unease. I was originally planning on asking you, anyway. Oh, really? Yes. I see. Her lips started squirming against each other. Right. It works by sending magical energy into each other at the same time, right? Is that difficult? Show me your hands, Lem. It probably works like this. Instead of having us touch the ring at the same time, the monster that was going to become my contract reached out to touch the ring while it was on my finger. I suppose this way would work. We're both touching it, either way. Miller's snow-white hand traced along my finger and eventually reached the ring. I began sending my magical energy into it. I could feel Miller doing the same. Miller, swear that I shall arrive at Lem's side by his summon no matter what the time, no matter what the place, and no matter what distance separates us. She then took her hand away from the ring for some reason, even though the contract had not yet finished. Miller? She took my hand and brought it to her mouth while looking up towards me, and then pressed it against her lips. The necessary amount of magical energy flowed into it, mixing with mine, completing the contract. It was a strange feeling, but I was able to recognize that the woman in front of me had become my first contract. But there was something more important to worry about at the moment. The interaction was so impactful for me that my body had frozen up. I slowly stepped away from her. I think I've calmed down now. I felt like my heart was going to explode. I put my hand to my chest. Thank goodness, it hasn't exploded. Foo, I took your first time. She tried her best to act composed as she captivatingly licked her lips. But since the memory of our little interaction was still extremely fresh in my mind, I wasn't able to give a proper response. The ring's purpose is mainly to drive away adventurers, but it's possible to use it outside as well. Be aware that the farther the distance is between us, the more magical energy it costs to summon me. But I'm sure that won't be a problem for you. Alright. Miller had impressively regained her composure for the most part by now. The innocent look she had on her face earlier had completely disappeared as she drew her face close to my ear. I wouldn't mind if you even summoned me to your room late in the night. Oh, she's teasing me right now, isn't she? But since I was a man, I couldn't help but imagine if she was being serious. Just kidding. You don't know me well enough, so I suppose saying stuff like that might just creep you out. I'll be more careful. That's not true. Oh? I thought about asking her, but in the end I kept my mouth shut. She didn't bother pushing the subject, either. I suppose it's still too soon for us to be seeing each other in your room at night. Yet? Just kidding. Let's head back now. She turned her body towards the recording stone. With her body turned away from me, I could see that her ears were red. I was probably just as red at the moment. I avoided mentioning that and left the Demon King Castle. Number of contracts, 172. The next day. Today was going to be my first day working at the Demon King Castle, so I got ready and headed out from the inn a bit early. By the way, when I was still with my party a few weeks ago, I stayed at the same inn as the guys. In separate rooms, of course, but after I left my party, I changed inns. My legs naturally guided me toward the marketplace. Sometimes there's a certain face someone might want to go see whenever they want to pump themselves up. For me, ever since I got chased out of my party, that certain face was the smiling face of the hard-working cashew. This isn't anything like Hager's though, by the way. It's not like I get excited over it, I purely just want to get my soul healed. I want to believe it's the same thing as watching kids running around energetically and thinking how peaceful. Oh, you're here today again too, my kindred spirit. As I approached the shop, the macho shopkeeper called out to me. That's fine and all, but when did I become his kindred spirit? Yesterday, I suppose. I guess taking down that purse snatcher together with him sprouted some friendship between us. I am rather fond of him though, so it made me happy. People often automatically have prejudice towards black sorcerers, so it was hard for me to make friends. Back when I was a kid, I may not have been the leader of the kids, but I was pretty much the most popular kid in the village. But once it was revealed that I was a black sorcerer, everyone who was friendly and sociable with me instantly started distancing themselves from me. They'd say stuff like, I thought you were gonna be a hero, but you're a black sorcerer? I don't want to be stuck with some guy who pretty much has no future. See ya, I probably won't talk to you ever again. Children are pure, which is why they can sometimes be more vicious than adults. Boys that admire what's cool will avoid associating with anything that isn't. It's simple logic. But Phoenix was different. Phoenix, the weak, timid crybaby that had always followed me around, stuck to my side as my friend even after I became a black sorcerer and he became a hero. Not just that, he even made a party despite being the first person to make a contract with the fire spirit in the past 300 years. He even went as far as to say that he'd reach the top if he partied with me. Now that I think about it, the reason why I was able to withstand my master's hellish training was probably because of how much I wanted to maintain the respect Phoenix had for me. I don't think I've ever truly had anyone I could call a friend since him. I did have small acquaintances that I may have chatted with here and there, though. Good morning, Blitz. If he's going to be my friend, I probably should actually call him by his name. He took on a knife-wielding criminal together with me, helped me in my time of emergency without caring that I was a black sorcerer, and he was kind to kids. I should be honored to have someone like that as a friend. Good morning to you too, Cashew. Cashew actually had noticed me first before Blitz. Her ears were twitching about, her tail swinging around, and the moment our eyes met, her face lit up and she instantly ran towards me. Yeah, good morning, Lem. I really wanted to pet those twitching ears, but I wanted to maintain the distance between us as shopkeeper and customer. It probably wouldn't happen, but I also didn't want to get my soul crushed from hearing her say something like "You, stop that, you creep." Good work yesterday. I should be saying that to you. You were amazing. I had no idea magic could do stuff like that. Seeing as how Blitz knew I was going to be backing him up beforehand, he probably had noticed how unnaturally easy it was for him to stop the criminal. I actually wanted to talk with him about that. By the way, I'd prefer if you didn't tell anyone about what I did. Yeah, I thought so. Besides, I'd lose all the credit I boasted about if I told anyone. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Cashew hasn't told her family, either, right? The shopkeeper did it all on his own. Cashew looked up towards me in respect and spoke as if reading off a script. They were kind and considerate people. Thank you. What are you talking about? That's my line. Man, this is the first time I've ever sold out. Cashew even wiped out her entire stock. Well, I'm sure people will forget about all that in a day or two. I didn't expect us to profit so much. Here, take this. It's your share. Blitz then took out a leather bag and handed it to me. It seemed that there was money inside it. Blitz was saying that I had a right to some of the profits since it was thanks to my actions. No, I can't take this. You certainly can. To be honest, I might look pretty brawny, but I'm actually near useless when it comes to a fight. Well, yes, I could tell that much from what I saw yesterday, but that's exactly why he was so amazing. He had no idea if he'd actually be able to stop the criminal or not, yet he stepped up anyway. That was pretty reckless of him at the same time, though. Although, even if I couldn't fight, I supposed I could have at least tackled him or something, right? I see. Considering Blitz's large size, if he had rushed at him at full speed, he would have been able to crash into the purse snatch pretty well. But he would have easily been injured that way, so it's not something I'd recommend. A total victory, unharmed. And my goods are all sold out. It's only natural that I thank you. I guess if you want me to be in debt to you, that's fine and all. But if that's not the case, then take it. It'd be rude of me to decline at this point. I took the money. Seeing me take it, Cashew began to act a bit anxious. As I wondered what the matter was, Cashew picked out the most shapely fruit from her stock and handed it to me. This is for you. Oh, I get it now. Blitz had prepared my share, but Cashew was here to help out with her family. All her profit probably went straight to her family, but she thought that it wasn't right for Blitz to thank me but not her. She had no money, however. Amidst her anxiousness, she figured out she could give me fruit instead. My heart grew warm from her admirable spirit. I leaned down to Cashew and gave her a smile. Thank you, I really appreciate it. As I took the fruit, Cashew put her hands to her chest and fiddled around in happiness. Oh, I know. I'll gratefully eat this, but I might as well buy some more while I'm here! Yes, please. Thank you for your patronage. Let's see, give me everything that I can buy with this. I handed over the leather bag Blitz just gave me. Wow, Lem, you really are something. Blitz was surprised, but he seemed to be a bit mistaken. It wasn't as if I was trying to help Cashew out. Well, if it did help her out, that'd be great, but I was thinking of getting something nice for my new co-workers. Upon explaining that, the two of them congratulated with surprise. Seriously? That's great. Which party? I'll subscribe to you. Broadcasted videos of clears made by hero parties are exclusively uploaded to the Adventurer Union-run video sharing site for public viewing. The only exception would be the television broadcasts, which give out pay on a one-time basis, in contrast to the online videos which give pay in accordance with how many views they get. On television, the channels usually buy the footage and edit them before broadcasting, but they do live broadcasts at times as well. This would be done with cooperation with the dungeons, and it'd be broadcasted live until the party either cleared or failed. Hero parties with lower ranks can't get by just with broadcasts, so many of them have a second job as well. The life of an adventurer isn't all sunshine and roses. There exists a function to subscribe to your favorite parties so that you'd be notified whenever a new video associated with them gets uploaded. Unfortunately, the Demon King army doesn't have an account. They aren't adventurers, after all. It's not like I doubted them, but I didn't want to risk my identity being revealed before even my first day at a dungeon. Who knows who could be listening? I'm still on trial. It's not official yet. I tried to avoid specifying anything. Oh, I see. Let me know if you get in. I'll buy you a drink. It seemed that Blitz truly saw me as a friend. I was thankful. It looked like Cashew had finally calmed down after stuffing a paper bag with the fruits I purchased, as she let out a deep sigh. You have a lot of money, Lem. Blitz apparently had given me a lot. Since Cashew's fruits were a bit unshapely, they were sold at a relatively cheaper price. That's probably why I still had some money left over. But are you sure about this? You'd be bringing these, ugly fruit over to your new workplace. Don't you think they might get the wrong idea? Cashew was worried about the impression I'd give. It'll be fine. It's not about how they look. Your fruits taste good, and that's all that matters. I realized I sounded a little cheesy and got a little embarrassed. I was about to correct myself, but Cashew looked up at me with sparkling eyes. So I decided to just leave it at that. I wouldn't dare crush the admiration of a child. Oh, wait, I ended up prioritizing how I look to her. I suppose life doesn't always go the way you want it to. I put away the leftover money in the leather bag and picked up the 2 large paper bags. It was pretty heavy since they were pretty packed with fruit. Shall I carry those for you? No, I'm fine. I may not look like it, but I actually exercise a lot. Wait. Huh? Who just talked to me? I ended up replying without thinking, but the voice sounded familiar. I think I heard it yesterday. I casually turned around. It was the beautiful vampire, Miller. Miller was wearing a disguise. She had a hat that hid her bat-like feelers, a mask that hid her fangs, and contacts that changed her eyes to blue. Good morning. I thought I'd run into you here. Oh right. She saw me here during that incident yesterday. She was probably wearing a disguise out of consideration towards me so people wouldn't spread any weird rumors from seeing the black sorcerer Lem walking around with a vampire. I guess she wasn't wearing it yesterday since she just happened to see me. Or was it so that Blitz and Cashew wouldn't figure out my new job? Anyway, the point is that she met me in disguise. I'd see her in the workplace, so I wondered why she decided to meet me here. But it's strange, that pretty smile on her face looks somewhat scary right now. Miller looked towards Cashew for a second. Don't tell me you're the same as that pervert. I instantly realized she was talking about Agaz. It's not like that at all. I'm sure that should be obvious judging from how I treat her. Am I mean? Hermin. I almost caught myself saying Her Majesty in front of the two, so I tried to cover it up. After staring at me for a while, she suddenly let out a little giggle. I'm just kidding. I believe you. Well, that's good. Thank God. Besides, if you ever happen to start straying towards the wrong path, I'll be right there to drag you back to the correct one. Miller spoke while placing her hand on her chest. While I was still feeling startled, the look on Cashew's face seemed to be drowned in despair. She was feeling devastated as she compared her chest with Miller's. Cashew's smile is what saves me, yet that smile of hers was muddled away right now. Miller leaned over to Cashew. Good morning, little greengrocer. I'm not little. I'll be growing big soon enough, but good morning. I was proud of Cashew being able to greet her back. What was Miller planning on, though? Wow. You sure are pretty. You an acquaintance of Lem's? Yes. Lem has helped me out in the past. She must be talking about me joining the Demon King army. Ah, yeah, he is that kind of guy. Yes. Blitz was keeping his promise not to talk about yesterday, and Miller didn't mention anything about seeing the incident. But the both of them nodded in understanding towards each other. I'm here today to talk with Cashew. Was it? Huh? I responded in surprise. Please excuse me, but you need money, correct? Wait, hold on a second, Miller. I want to be able to help out Mum a little," Cashew nervously responded. She probably had customers question why she was there multiple times in the past, so she's gotten used to giving that kind of answer. "That's wonderful. By the way, how much do you usually make in a day here?" Miller? The shopkeeper's kindness is also wonderful. But Cashew, would you be interested in a job that would give you much more stable income? I knew it. I don't know why, but Miller was trying to recruit Cashew into the Demon King army. But that's no good. She's just too young. Even the Demon King's at least 10 years old, and it's only fine for her since she's enjoying following in the footsteps of her father. Miller noticed my concern and winked at me. It was pretty, but I still worried about Cashew. "You won't have to do anything dangerous, but Lem's new job is really tough. It'd be nice if he had an assistant that could help him out." "What exactly does she mean?" "We couldn't possibly send her out as an active member of the dungeon, but I guess she could work behind the scene in setting the place up." "Wait, since that wouldn't be dangerous, that's actually not a bad idea." Her income from selling fruit wasn't stable, and she probably doesn't get much at all to begin with. To be honest, I always felt sorry for her since she usually had a huge pile of fruit left unsold whenever I went to see her. "Miss, are you Lem's new party member?" "Yes." "So, Cashew, if you decide to come with me, I'll reward you with this much." "Huh? That much?" "It might be a bit busy for a while, but once things settle down, you'll be able to have a long break." And the best part of this all is that we're specifically looking for assistants to Lem." "Lem?" The despair had completely left Cashew's face. It was now replaced with surprise and excitement. "What do you think?" "You can discuss it with the shopkeeper and your family. If you can schedule a time for me, I can even personally explain the details to your family." Cashew seemed to be getting overwhelmed by all this new information. "Hey, Miss." "Since Lem doesn't seem to be saying anything, I suppose that means he trusts you." "But I don't know you, and would a party on your level really have the funds to spare to pay Cashew?" Blitz was worried about Cashew. The offer did sound too good to be true. "After all, your concern is perfectly understandable. Please excuse me if this sounds a bit rude, but whether or not I'll further explain the details depends on Cashew's decision." "So you're saying you'll only explain if she shows interest in the job?" "I guess I can't complain about that. But what if she changes her mind afterward?" "That shouldn't matter. I simply wish to see that she has the will to work." Miller's words were clear and concise. I looked at Cashew. Cashew looked back at me. Would it be a problem for you if I were to be your assistant?" Her face was red with nervousness as she spoke. "Not at all. I'd love it if you joined us. In fact, I'm sure I'd be able to do a better job if you helped me out with my work," I reflexively responded. Those were my true feelings, but I was still a little worried about making a little girl work in the Demon King army, even if it was just behind the scenes. But even if Blitz was a good person, Cashew wouldn't really ever make much of a profit here. If changing jobs would ultimately help out Cashew's situation, then it should be thought of as a good thing. I felt as if I saw Miller's eyes tear up for just a second. Maybe her instincts as a caretaker kicked in and made her worry a little bit too. Cashew slowly closed her eyes. She was probably processing all the information in her head. Eventually her eyes opened up again. "Shopkeeper." "Yeah, I'm really grateful to you, MHM. But I want to help out Lem." "Sure. Sounds fine to me. You'd finally graduate from this chump change job. I've got no reason to stop you. Besides, there shouldn't be any need to worry if it's Lem we're talking about here." Thank you. Cashew nodded her head again and again with teary eyes. Blitz also rubbed his eyes while sniffling. What followed felt like it happened in an instant. Cashew brought us to her mother's workplace, where Miller explained the situation. It would ultimately be a part-time job, and she wouldn't be participating in the dungeon defending whatsoever. And even if by the off chance she did end up participating for whatever reason, it would be made sure that she wouldn't be any danger. Since Cashew herself was insistent on getting the job, she got permission. Even after I told her that I had changed jobs to becoming a monster, Cashew didn't show any disappointment. She was happy for me, saying becoming chief of staff is a huge promotion, huh? After being asked to take care of her daughter by her mother, I responded with I will. It seemed that Cashew's family didn't have a father, and there was a total of 5 family members, including a big sister, a little sister, and a little brother. It's no wonder that her mother was having trouble. But her mother was hesitant about letting Cashew take the job even after hearing about the pay. She was still extremely worried about her daughter. She only let her take the job after seeing Cashew's strong desire to work. I was relieved to see that she had a good relationship with her mother. Her mother asked us to leave her alone with Cashew for a little while, so we waited outside the workplace. The workplace was a second-hand clothes shop. Miller, how much did you hear yesterday? Everything after the hello. That means she heard everything from the very start. That's how she knew about my relationship with Blitz and Cashew. So you knew that Cashew and I knew each other. Are you recruiting her for the Demon Castle because she's a demi-human? Yes. I also felt that it'd help you out to have someone you know working with you. Besides, as chief of staff, you absolutely will need someone around to help you out. What's unfortunate, and I mean truly unfortunate, is that I won't be able to be around as your assistant forever. Miller seemed to really emphasize how unfortunate it was. Cashew's still a child, you know. But you need someone who understands you. Even if you are well aware of your own power, the others probably won't expect much from you. However, Cashew is one of the few people that truly understand the strength of both your heart and your magic. It's because no one's ever praised me over the past 10 years. Phoenix was my best friend, but that didn't mean we praised each other all the time. In the end, I had to believe in my own power. I guess it was so I'd get used to others judging me. Then from now on, Cashew and I will praise you. You're an amazing person. I won't let someone hide what makes them amazing and not get properly recognized for it. You're an amazing black sorcerer. Thank you. Stop that. You're embarrassing me. You've done well up until now. There's something like that. She pet my head. Okay, I might be going too farther. Sorry. It's okay. Our faces both grew red. It was actually not okay at all. I didn't like that. I actually enjoyed being treated like that. Getting happy over having my head pet. What am I? A little kid? Anyway, I've decided that you need an assistant who understands you. You'll be able to form contracts with many monsters with that ring, but in the end, they're all under the direct command of the floor bosses. So, in order to gain more comrades, you'll have to get permission from the floor bosses. I don't mind if you use my pigs, I mean, subordinates, but don't talk to them while I'm not around. Even if they do say anything to you, just know that anything they say will be a lie, so don't believe them. You believe me more than my pigs, I mean, subordinates, right? Miller looked up at me with teary eyes. I guess she usually calls her subordinates pigs. That's the vampire queen Carmilla, all right. She was probably getting into character. But you're not working right now, so please stay as the sweet Miller that I know. It's not like I'd instantly believe whatever anyone would say about you. I'd always hear out your end of the matter. Well, that's good. Thank you. As we passed the time chatting, Cashew finally came out. Sorry for the wait. She seemed to be in good spirits. All right, shall we head off then? Cashew. And so the 3 of us headed to our workplace. To the Demon King Castle. While he may be the leader of the 4th-ranked party in the world right now, Phoenix was actually bullied a lot as a child. Looking back, it wasn't because he had a small build, or because he was slow on his feet, or because he was physically weak, or anything like that. It was just that he was weak-willed. He wasn't very independent, he was indecisive, and he would grow extremely insecure when people pointed these things out. The kids loved making fun of Phoenix as his face grew red from humiliation, and the one who helped him was Lam. Lam looked up to heroes. That was probably why he helped Phoenix. He wasn't particularly good at fights or anything, but he was a quick thinker. He had a way with words, sometimes persuading people to back off, sometimes catching people off guard, sometimes setting traps. Through his efforts, he was able to drive back Phoenix's bullies. He'd often get beaten up in the process, but Lam would laugh it off, saying the hero always wins in the end. He wouldn't be able to take on multiple people on his own as a kid, but once he became 10 years old, God would tell him what his most suitable job would be. He was sure that he'd become a hero, so he trained his body in order to prepare for that. No matter how long Phoenix took to speak his words, Lam would patiently wait for him. By telling him it's not that you think slowly, it's just that you think deeply, Lam saved Phoenix. By sticking around him, Phoenix eventually grew to not get too caught up in his thoughts and make his judgments quickly. Lam had a lot of friends, so Phoenix was able to naturally join in on the circle as well. That's why it wasn't strange. No one would possibly dare to abandon him just because of a ritual that told him his suitable job. He was emaciated as he was. Everyone celebrated him becoming a hero. All those that became heroes had to visit the shrines of the spirits that were located in various areas of the world. If there was a spirit that found a liking to him, he'd be able to obtain great power. Phoenix cursed himself at the shrine. God, spirits, jobs, to hell with them. I've caused pain to my friend, the person who deserved to be a hero more than anyone else. Phoenix obtained the fire spirit. The majority of people that become heroes rejoice, and the ones that didn't rejoice start telling themselves that they're some kind of special person. But the fire spirit apparently didn't like people like that. The fire spirit enjoyed seeing someone explode in outrage over God and the spirits for once. That was why the fire spirit entered a contract with Phoenix, something that hadn't happened in about 130 years. Why was I the only one blessed? Phoenix returned to the village in a bad mood. His friend that had saved him numerous times had his dreams crushed, while Phoenix himself became the flame hero. Phoenix began to feel extremely ashamed of himself afterward. Lam recovered and began to focus on training himself as a black sorcerer. Instead of looking frustrated about it, he got excited as if it was him that obtained the holy sword. Heroes were able to grow as strong as hardened war veterans within the span of just a few years. They had that kind of talent. Lam wasn't crushed by that fact. He'd just try his best for dozens of years. And he wouldn't just try, he'd engage in the most efficient way of training he could possibly do. After saying that with a laugh, Lam spoke his usual line, "The hero always wins in the end," and to look at it another way, as long as you win in the end, you're a hero, right? If you slack off enough, I might even surpass you. Phoenix's best friend wasn't the type of person to be tied down by fate. At that moment, Phoenix's future was decided. Lam, make a party with me. He never regretted those words even once. Huh? Just so you know, even though I'm going to win in the end, I'm still a huge small fry right now. Even when I become an adventurer, I'd still likely drag you down. You don't have to show consideration for me just cause I'm your friend. It's not like that. I know you'll become strong. I don't want us to be rivals. I want us to be comrades. I wouldn't recommend it. You won't get any party members with a black sorcerer on your team. He became a hero because he wouldn't be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with his best friend otherwise. I'll be able to reach the top with you, Lam. Let's become the best in the world as the first flame hero in 130 years and the strongest black sorcerer. Lam's eyes grew wide, and he took a good long look at Phoenix. You know, you've kinda changed. And you haven't changed at all, which I'm really happy about. I admire you for that. Stop that, I don't want to hear that cheesy stuff. They then broke into laughter at the same time. Wait, you wanted to become an adventurer? No, I never thought of that until now. Seriously? But I want to become one now. I understand now why you look up to heroes. The admiration he felt towards the title-less hero in front of him would likely never diminish for the rest of his life. I see. Wait, so you're saying you didn't understand it until now? Ahaha. What are you laughing about? Geez, you sure are a weird one. Nothing good will happen from teaming up with a black sorcerer. Lam didn't seem to resent his friends that distanced themselves from him. Well, I realized something. Those guys are the same as me. They were disappointed in me becoming a black sorcerer. They all think it's a completely useless job. They left me because they feel the same way. They look down on black sorcerers just like I do. It's kinda idiotic how people who look up to heroes unconsciously start discriminating. But you're different, aren't you? I'm sure even if I became a black sorcerer, you wouldn't abandon me. I dunno. Well, I know you wouldn't. If he really was someone who would abandon Phoenix over something like that, he would have joined the bullies the moment he met him. But Lim was different. Phoenix was sure of that. Wait 3 years. I'll become a black sorcerer that'll be of use to you by then. Phoenix deeply nodded to Lim's words. The two of them would become adventurers, and then they would rise the ranks alongside their newfound comrades. And then the world will see who the coolest hero in the world is. I sat down on my bed. Lem. Ever since he left, he's been on my mind. What should I have done? I understand his decision. He didn't want to break his promise with his master. But he couldn't convince Alba and the others without doing that. I knew that things were reaching their limit, yet I couldn't do anything about it. It's been almost 10 years since our jobs were revealed. Lots of things have changed since then. There were multiple chains now tying down the dream that they shared as kids. Even if I kicked everyone out of the party except Lem, things wouldn't change. A party has to have 5 members. Regardless of the remaining 3 members I could recruit, the results would be the same. The 3 of them are honestly all amazing adventurers. And Lem wasn't able to talk about how just as amazing he was while he performed an incredible job supporting us. Our new member is the Frost hero Bella. She's only 13. But being a hero, she's already quite powerful. In order to work on strengthening the coordination for our new team, we decided to take a break from clearing the Demon King Castle and instead train on various dungeons nearby. They weren't designed for broadcasts, so there wouldn't be any footage recorded. The results were somewhat questionable. It was to be expected. Alba's bellows-styled magic sword was indeed flashy, but it was hard to use. He had thought he had mastered it to the point where he could just swing it as he liked to mow down his enemies, but the truth was that Lem had used his black magic to guide the enemies to the path of his strikes. By using spells like Confusion and Speed Down, he was able to limit enemy movement and fix enemies to a point where Alba's strikes would land on the mark at just the right moment. At the same time, Lily's accuracy fell, and Lark wasn't able to throw off his enemies as easily as he used to. Bella was also stiff in her movements, possibly because she was still nervous. The 3 of them said that they were just having a bad day, but that wasn't true. It was just that without Lem's support, the enemies they fought felt much stronger due to them essentially fighting at their base combat level. What was frustrating was that they wouldn't believe that it was the case even after telling them. And even if they did accept that, it wouldn't bring Lem back. But they were still all top-notch adventurers. Even now, they're beginning to adjust their combat senses. But they didn't realize that they had to adjust them because of Lem's absence, and even if they successfully adjusted them, it wouldn't nearly make up for the hole Lem left. I thought we were going to become the best together, Lem. I never thought he would have left. Weren't you going to win in the end? It'd be a load off my mind if he at least had joined another party. But no such information had been announced. And it didn't seem that he had returned to our hometown, either. You wouldn't give up. I know that's not what you do. I don't know what he's doing, but he'll eventually become a hero one day. In that case, as long as I became the strongest hero, he'll eventually show up to surpass me. I'll do just that and wait for you. Phoenix left his room and met up with Alba and Lark. They then met up with Lily and Bella near the dungeon. He looked around at his comrades and spoke to them calmly. We'll clear the Demon King Castle and become the #1 ranked party in the world. It's morning. 3 people are walking through town. Kashu was nervous. I haven't come to this neighborhood before. It was the street that leads to the Demon King Castle. When you go somewhere for the first time, you can't help but glance here and there, right? I get it. But Kashu got lost doing that. Miller and I walked a short distance, and by the time I had noticed that she was no longer by my side, she was quite a distance behind, nervously standing still. I was getting impatient. That's right. Sometimes children get distracted by something and break away from their parents' side and stand still to see the scenery. However, the child might run off the right path immediately after being asked nicely by the mother. I have to be careful. Even if I tell her to act her age, Cashew is still only a little girl. After thinking it over, I go to call her to come back. Cashew, I'm sorry. Her face was filled with relief for a brief moment when she found me. Then she was apologizing as she approached me while crying large tears because she thought I was gonna be angry with her. It's alright, it's my fault as well. From now on, this is going to be our way to work, and you're looking at so many things and worrying about how you're going to remember the way to get there, right? You're able to contemplate it. I'm also contemplating it. That's all. I'm not angry, so don't worry about it. I'll do my best. Please don't fire me, she says as she clutches onto me. My pants get soaked with Cashew's tears, but more important than that, I want to stop her tears. Her cloudy expression is making me feel terrible. Being only a child, she somehow thought what happened just now would be treated as a failure, and now she's afraid that she might get fired before she even starts work. I was a little lost at what to do, so I gently reached out my hand towards her head. This is different from patting her head as a customer. I'm her boss now. I kept arguing with myself on whether or not this was the right thing to do. Her mother asked me to take good care of her. I'm basically her guardian. It should be fine, right? But she might think it's too intimate and says she hates it now, or something. Maybe. Gently, between her ears, my hand touches her head. Her ears twitch upright. All the tension leaves her body, but she's still not letting go. I gently caress her fluffy hair. Cashew gently lifted her head. She looks at me with her tear-stained face. It's all right. Everybody makes mistakes. The important thing is to not regret and to not be afraid. Instead, think about how you're going to avoid those mistakes the next time. I pull out a handkerchief and wipe away her tears. I did think a little if it would be better if I just handed her the handkerchief, but she probably would have refused it. Next time? Yeah. I'm not fired. I'd be in trouble if you weren't there, Cashew. You would? Very much so. You're my secretary after all. Secretary. Cashew's eyes glittered and shined as the image of a capable woman dressed in a smart suit popped into her mind. Some children admire adults like that. The way children can switch their emotions so fast really is their strong point, I thought. Lim, what is it? I'm sorry I got lost. And I'm sorry that I lost sight of you. And with that, this little matter is over. I thought about it. About how to avoid making a mistake the next time? Cashew nods her head a few times. Amazing. I wonder if this is the pliability of a child's reasoning. As soon as they understand what was said to them, they put it into practice. No, it's probably because Cashew's a clever and good girl. I wonder if she'll say I'll be careful. Without looking away. An answer like that would deserve a gold star, but for some reason, she's wagging her tail and her face is bright red. I wonder, as I await her answer. She takes my outstretched hand into hers. I see. That would certainly be a solution. It's okay, Cashew. You can tell me. If we hold hands I won't get lost, I think. Cashew's face goes as red as a boiling kettle. I bet that took a lot of courage to say, to an adult no less. Not that I consider myself an adult in any way. I take her hand and grasp her soft fingers. Yes, with this, you definitely won't get lost. Truly an exceptionally effective solution, Cashew. Cashew smiled with her whole face. Her cheeks, slacking loosely. Cute. Incidentally, I entrusted all the fruits that I bought from Blitz's shop with him. Miller told a subordinate of hers to carry them. I should thank that person later. In any case, that's why my hands are free. Why don't we take a stroll together when work is over or during our next break? Can we really? Yeah, I'm not used to this street either. Such dedication. If it pleases you, would you like me to guide you around? No, it's not that I forgot about you. So please don't use that kind yet cold tone in your voice. Miller. I found Cashew. I flashed a refreshing smile to her, but it had an unnatural twitch to it. It didn't work. Yes, I was watching the whole time. I wondered when you would return while I waited. Despite being new, you already managed to hold hands with them. Good for you, Cashew. I'm jealous. Really jealous. She softly narrows her now pale and empty eyes. On one hand, a promise made to have a date while holding hands on the way to work. On the other, inviting you to go to work together only to be left behind like some sick fetish act. Why is life so cruel? I'm on the verge of tears. If I start crying, would you lend me your handkerchief, or would you leave me behind? 2. TL note. Miller actually says comma, which is literally abandonment play, a kind of S&M sexual act. What should I say in this situation? I don't think she's angry, but she isn't being sarcastic either. You could say she's sulking. That's what it feels like. She's jealous of a child? Miller is? No, I don't actually know her well enough to be able to tell that much. It must be nice. Cashew. How is Lamb's right hand? It's warm. And it is this adult man feeling. Cashew answered honestly. I see. How wonderful. Will a gentleman ever lend his nice warm hand to me? Is anyone's hand free? Right now, my heart is so cold, even a left hand will do. Miller starts crying crocodile tears, not without glancing my way a few times. Which is it? Is she half teasing, or does she really want to hold hands like Cashew? No, stop. I shouldn't think of unnecessary thoughts. I'll never be able to find the answer in my head. In either case, I just have to reply. In that case, would you like to hold hands? At least until we reach the workplace. Before I could even finish my sentence, she snatched my left hand. I thought she ripped it off, but she was connected to my arm. Connected? As in, our arms were linked. Not exactly holding hands, more like my arm and her body were entangled. That is to say, my arm is sandwiched between something soft, as the Demon King described, too silky to the touch, with pudding-like elasticity, ample things. I regulate my pounding heart with the sheer force of will. It's true. It truly is warm, she says as she giggles with utter satisfaction. It feels like Cashew tightens her grip on my hand. Is it my imagination? I was expecting to just go to my new place of work today, but now, on my right, a young but sweet dog-eared little girl, and on my left, a voluptuous and beautiful vampire woman. It became quite a sight. It should be fine for Cashew, but is this okay, Miller? Anyway, I shouldn't get distracted. I touch on a subject. Whatever do you mean? Well, is it alright if people in the workplace see you coming in linking arms with a man? I'd feel sorry if rumors start to spread. Let's let them spread instead. The unnecessary bugs will be a bother to you. What? Bugs? That's right. Please let me know about anyone you talked to at work. Of course, it's a professional necessity. Anyone who talks to you possesses at least a small shred of interest in you. Conversely, it means that they have a reason to answer you if you were to call them. Although you are able to register 72 people, it's best to select those who are compatible with you. Oh, that's right. Miller was only thinking on my behalf. If there was a woman among the people I talked to, I don't know what I'd do if they approached me simply because they are a Black Sorcerer fan. I ended up thinking of something rude. I'm sorry, Miller. I understand. I'll record the names of anyone I talk to. Yes, especially the women. I might need to have a good, long chat with them. What? My question was ignored. We have arrived. Have a look, Cashew. From today onwards, this will be your place of work, the Demon King Castle. The Demon King Castle has the shape of a proper castle, but beneath it lies the dungeon. There were underground floors designated for personnel use, free-to-roam areas. The front door area has a receptionist for clear parties, and rooms where the link devices for the magic body avatars are placed. Wow, it's my first time seeing it. You can't go wrong with local attractions, particularly the back entrance here. The conversations between the two girls get lively when it becomes about me. In the end, we just went to work. The recording stone is an item that possesses various functions. It requires magical energy, but it can transport people and objects to other recording stones once they have been registered. It is also used to store dungeon clear data. Adventurers can then choose to continue from their last session after confirmation from the dungeon's side. The rooms that have recording stones are called safe rooms. Monsters will not attack you while you are in it, and you can even use the save points to return to the dungeon entrance. You need an item that proves your identity called a registration card in order to use it. Dungeon staff also makes use of these recording stones a lot. Please use this today. Miller handed me a temporary registration card. They couldn't issue an official one in time. It was a thin board that was as long as my thumb and made of metal. It had a hole with a chain running through it. I think it might take a few days for them to issue Kashu's one, so she has to share mine. I was about to hang it around my neck so that I wouldn't lose it, but then I stopped. Kashu, here's your first assignment. Can I entrust this with you and you make sure not to lose it? After saying that, Kashu stood at attention. Why, yes, I definitely will not lose it, Chief of Staff. Sir, Chief of Staff, huh? Number. It's okay to call me the usual way. No, sir, we're at work, sir. I see. That's right. All right. I understand. It made me feel a little lonely, but it's good to have enthusiasm in your work. I let out a sigh while thinking about how heartwarming Kashu's determination-inspiring demeanor is, as we walked through the interiors of the Demon Castle. In the Demon Castle's basement, generally there exists a great number of rooms other than the facilities we call dungeons. What? Really? Miller had already let go of my arm at this point. At the moment of separation, she said, I don't think my heart could handle any more of this. With cheeks flushed with red. In my head, I wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, you can carry out training. People from the same stratum and workers of the same species can take a break, etc. There's also a large public bath, a home theater center, a blacksmith, etc. We have all one would need in order to care for their mind, body, and equipment. Dungeons are incredible. The only thing the average person knows about dungeons is that they were special rooms made by ancient monsters. All you needed to run a dungeon was permission from the country. To tell the truth, I was just like them. So hearing all this for the first time was quite a surprise. As the passages aren't actually connected, they provide advantages in defending. That's certainly true. In the distant past, dungeon crawlers and the like were only hindrances. They'd prefer them not to enter at all, so it's clever how they made it so that the strata are not connected by default without having to use a special procedure to cut them off. Although I don't think the monsters of old ever dreamed that in the distant future, their dungeons would have a hot spring and a small cinema built into it. No, wait, hot springs might have been possible, right? I wonder. Today we shall be meeting the werewolf group. Incidentally, adventurers are usually referred by their job plus their name, but monsters are referred by their race plus dungeon name instead of their job. However, exceptions like Demon King do exist. Werewolves are half people, half wolf in appearance and can be used for different purposes, right? Why, yes. Among them is the floor boss Mage, who is exceedingly nice, and I concluded that his human side will have little to no resistance towards accepting you. 1. TL note: Mage is a demon described in the Lemmigeton that has griffin wings, a serpent's tail, breathes fire and can change into the form of a man. Since they are followers of the Demon King Lucy, there's no way that they are hopelessly evil, right? Even if that were the case, it's wrong to say that all of them would happily welcome a human black sorcerer with open arms, and a former adventurer, no less. If I were to put in sports terms, it's like if a player was kicked out of the rival team and then one day he was suddenly selected to become the captain, or their race, even. Anyway, I think it'll definitely be difficult for them to accept me. But please, do be careful. They are the nicest of nice people, but they are also irritating. Thank you very much. But it'll be fine. If they are Miller's companions, I have nothing to worry about. Miller really is good to me. I dread to think what would have happened had I never greeted her. With no one who appreciates me, how would I have continued living as the unfortunate black sorcerer? She understands my magic to an almost mortifying degree and personally says she's a fan. However, I've always had this uncomfortable feeling that I just can't wipe away. Of course I'm happy, but the goodwill I've felt from her has always felt, how should I say this, a little excessive. If it was like with Cashew where I was her first customer, and I went to her shop almost every day and became emotionally attached, I would understand. She was happy with me and accepted me. Simple. I know the whole picture. But in Miller's case, it feels like a piece of the puzzle is missing. For example, if I knew how she came to be a fan of mine, my feeling of unease might disappear. In other words, the source of her goodwill towards me. The origin. It would be weird if the reason she was so clingy after meeting me was simply that I'm a black sorcerer. I've seen her attitude towards other people. I know that side of her all too well. It's because of that serious attitude of hers that I cannot take her feelings lightly. Putting that aside, I have complete faith in her. Please be careful when saying such pleasing words like that. It just makes me want to suck your blood. Bloodsucking is the act of absorbing the magical energy contained within the blood. Vampires are commonly said to target young women. The theory behind it is that their young have an abundance of magical power, and women tend to have a high aptitude towards magic. Be that as it may, does she really want to suck some of my magical power? If it's just a little, I don't see the harm. I don't mind, so go ahead if you want to. Miller. Please refrain from saying something like that again. If you did, anyway, please stop. We're working. Miller's face is a little red. She seems like she's suppressing something. Is she being assailed by her blood-sucking impulses? I'll be careful. However, if you were to say that to me again when the following day is a day off, I think I just might suck you. By the way, my day off happens to be 3 days from now. Having your magical power absorbed is followed by an unbelievable feeling of tiredness. Even at the best of times, losing blood as well as a drastic decrease in your magical power is not good for your health. I guess you shouldn't do it when there is work awaiting you the next day. Hold on, could it be an expression that's used by modern-day vampires? In these modern times, demi-humans no longer seek to cause harm to humans like their ancestors. While that may be true, there are laws in place to crack down on other similar types of crimes. Bloodsucking, for instance. Sucking blood without consent from the other party is treated as assault. My day off happens to be 3 days from now. Miller says that once more. With some embarrassment, I finally catch on to what she's trying to say, that it's okay for us to meet up on her day off. In other words, she's trying to tell me that she would say yes if I were to invite her on a date. So that's it. The purpose of her mentions of bloodsucking was just a front, a facade. However, considering I was hopelessly unpopular for the last 10 years, I am extremely inexperienced with this kind of thing. People thought it was bad luck to date a black sorcerer. Even worse were people telling stories like they'll cast confusion and speed down on you so you can't resist you. If a regular black sorcerer could do something like that, they wouldn't be such an unfortunate job to be. With their output, magical power management, and durability issues, it's normally impossible to put the opponent in a state of complete non-resistance. What's more, if they get aroused, their black magic gets so unstable that the average woman can easily resist their effects. The black magic of an aroused black sorcerer is nothing to worry about. It's definitely possible for me, but I would never, ever do something like that. Due to those stereotypes, I have lived a life without ever making a connection with a woman, but I understand that Miller does not possess those prejudices. Come on, you can do this. Be brave. Lem. There are many things that I want to thank you for. If it's alright with you, would you like to go out with me on your day off? I said it. Without Miller's suggestions, I never imagined that I would ask her out like this. And then, she suddenly averted her gaze. Did it fail? I think. As my heart is about to crumble, I notice her ears turning red and the bat wings on her head, which are now exposed after she had removed her hat, are trembling. Then she starts mumbling embarrassingly. Yes, I would very much like that. For an instant, I didn't understand what she just said, But then I did understand, and I was so surprised that my emotions started immediately going wild. No, not surprised. I was too happy. Anyway, this is bad. I want to run around the area screaming Yahoo! And dance wildly. Three things were stopping me from doing exactly that: my force of will that was cultivated by many years of training, not wanting to do something so embarrassing in front of Cashew, and not wanting to miss even a moment of Miller covering her face with both hands out of sheer embarrassment. Cashew's heartbreaking voice brought me back to my senses. Cashew, who was seriously gripping my registration card with her tiny hands, was looking at me with an air of utter loneliness. That's right. Didn't I already make a promise with her not too long ago? Of course I didn't forget about the promise I made to take a stroll with you. Why don't you ask Miller if there are any shops around that have sweets, and we'll go there. Sweets. For a brief moment, she made a happy face, but it soon looked down again. Will it just be the two of us? She says, anxiously. We need Miller to guide us. I don't know the area very well. However, I understand Cashew's childish desires. If I were to go out with Miller, then what about her? If it's all right with you, sure. Just me and you. This time, she returned to her usual self. Yeah, just the two of us. Ah. But Miller might not like that. No, it's quite all right, Cashew. I know that area quite well already. Perhaps because Cashew is just a child. Miller spoke with a gentle voice different from the time she was warning me about affiliating with other women. In a short span of time, I made a promise to go out with, not one, but two women. One of them being Cashew, so it's not really a date but more of a reason to go out. But still, this is something my past self would have thought impossible. Is it really so unlucky to be a black sorcerer in the adventure business? I made that decision myself, but if I think about it, there are worse things. Oh, one more thing. Miller, who had regained her composure, puts her lips close to my ear. I know how kind you are. However, please don't say those words from moments ago to another vampire. If you do, foo-fa-foo anyway. I look forward to working with you. Yes, yes. I nod my head nervously as if there were a knife pressed against my neck. I shivered in fear as if icicles were being thrust into my very core. That feeling stayed with me throughout our journey. Before long, we arrived in a room where a row of recording stones were lined up. Cashew was in high spirits, and I, too, thought it was a magnificent sight. Just how many rooms were there? Dungeons are truly wondrous things. This way, please. Miller stands in front of one of the recording stones. Fitted atop a dark brown pedestal was a fist-sized blue gem. Kindly designate the destination as the second playing field. I shall go first. I'll be waiting for you. Miller holds up the registration card towards the recording stone and her figure disappears. Cashew was surprised. Let's go, Cashew. Cashew holds out the registration card, but after some thought, she shakes her head. Go on, Cashew. Give it a try. Huh? But it's all right. There's nothing to be afraid of. I put my hands under her arms and lifted her closer to the recording stone. Eek. Wah, but you all right? Cashew timidly brings the registration card closer towards the recording stone. She mentioned where to go earlier, right? Where? Oh, where was it, again? 2. TL note. Is just messing with Cashew. It's the second playing field, silly Tilda. Cashew giggled while answering me. Ah, looks like her nervousness has started to go away. In response to Cashew's answer, the scenery changes completely before our eyes. Whoa, wow. Cashew was shocked and started to wriggle, but breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that I was still holding her up. Good, well done, Cashew. After complimenting her, she gets all bashful. I put her down, then she looked up at me, expecting something. She sways her lower body and inches the top of her head closer to me. Oh, I see. Good girl. I stroke her head, and she makes a happy sound. Just having Cashew here is very therapeutic for me. Does prefer to spoil or be spoiled? Oh no. I'm merely checking, says Miller, who was standing just nearby. We were transported beside a vast playing field. There were werewolves, who had already changed into their wolf form, earnestly running around. Among them was a werewolf with a larger physique and was clearly the floor boss Mage. Run with all you have, brothers and sisters. If we can at least move even after getting hit by that fearsome black magic, we will prevail. If we double our speed, we'll be able to run at normal speed when it's halved, right? Gahaha. That is some amazing reasoning. Even more amazing was that every single one of them replied to that ridiculous reasoning with a resounding yeah. Mage. As they get close to us, Miller calls him out. Kashu was intimidated by Mage's size and clung to me. The next sprainingly large body turns to face us. Oh, Miss Miller. Is it that time already? He notices me. Then he opened his wolf mouth wide and laughed joyfully. Well, if it isn't Mr. Black Sorcerer. To think that you truly have joined our Demon King army. It appears that I am being welcomed. As one would expect from Miller, she prioritized this meeting knowing full well that it would turn out like this. I look forward to working together. My name is Lamlemageddon. Using your dungeon name, you'll get used to calling yourself that soon. I look forward to working with you too, Mr. Lemageddon. We exchange greetings. I'm curious about that little girl, but first, I'm glad you came. Man, you geese really got us last time, especially you and that man Flame Hero. He was intense. Those who are directly affected by my black magic will know about their effects. I am grateful that they do not doubt my abilities. That guy is a little too strong, right? I was a little happy when he praised my best friend, but my expression unintentionally loosened. What are you saying? For that hero to be able to play his role like that and reach me while preserving his magical power, that was because of your black magic? Truthfully, I wasn't going to just let him walk up to me like that. That's right. That time when the werewolves were descending upon us from 3 separate lanes in an intersection, I was thinking, how are we gonna get out of this? I actually overdid it a little by casting speed down on all of them, and I ended up making Phoenix use his magical power. Still, I thought the Flame Hero was supposed to be a brilliant warrior. What is he thinking? You are a one-of-a-kind black sorcerer. If I were on the adventurer side, I'd treat you like our most valuable asset. It was actually due to a few private matters within the group. The Flame Hero wasn't the one that drove me out. Is that so? It's still a mystery that no one around you noticed your abilities in the first place so well. People have their reasons. But that aside, I am glad, he shouts while clapping me in the back. I get that he's happy, and I realize that he adjusted the strength of the claps for me, but it still hurts a little. I've never seen anyone who has honed their magic to such an extent. To have achieved it at your age, just how much training did you have to endure? What an admirable and honorable lad. Now, Mr. Black Sorcerer, I would like to discuss something with you. Discuss? Yes, it is regrettable that I was defeated by your party. Whether or not we can do a rematch of the dungeon clearer is a different matter, but if we can't, then there is no other way for me to have a rematch. With the exception of the Big Four, it is decided that a floor boss that has already been defeated once cannot appear again as the floor boss of another stratum. I heard that you're gathering 72 allies. If that's the case, I elect myself. Would you form a contract with me? The werewolf Mage. I look forward to working with you, I answered without falter. Even while feeling regret at his loss at the hands of me and my previous party, he appreciates my true strengths, and on top of that, throws honest praises towards me. He has a truly rare disposition. Plus, he's strong. Fundamentally, heroes should be considered outside the norm. Honestly, a little too outside the norm. Among them are those legendary beings favored by the 4 great spirits: Flame Hero, Storm Hero, Water Hero, and Gaia Hero. At present we have Phoenix as the Flame Hero, and the leader of the #1 ranked party in the world calls himself the Storm Hero. The individual fighting power of these two is the highest. Of course, among humans, perhaps I am a little biased as a disciple, but I can't imagine my master losing to anyone. Even if that weren't true, someone in the Demon King job position should be able to compete with heroes. Anyway, Phoenix is an amazing guy. You could say he is the world's strongest. And that's why Alba could never accept us being only the fourth-ranked party. Yeah, I was just speaking my mind, but you so willingly agreed to it. Are you sure you're not being too reckless adding me into your 72 slots? The ring has a limit of up to 72. In other words, there can only be 72 contracts. It depends on how people look at it. Considering that I already formed a contract with Miller, the limit is actually 71. I've never really thought about this seriously. I hope to gather all kinds of allies. That way, I can inspire hope to the various demi-human races. I know that Mage is a strong individual as seen from our previous battle, and your subordinates were highly skilled, even though I was defeated by the flame hero with one strike. That is because you did exactly what Phoenix wanted you to do. In the end, he wanted a one-on-one face-off between you and him. Your subordinates were hindrances and you alone did not move. In order to reach you, we had to set a trap. Mage's smile disappears. It was not replaced with an angry face. More like a serious face that just figured something out. I knew it, he mutters. I knew it was on purpose. Mr. Black Sorcerer, at the moment that the flame hero and I faced each other, you lifted the black magic that you put on me, didn't you? Yes. Why? I could ask you the same. Why did you wait? On that day, I used up a considerable amount of magical energy because it was very difficult to keep up the effects of my black magic on your group's highly skilled movements and quick wits. Because you chose to ignore Phoenix and look in my direction, Phoenix was able to defeat you. Why indeed, I am not that naive, but let's say that I was. Apart from your other 3 allies, I did not see you as the lowest priority. From the start, you could produce enough magical energy to cast multiple black magics on me and my brothers and sisters, and keep them up for a long time. How could a human possibly do that? That's all living things have an organ that allows them to produce magical energy, and just like the muscles or the lungs, you can strengthen it with a training regiment. The method is simple. Just keep using it continuously. As for the effect and range of the magic, they can be strengthened and magnified through trial and error, in addition to continuously using it. How did I train to the level that I am now? The answer to that is fairly simple. I tempered my magic continuously for 24 hours. I used my magic continuously for 24 hours. My master's training started with building the body. My physical fitness, muscle strength, and spiritual strength were somehow tempered with cruel and unusual training. There was, of course, basic training. I was left alone in a beast-filled mountain and tossed off a cliff after being perplexingly told that I won't die because there is a river below. Furthermore, I was told to climb back up that same cliff without the help of tools. I earnestly challenged my master and was beat up for it. On top of that, I was told not to sleep if I still had magical energy left. He told me to produce as much as possible and to alter my previously created spells. If you do that, your body will decide that there isn't enough magical energy, danger, and somehow produce enough. At those times, your magical energy organ will strengthen little by little. If a small mistake is made during this process, your life would be in danger, but that never happened to me. My master was with me the whole time until I was able to do it safely. My sparring partner for casting black magic was sometimes my master, but most of the time it was me. My master would first show me an example of the spell. I'd cast speed down and become as slow as a turtle. Poison made me writhe on the ground. Vomiting, confusion made me run around the forest in the nude with my thoughts caught between blank spaces and ending up staring stupidly at nothing for tens of minutes. And darkness would give me debilitating fear and blindness along with shivering. Also, attack down would make me so weak that I couldn't even break a twig, and defense down would make getting hit by a small pebble hurt so much I thought I was going to die. My view of black magic was overturned fundamentally, and I came to know something. Magic has no limit. Practitioners are only limited by their imagination and technique. I got excited. Just as I promised Phoenix, in 3 years, I had attained magical energy and technique surpassing that of the average black sorcerer. At the same time, it was possible for me to passively generate magical energy and develop my magic even without my master's supervision. I am always casting debuffs on myself, physical and magic debuffs along with attack and defense down, health and mental debuffs along with speed down, confusion and darkness statuses too. Even when carrying out dungeon clears with avatars, it's no problem. I don't lift the debuffs on my physical body. Even while I'm sleeping, I temper myself with my master's grueling training. If I ever stopped my magic energy generation and magic development, I would be awoken with a smack. Incidentally, Phoenix and I would lie about going to the adventurer training institution to leave the village and ask my master for help. This is how I got this strong despite becoming the inherently unlucky job, Black Sorcerer. Other people would only spend a few hours training during a long day, but I would be training for 24 hours. When people say they've trained for 10 years, they didn't actually spend all their time training. However, for me, even when I was eating, sleeping, bathing or having fun, I was fully using that time to train. When I say I trained for 10 years, I mean it. I have been training non-stop for 10 years. This type of training is only possible because this job isn't a combat class. It's because I became a black sorcerer that I could reach this point in my life. Honestly, I never would have gotten this far if it weren't for my master. And it's for that very reason that I will never betray his trust. It's only natural that you have to work hard to achieve your dreams. Whether or not you are blessed with people who are able to teach you the exact essential hard work required is pure luck. I was blessed with such people. A close friend who suggested that we aim to be number one, and a master who made me his disciple and looked after me until I came of age. And then now, Miller, who put me on the path to becoming the hero of the monster side, Lucy, who hired me, my newfound friend, Blitz, and of course, my lovely secretary whose existence is a constant source of comfort, Cashew. No matter how harsh it got, I somehow managed to be blessed with such people. Is something the matter, Mr. Black Sorcerer? Ah, no, it's a long story. Is that so? Then we shall leave that for another time. However, there was another question that I asked before. Why did I lift the black magic on Mage during his one-on-one fight with Phoenix? Phoenix challenged you to a one-on-one fight, and you obliged. Yes. Then, it simply would have been rude of me to interfere with my black magic. While that was extremely honorable of you, adventurers only strive for victory. If by some small chance your decision led to the defeat of the flame hero, what would you have done? So that's what this is about. That man won't lose to a one-on-one match. So the choices weren't about winning or losing, but simply about whether or not I should respect your response to Phoenix's challenge. For a moment, not only Mage, but Miller and Cashew as well were stunned silent, mouth agape. Shortly after, a laugh that reverberated around the entire playing field is heard. Phew, ha 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 ha. That's great. You were assured in your allies' victory and chose to show consideration towards your enemies' pride, huh? To be able to admit it so easily, I can't even be angry. It was an utter defeat. He laughed for so long, he returned to his human form. Before me now is a tall male with silver hair and red eyes with sharp facial features. His body is smaller than his wolf form but still big. He extended his right hand towards me to shake hands. However, Mr. Black Sorcerer, you plan to repel that flame hero. Yes. Together, we shall attain victory. That's the spirit. We shake hands. Together, we pour magical energy into the ring. I, the werewolf Mage, hereby swear to answer your summons and destroy the enemy. There doesn't seem to be a set phrase in order to make a vow. It's enough to show your will to answer the call and how strongly you say it. I'll reGHT. You and I are brothers now. Gahaha. I get he refers to all his allies as his siblings. It's an unfamiliar feeling. But if you take it as it is, it's not a bad feeling. Now, brother, please tell me, why did you bring along a little girl who is clearly less than 10 years old to the demon castle? Asked Mage while looking at Cashew. Number of contracts, 272. He was leaning over to look at Cashew. On top of his already large build, His sheer height made it impossible for her to even look him in the eyes, but you'd think that the form of him looking down at you would be less intimidating than a little while ago when he was in his wolf form. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Mage. I am in charge of the 4th stratum of this here Demon King Castle. Kashu, who was hiding behind me, suddenly sticks her face out and introduces herself. I'm Kashula, the Chief of Staff's Secretary. Oh, Secretary. Certainly, Lemmigerton is the Chief of Staff after all. It would not be strange for him to have an aide or two. But, Kashu, aren't you a little too young? I am in no way opposed to it. I am a little curious is all. It seemed that Mage was concerned about Kashu. Kashu looks at me, and then at Miller and then back to me. If it's all right with you, you can tell him, Kashu. Kashu nods at my words and begins telling her story, bit by bit. After hearing her story, Mage wept. He tries to enjoy by putting pressure on the inner corners of his eyes, but the tears continue to flow. Lemmigerton, you really are a man. You too, Miss Carmilla. I'm a woman. That's not what I mean. Miller was calm and didn't seem opposed to the compliment. But to let things become like that, what is your father doing? I had heard that only her mother was around, but I hesitated about sticking my nose into her private family matters. Mage had questions about my magical energy, but he showed consideration and refrained from questioning further, so it would seem mean to ask out of interest. Moreover, if it's difficult for her to answer, I shouldn't pursue it further. Kashu looked a little sad but didn't show any hesitation. He said he was going out to buy lottery tickets and that was it. He never came back. If he was telling the truth, then it's possible that something bad happened to him after going out and he couldn't tell his family. I don't want to place doubts on him from the get-go, but if I had to pick a side between an unknown father or Kashu, I'm on Kashu's side. It's bad enough to put her through such sadness, but if I find out that he actually threw his wife and children away and ran, I have to find him. I have to do something so that Kashu won't be exposed. If by any chance he was kidnapped by someone, then I'll rescue him. Either way, I must find him. And it appears that the other two thought the same. However, one of us seemed to be thinking aloud rather than secretly. Is that so? Kashu, did your father leave anything behind in your home? No, I think he took all of his stuff along with him. He definitely wasn't buying lottery tickets. Even the smallest scrap will do. If there's something with that bastard's scent, we can use it to find him and rip him to shreds. Agreed. You too? Ripping him to shreds is definitely out of the question. There's no problem if it was in a dungeon, but you'd be left with a bunch of scattered body parts in the real world. No, not at all, says Miller. I knew she would be the voice of reason. Instead, we should let him live and crucify him in the plaza with a board detailing his sins put in front and prepare a large number of baskets filled with rocks. He should eventually come to regret throwing away his wife and children and in the end, regret ever being born into this world. The only thing that changed was the form of punishment. Even though he is a dishonorable coward of a man, I cannot condone such one-sided torment. We should challenge him fair and square. Forcing him is the right way. For criminals, what is necessary is a punishment that forces them to recognize the error of their ways and repent. He can't do that if he's torn to pieces and killed. Is that so? What say you, Lemmigerton? You're asking me? Somehow, I noticed something. Miller is laughing a little. She wasn't joking and she had judged Kashu's father as an unforgivable bastard that would do something like that. I could sense the Mage's seriousness and as one would expect, he isn't about to change his mind about the form of punishment. Yes, I do think he is unforgivable, but I think ultimately, it's up to Kashu to decide. Mage gave a big nod to my words. Indeed, you are completely right. Well then, Kashu, we are your allies. If you so wish, we will punish the bad man. Kashu was nervous and troubled. It doesn't bother me, it's okay. But why? While clasping her hands and squeezing her little fingers together, her face flushed with red, and with a shrill and nervous voice, she says, "It was sad that Daddy left, but if he hadn't, I wouldn't have worked with Mr. Blitz and I wouldn't have been able to meet them." She makes quick glances up at me, Huh? Her excessive amount of admiration was too much for my heart and my consciousness flew away for a moment. Miller was nodding, almost like she was saying I get it, as March Osius slapped his knee. Of course. Certainly, I feel resentment towards Lemigaton's party that kicked him out, but if I think about how that was the very catalyst that led to us becoming brothers today, I feel no bitterness beyond the pain, sadness, and regret. If you had to choose something among all that suffering, she chose instead what you have gained from it all. You chose to treasure what you gained. Instead of a horrible memory, it became the detour that led you to what you cherish now and cease your eternal torment. You can't change reality, but you can change how you perceive it. I never knew that Cashew saw things that way, but I felt incredibly honored. Thank you, Cashew. Ever since I met you, I've always felt like doing my very best. I instinctively stroke her head, and Cashew meekly moved closer and clung to me. For an instant, I saw Miller puff up her cheek, but she went back to normal as soon as I blinked. I see. If that is your wish, then we don't have to do anything. However, if you are ever in trouble, you can count on us. Well, I suppose Lemigaton would handle most of it. You think too much of me. No. It is just as March Osius says. Lem is a capable black sorcerer after all. I can perform my duties as a black sorcerer and dungeon clears well enough, but removed from that, I can't do much. The person who caught the purse snatcher was Blitz. I wonder where did Miller attain such information? When Miller noticed my gaze, she flashed a sweet smile. Is it possible that we've met somewhere before? Lemigaton. March Osius straightened himself and looked at me. Yes, I will lend you my strength at any time. I don't know which stratum you will belong to or how you will attain subordinates other than contracts, but I hope that you will make use of me and my brothers and sisters too. I haven't been informed of everything yet, and it appears that many things have not been decided. But what I do know is that this dungeon has an issue and I was hired in order to solve it. That's right. So for example, if I wanted to inspect your combat training and the like, would that be possible? Yeah. Of course. I shall send you the schedule later. I shall hand it to the lovely Miss Secretary. Understanding that this is about work, Cashew answers leave it to me. Enthusiastically. So what's next? Would you like to work up a sweat together? Glancing over at the other werewolves who have been running around this whole time, I gently decline the offer. I would like to try and meet as many people as I can today. True. Next time, then, I won't lose in a test of strength. I look forward to it. My master would see this as a form of training. I wonder if it would be a good fight. As we are about to leave the second playing field, March Osius remembered something and told us. Lemigaton. The day after tomorrow, the flame hero is going to clear the 5th stratum. What will you do? Right. That information was already released to the public. That's right, isn't it? They have a new member, so please watch that person closely to learn their movements. When we face them again, Phoenix's party will know how you fight. We need to understand their methods as well to level the playing field. This isn't cheating. Ha ha ha. I understand. While I prefer to have two fellow men meet on the battlefield and fight with whatever strength they have at that very moment, this is a dungeon defense and we are monsters. It's good to have pride, but we have to do our jobs. Thinking about his pride yet able to have flexible thinking. I'm impressed. March Osius. Will you be joining us in battle? The Demon King said that we have no plans of exposing myself to Phoenix's team right now. Is that so? If the Demon King said so, she must have a plan. Even though they are reliable floor bosses, only having two allies makes me uneasy. Even which stratum I will be in charge of hasn't been decided yet, so I can't plan any strategies yet. But I do have a prediction. I will probably be put in charge of the 10th stratum, the stratum that is one floor above the Demon King's 11th stratum, the Demon King army's last bastion. Phoenix and CO will undoubtedly reach it. Hopefully, by then, I have gathered more allies by walking around the monster's side and asking them to help me. Well, until next time. Indeed, come back anytime. Cashew too. I will. Mr. March Osius. Seems like it was hard for her to pronounce his name. Miss Carmela too. Come run with us anytime. I run in the first playing field. Oh, I see. And so, we left the second playing field behind. Phoenix added the Frost Hero to his party and is continuing the Demon King Castle clear. Someday soon will come the day that I will clash with my best friend. Welcome to the Demon King Castle. The Flame Hero Phoenix and party, yes. In a hall just as you enter, at the Demon King Castle reception. Yes. I nod once and hand over my registration card. The receptionist is a female cat demi-human. The upper part of her face was hidden by a mask. The other four do the same and hand over their registration card. She proceeds with verifying our identities. Hero Phoenix, Warrior Alba, Paladin Lark, Hunter Lily, and oh, this one is different from the previous times. Hero Bella. No less than 5 names confirmed. For a moment, I thought I saw the receptionist's mouth curl into an unnatural smile. It must be my imagination. Thank you. After returning all of our registration cards, she asked, "Whatever happened to the black sorcerer Lim?" Probably left to die on a field somewhere. Or maybe he's begging in an alley, or better yet, maybe he's out there committing crimes. A black sorcerer's got to eat, right? The receptionist was asking me, but Alba was the one who answered. "What a boorish man you are, Alba," whispered Lily while staring scornfully at Alba. "Look here, Missy, you don't get to keep treating me like the bad guy here. If you really felt sorry for Lim, then why the hell didn't you stick up for him? When I asked you to hide those damn ears of yours, he had your back, didn't he? I don't owe that bastard anything, so I can say whatever I want. But you're the one who's way more cold-hearted by just letting it all happen. So don't you look down on me." The hunter elf Lily furrowed her beautiful brows. "Certainly, on the occasion where we were discussing whether or not to modify her avatar in order to hide her elf ears, Lim and I both said that it would be best not to hide it. Did you expect me to support him simply out of thanks? If he were a teammate I could rely on, I would certainly do all within my power to aid him." But the main point of our discussion in the tavern, by the way, did you really have to put on such a vulgar show, was about whether or not Lim's abilities were suitable for this party. For argument's sake, even if I owed my life to him, I would not have lied when it relates to my job. TCH, stop acting like such a goody two-shoes. Scoundrel. What was that? Please don't shout. You're hurting my ears. You bitch. I don't think we should fight. We're about to do a dungeon clear together. So the Frost Hero Bella humbly intervenes. A small-framed young lady with hair and eyes the same color as ice. It's rare for a hero to have such low self-esteem and stand with a hunch. It's even rarer for a hero to not form her own party and instead choose to join one. I showed you an embarrassing sight, Bella. I apologize. It is difficult to talk to a monkey such as him. I realized a long time ago that it was impossible to have conversations with him, and yet you're so full of it, you damn elf. Man, how tiresome, getting kinda irritated here. Even the Paladin Lark has joined the conversation. Hey, no one was talking to you, Moody. But since I am now, look alive during dungeon clears. You've been making more and more mistakes because you just stand there. How about you? Your precision with that magic sword you keep boasting about has been shaky. Aren't you losing your edge by spending all your time womanizing? Virgins should shut up. Sorry, but I think I might have more experience than you. Have you looked in a mirror lately? You're dead. If there's a camera in this room, it's probably not for taking souvenir photos to sell later. Once you control your avatars and enter the dungeon, you put on a performance. Be that as it may, to already start fighting during preparation time. Until now, the target of the party's complaints was Lim. Well, I say party, but it's just those three, with Lim as the common problem. Those three were united. Knowing full well of this, Lim said that as long as we functioned well as a party, it's fine. I chuckled. It's thanks to Lim that they can go from first-class adventurers to super first-class adventurers in terms of their performance, and those three are naturally none the wiser. Missing that crucial point, All three of them are noticing each other's weaknesses now that he's gone. That weakness being the lack of Lim's unlimited and invisible support. They're probably asking themselves why their performance seems to have gotten worse lately. They didn't get worse. They simply went back from super first-class adventurers to first-class adventurers. The fact that they can feel the difference is a testament to Lim's abilities, but I bet that possibility has never crossed their minds. I said please stop fighting. Surprisingly, it was Bella who stopped them. The soles of their feet were fixed to the floor. They were frozen. It's just as Bella said. What does it say about you when the most decent person here is the newcomer? I say while hiding my amazement as well as being careful not to get too cold. Realizing that they were being punished for their mistakes, they make uncharacteristically hurt faces. Phoenix, why didn't you stop them? Essentially, you're the leader and you should have taken the initiative and intervened. Is what she is implying with that. She normally seems quite hesitant, but she seems to say what she thinks must be said. I just thought it was a good opportunity to reflect. Reflect? On what? On what we've done. I don't really understand. No, it's fine. I expect great things from you. Without answering her question, I end the conversation. After cancelling the freeze effect on those three, we headed towards the room that allows us to connect our minds to our avatars. Man, this is seriously annoying. What is happening? It's so weird. We just made the party stronger, yet we're not getting enough bang for our buck. You've done a lot for us, Bella. At first, you were confused, but you soon became a splendid hero. You're just happy that we have another girl in the party. Well, she does boost our combat strength and crowd control capabilities. And yet, how should I say this? I feel as good as ever, yet the results say otherwise, or something. At that moment, Alba realizes something and laughs out loud. Aha! Could it be that? An unemployed Lim cursed us with his salty black magic. Ha! That jerk would definitely do something like that. Okay? My patience was at an end. I grip Alba by the collar and hold him up. His body hangs the while his legs squirm and struggle to reach the ground. Everyone was taken aback. Alba, how many times do I have to say it? Alba, do not talk bad about him. Not him or any of our teammates. Why can't you do that? I bet it's to do with your personality. Definitely. Can't. Bray. The reason I haven't punished you at all up till now was that you were Lim's ally and Lim pardoned your behavior. But now I want you to think about it. Lim was kicked out of the party by you. Everyone else was thinking the same thing, so I didn't blame myself. I believed that you were only thinking about the party. Then why, I ask you, do you think I'm angry? Alba's face turns blue. Lily tries to get me to lower my arm, while Lark stands there with a panicked look on his face. Bella is speechless. I know all of you weren't comfortable with Lim in the party. With him gone, you all should feel relieved. So then why couldn't it end there? Is there a reason that you have to look down on an ex-ally who was already kicked out of the party? Let's make one thing clear. It is fine to point out your allies' weak points. You don't have to hold back, but you should not speak ill of them. And Alba, I don't think you and Lim are allies anymore, right? Alba tries to pry my fingers open, but even using both arms can't rival my strength. He isn't an ally anymore, he's just my best friend. Do you think that I, Phoenix, am the kind of person who would ridicule and laugh at my friend? You don't understand that, Alba. You don't understand. Someone who can't respect who or what their allies treasure most is impossible to get along with. That's why, Alba, right here, right now, I want you to promise me something. I want to think of you as an ally. Don't talk bad about Lim or your allies. Can you promise me that? Alba's eyes were beginning to fade, but he barely managed to give a nod. I let go of him. He fell and coughed vehemently. Phoenix, we're the fourth-ranked party in the world and our relationships are already this strained. As I thought, the higher we climb in the ranks, the more difficult it's going to get. What am I doing becoming an adventurer? Bella is somewhat in despair. Lily was rubbing Alba's back. Usually, those two are at each other's throats like dogs and cats, but they had a firm sense of camaraderie. With Lim gone, the party's unity loosened a little, so something else has to be fortified. From the start, I had to lead with a sufficient amount of resolve. Originally, I wasn't the kind of person that could put a team together. I was just a regular bullied kid. That's why, even while feeling sorry for Lim playing the role of the bad guy for me, I didn't change my attitude as a leader. The same goes for you three. I'm not saying that you have to pretend to be best friends with each other. I don't even care if you speak freely with each other and have trivial fights. But I won't forgive anyone who mocks an ally from the depths of their heart. I look around at the four of them. I shall do as you ask. First and foremost, if someone looks down on you, then they are not an ally. Bella quickly answers with no objection. Yeah, sure. It's just as you say, Phoenix. But the you don't understand part's a lie. Me, Alba, and Lily? We don't like each other, but we do like you. We wanted to join your party, be useful to you and become your number one. Lim was clearly a sorcerer that didn't suit this party. From the start, the problem was never about his lack of ability. Lark continues. Alba is an idiot and he went too far. I pity Lim too. But you know, seeing our beloved leader obstinately stick up for his best friend who is lacking in ability gave me a bad feeling. I totally understand the feeling of not wanting to talk bad about friends. But, I guess, if you unconditionally put your old buddy above all else, then what chance do any of us have of getting in your good books even if we tried our hardest? In the end, that was it. My attitude is the problem. If Lim were here, he'd probably say it was his fault. Maybe, the fault lies with both of us. Me and Lim, we both hid Lim's power. There's a reason for it, but the other three don't know about it. But at the same time, Alba saying those words merely out of dissatisfaction does not justify them. From the very beginning, I was watching all of our allies and thought that Lim was a necessity. I was not thinking about winning everyone's sympathy, so let us not talk about the past, but about the future. I hold out my hand to Alba and he takes it, with a strained expression on his face, and stands up. I thought I was gonna die. I should apologize. HMPH, no need. It was my punishment, right? I get it. I really do hate that Lim guy, though. Whoa. Hey. I'm not talking bad about him, we're just not compatible. You can't help that, right? Somehow, Alba was able to laugh somewhat happily. While being strangled and then laughing about it. This party seems to be very dark. You won't get it, newbie. It's because this man has kept himself at a distance from his allies for many years now. Other than his best buddy, Lim. It's like he drew a line between him and us. Is that how he sees it? It's simply because I'm still not good at talking to other people. If it really was to do with my attitude, then maybe the reason he was made to hate Lim rests partly on my shoulders. From when we were kids till now, I still caused nothing but trouble. I was supposed to return the favor by forming a party with him, but now, well, now we've had all our feelings laid bare. Arg damn. That hurts, but it's nothing. It is obviously not. Shut up. Don't worry about me, you hard-ass elf. You're giving me goosebumps. 1. TL note. Alba A actually says kuso magiam, which means overly serious or serious to a fault, but I changed it to hard-ass to give it more of a bite like the original Japanese word does. What an oafish fellow. Or perhaps, are you being uncharacteristically shy? What was that? You geese never learn. Huh? Alba, Lily, and Lark were all back to their normal selves. Only Bella was left going. Was everything settled just like that? In bewilderment, Alba, Lark, Lily, and Bella together, we five will completely clear the Demon King Castle. If we can take down the impregnable Demon King Castle, we will be on the way to becoming the #1 ranked party in the world. Everyone exchanges looks. Everyone's strengths. I have acknowledged them. So, let's not have such trivial thoughts again. Alba snorted, Lark shrugged, Lily nodded and Bella stared in silence. Defeat does not lie before us. Because I remember the words of my best friend. The hero will definitely win in the end. Those words are deeply engraved in my heart. Admiring heroes since childhood, no matter how many times I saw them fight, they always won. That's why I have no doubts. Rather, I will never let it become a lie. A hero is someone that always wins. That's why I must never lose. If you want me to become the greatest hero, then I will make you all the best adventurers in the world. We walk forth. All right, Let's clear this dungeon. Welcome back, Master. For a moment, I suspected that it was an illusion. A clearly odd sight was stretching before our eyes. We connected to our avatars, used the recording stone, and teleported to the safe room that is just after the fourth stratum that we cleared last time. There is little to no information about the Demon King Castle's strata. Humanity has penetrated as deep as the seventh stratum, but the information about the strata that we learned is that the floor bosses change and the strata reset. Now, stratum 1 to 4 has been revealed. People other than us can reach the third stratum. The world learned about the present fourth stratum for the first time after we cleared it. I'm not sure what happened in the past, but nowadays the Demon King's subordinates have become full of young people. Their abilities suited that of a Demon King army, but it didn't feel like that of a battle-hardened warrior. Thus, the fifth stratum. This is another stratum that humanity knows nothing about. The safe room door opens. At the moment that we took a step forward, we somehow found ourselves in a cafe filled with beautiful women. What's more, they were all wearing maid uniforms. Well then, sirs, madams, are you tired? Please let us heal your body and soul. What is this? I wonder if this is gonna be tough. Lim was in the video room. There is a large screen that is split into countless sections, each projecting a different part of the dungeon via cameras. Now, the video feed of the fifth stratum entrance was enlarged on the screen. A cafe filled with girls dressed in maid outfits. Incidentally, I have nothing to do with the defense of the fifth stratum. Now then, show me the strength of the rebirthed Phoenix party. Even while rooting for his colleagues, the Demon King Army's Chief of Staff already seems to have an idea of who will win. The day before yesterday, in other words, the day I started working as the Chief of Staff after deciding to do it. Even after meeting with March Osiers, I proceeded to greet many more monsters. Things didn't proceed as favorably or as smoothly as my time with March Osiers. When asked if they would like to form a contract with me, some asked me to show them my power, while others said they would make a decision after they see my work ethics. Nobody's opinion of me differed. It was merely their way of thinking that did. Incidentally, those who formed a contract with me include the floor boss of the first stratum, the watchdog of Hell Naberius and his follower the invisible slaughterer Glacia Labellers, the floor boss of the second stratum, the spirit commanding General Kimmeries and his adjutant the Black Wound Hunter Lerar. These four have roughly the same motive as March Osiers, that is to say, they wish to have a rematch with Phoenix and Party. A monster's dungeon name is basically prefixed with a title that expresses the race that they belong to. However, on the occasion that a floor boss's strength proves worthy, the dungeon will acknowledge their strength by giving them a unique inscription. For example, if you wanted to express Miller as a monster, you could simply say the vampire or the vampire Carmilla, but in actuality, she can be called the Vampire Queen Carmilla and so on. On the adventurer's side, a strong-sounding enemy name gets them excited because defeating them will give them prestige, so they welcome monsters with titles. They also liven up the commentary in the video feeds. The Vampire Queen Carmilla has been vanquished. The werewolf chief March Osiers was defeated in one fell swoop. Or so they might say. I suppose heroes getting titles like Flame Hero or Frost Hero etc. are similar. Anyway, these titles stimulate their image. On that point, rare races have a hard time giving the impression that they are strong, so their title indicates what kind of enemy they are. Even I am to be given a title. The Demon King is currently in the midst of thinking of one to give me. Now then, the monster that Phoenix and CO are encountering has the title of the Demon of Love. Dungeon name, Citri. Citri is one of the big four that was the only one missing at the time that I was invited to the Demon King's conference room for the first time. She has pupils that look like that of a cat and pink hair. She has a small build as well as a small face and seems to be a girl. In her early teens, she did her hair up in twintails, which gives her a childish look. By no means did Miller let me meet any other female monsters, but when I met with Citri, She did not intervene the conversation. It seems that Saitri did not think too highly of me assuming the role of chief of staff. The position as one of the big four used to be the closest to the Demon King. But now I have taken a position that is even closer than that, and she is bitter about it. In other words, Saitri adores the Demon King. Lucy. Not cute, she said poutingly when she looked at me and went to join her subordinates. Well, it would be odd for her to suddenly have confidence in me. Overall, my reception has been too good. As I expected, I have been put in charge of the 10th stratum. But not as the floor boss. I have been given another job. That is whoops. I better pay attention to the screen. I see a cafe filled with maids. Saitri and her subordinates are aiming to defeat the adventurers with a never-before-seen method in dungeon capturing. From the moment that we entered the room, I had a strange feeling. Moreover, this sweet smell. My thoughts are hazy. The aroma makes it hard to think clearly. Oh my, is that a magic sword? Amazing tilde. I've never seen anything like it. Can I touch it? A single maid approaches Alba. Normally, Alba would never let the enemy get close so easily, but for some reason, his guard is down. Wow. Why, yeah, sure, I don't mind. What is that idiot doing? Oh wait, is it charm? If I look closely, all the maids have upward grown horns on the sides of their heads, bat wings growing near their waist and tails that end in the shape of an arrowhead. If you don't have a strong awareness, you won't notice them. Charm is a spell that succubi and incubi, dream demons essentially, have. Its classification is complicated. It lowers the thinking ability of the afflicted, so it could be considered black magic. But it can also uplift your mood, so it has the qualities of white magic as well. But this spell that lets the target lust after and feel like they are in love has long been debated as to whether it is a buff or a debuff. Due to its dual nature, it has been called grey magic by some. During the times when humans fought demons, it was classified as black magic, but in these modern times, dream demons almost never appear in dungeons in the first place. They can be seen in dungeons that have extreme employment and organization that gather attention, called fantasy dungeons, but you don't find them normally. There are many reasons for that, but in short, they aren't intended for all ages. The world is looking for excitement and thrills. Some people want the heat of battle and some people like terrifying monsters. But fundamentally fights have to be simple and cool. Charm is easy to understand but not cool. Charm does not reach beyond the screen, so the viewers are left behind scratching their heads, and the only thing that charm changes and can be seen on screen is the party's sexual urges, which are unbearable to watch. Above all, it is far removed from what viewers typically expect when they imagine a fight with monsters. The girls don't like hiding their faces, so with their beautiful looks exposed, it's going to look like the heroes are beating up beautiful women regardless of any racial features the girls might have. Due to all the reasons above, there is no demand for them, so even the dungeon side rarely hires dream demons. However, when deployed practically, they can be troublesome. The selling points of warriors are their attack power and mobility, but at the cost of their magic resistance. So it's no wonder that Alba was the first in the party to be affected by charm. This is bad. We don't have a white sorcerer in the party. The wide cafe interior is completely filled with beautiful women, all casting charm. The group of seemingly beautiful women approach while smiling. This was quite a predicament. Bella and I are heroes, so we can resist this, but we aren't immune to everything. If you don't have a strong enough will, you'll forget about the fact that you're capturing a dungeon right now and get sucked in. This applies to heroes, but to other jobs, they can't fight against this. Lark's shield is down and just hanging there. Lily isn't even readying her bow. This fight isn't about combat ability. Furthermore, dream demons are especially effective beings in the modern-day dungeon defense. Both capturing and defending are carried out using avatars. Every single one of us. Avatars are created using magical energy, so dream demons are able to suck the vitality, spirit, and so on of those under their control. They can also suck magical energy. If it was a normal human body, they would just slowly suck the magical energy within the body. But if they were to cast drain on a body that is made entirely of magical energy, like avatars, that body would crumble. Can you use this hay on television? It looks like somehow Lark is still aware that he's in a dungeon. Certainly, the TV station people won't be happy about this. They'll probably complain to the Demon King Castle after all this. However, it was us who decided to attempt to clear a stratum that had no information revealed about it. From the moment we entered, we have to aim for victory and forget about garnering the viewer's favor for the moment. I must say that the Demon King Castle is as impressive as expected, being able to cast Drain from long range. It's not as effective as using it with direct contact, but unfortunately, there are a lot of them. We can't shield anyone from its effects, so I guess taking care of all the enemies as fast as possible is the most optimal course of action. Phoenix, please, allow me. I was just hoping for the perfect opportunity to show what I can do. Bella, a hero like me, stepped forward. I nodded in approval, and in that moment, Kaya! Wow, and a great number of little shrieks. Soon, all of our foes were encased in pillars of ice. Great expansion. All the maids that completely filled the wide cafe interior were frozen one by one. Some were frozen together. The other three are still feeling the lingering effects of charm, so they are just standing there, staring into space. I wonder if they will go back to normal immediately once it wears off. While their bodies aren't completely crumbling, they have probably become brittle. From now on, it would be better for them to not get damaged. Freezing them one by one uses little magical energy. If you do that, the strength of the spell is lowered but can be rapidly expanded, so it can be used for large numbers. Being 13 years old means that it has only been 3 years since she attained her job. Generally, it's possible to graduate from the Adventurer Training Institution in 3 years, so she's basically a fresh graduate. Yet to be able to manipulate magical energy so easily, you can say she's a hero with a bright future ahead of her. I do not know how excellent the previous Black Sorcerer was, but I will easily show how useful I can be, because that is required of me. I do not have the face of a beautiful woman, so I have to compensate it with my abilities. The Black Sorcerer was kicked out of the party, and a hero was recruited. Anyone can understand the reasoning. To increase our battle potential and gain popularity. The unexpected thing is that the decision to kick him out had nothing to do with reasons of incompetence. With a glance, Bella understood what Phoenix wanted to say, and she let out a self-deprecating laugh. And then she opened her mouth. Generally speaking, Black Sorcerers are not well received in the adventurer business. You would think that there would be people who find this treatment unfair and take action in the name of justice, but unfortunately in most cases, they don't think it's unfair. In today's adventurer parties, Black Sorcerers just aren't suitable. Therein, Bella concluded that Lim was not incompetent. Perhaps, this may be because I am not as hot-headed as the others. If you truly favored Lun just because he is your best friend, would you really have decided to relent in the end? You would have naturally kicked Alba out of the party instead. But you are an impartial leader, thus you did not choose your team members based on your likes or dislikes. If you acknowledged someone like Lun, then perhaps he is not as incompetent as society says he is. But continues Bella, if he was a Black Sorcerer worthy of being in a fourth-ranked party, I do not understand his reason for hiding his abilities. Surely he didn't sell his soul to the devil in order to master black sorcery and ancient dark arts. Realizing that she is just spouting nonsense now, Bella let out a small laugh. My face was contorted, not out of amazement, but at the fact that she was half right, but Bella didn't notice it. He didn't sell his soul to the devil. He became his disciple instead and trained under him. It's just a joke. If that were true, he would have been recognized as a threat to their country long before he became an adventurer. You know, like the famous previous generation, he certainly would have aroused suspicion and hidden himself away. Assuming he uses black sorcery, he definitely wouldn't pick a job that has a 100% risk of being discovered, like being an adventurer if possible. Even I wouldn't have picked an occupation that was completely dependent on public favor. It would seem that Bella chose to be an adventurer not out of longing, but out of monetary necessity. Like me, she probably went to a spirit shrine, said something weird that piqued the interest of one of the spirits, and became the Frost Hero. Unless it really is black sorcery, there's no reason to keep it a secret. At least, that's what I, a newcomer who doesn't know anything, think. It is black sorcery, so he does have to keep it a secret. But I can't tell her that. For a moment, Bella looked at me in search of a response, but I remained silent and she soon relented. At any rate, do you think they will broadcast this? Live broadcasts are basically TV companies will buy clips and broadcast a compilation that they think the audience will like. They will most likely cut out dialogue that doesn't pertain to the dungeon clear. There are those who would be interested in a conversation about the exiled black sorcerer, but rather than a detractor, she is thinking about whether or not he had the ability. It isn't an interesting conversation for television. If they don't cut all of it, I want to be recognized as being a member of Phoenix's party as fast as possible. The replacement of one of the members of the Phoenix party became a worldwide topic. Recruitment was halted immediately after finding Bella, who had formed a contract with a spirit and became a special hero, but there were many who did not agree with the decision. Every day, self-aggrandizing adventurers called out to her. I said that we 5 will clear the Demon King castle, right? Even so, I must prove my worth. This is like a merit system. The conversation between the two of them stops because the other 3 have somewhat recovered. Ah, damn it. I feel like I have a hangover. That was deplorable of me. Phoenix. Bella, I deeply apologize. This is a nightmare. Well, let's edit the part where we embarrass ourselves to be nice and short and highlight the part where Bella freezes everyone to the front of the video. Honestly, I don't want to be seen, but dream demons are so rare, it will get attention. But Lark, earlier you were wondering if this could be used on TV. Rare demons, a party fighting against heavy odds. But then a new member with heavy expectations saves the day. Isn't that great? The television will back up our embarrassing moments. The 3 of them used Avatar Repair Medicine, an item that temporarily replenishes lost magical energy, a one-time use consumable item. With this, the replenished magical energy will go away after a fixed amount of time, regardless of damage. So this isn't recovery medicine. In one dungeon clear, each person is allowed to use it one time. However, if you were to clear more than 2 strata in succession, each member is then allowed to use it once per stratum. Apart from that, if you manage to reach the safe room, you can purchase up to 1 per person. However, due to how expensive repair medicine is and its unpopularity with the audience, adventurers aren't fond of them. Considering the current situation, they are a necessity. The impregnable demon castle. This place was set up to be the once demon headquarters, and with that comes all the worst kind of monsters, just raring to go. Certainly, there have been rare monsters since the first stratum. As expected, they don't have every species of monster. Rather, they have most likely prepared the rare ones. There are 5 of us in the party. Since we don't have a white mage, everyone except the heroes get severely drained. Dream demons become a real threat. Normally you'd think that this wouldn't work, but when it comes to something like the Demon King Castle, I guess it does. That is something that we, as the first capturing party, have to find a solution to. People who go after the first party get to polish their plans in order to clear the dungeon efficiently, but Phoenix and party are the first to attempt this and thus do this without practice. If they lose here, it's possible to challenge it again by restarting from the first stratum, but they have no intention of losing. The problem is that this whole stratum is filled to the brim with dream demons. The 3 of us are useless here. I'll fire my arrows. If I could just attack from outside the effective range of charm. If that were the case, then I would have used my magic sword. We can't go forward in this messed up room. It's like this place was designed to break up parties that have overwhelming strength. Hearing the words of his 3 allies, Phoenix makes a decision. Bella and I will go ahead. Then let me be the vanguard. Phoenix, please give me your instructions. Gaining some confidence after handling the Demon King Castle's attacks with her skillful use of magic, Bella's voice has a cold tone. I leave it to you, Then, yes, she advances while avoiding the icicles. Most of the dream demons that were encased in ice were vanquished due to the damage, and the same will happen to those that are still around. Blood does not flow in avatars. It flows with magical energy instead. There is no pain, but you are able to feel shocks and impacts. It's a strange sensation, but you get used to it quickly. Avatars don't need to breathe, but if the necessary functions to live aren't simulated, problems will manifest once you return your consciousness to your body, so it inhales and exhales as you would normally. After finding the door leading to the next room that was hidden by a curtain, Bella became speechless. "What's wrong?" I asked, but I didn't get an answer. But soon I came to understand what Bella wanted to say. "That's no good, Tilda. Ignoring all your opponents who haven't been vanquished yet just because they are frozen in ice." Inside one of the icicles, a pink-haired girl breaks out. She takes this moment of opportunity to strike, and she puts her hand through Bella's chest. Particles of magical energy glimmer and sparkle as they dance through the air. Bella's body begins to crumble after taking lethal damage. "Ah!" Bella looked at me. She tried to say "I'm sorry," but midway through, she completely disappeared. "She's gone." She isn't dead, but she can't be revived for this dungeon clear. With as much power as she could muster in her final moments, she pulled the curtain with all her might, unfastening it. The curtain falls and reveals the door. That door bore the dungeon's coat of arms, which are only on doors that lead to the safe room between strata. In other words, this is a stratum that has a floor boss fight as soon as you enter it. The floor boss was hiding amongst the dream demons. That would most likely be that pink-haired girl. Although Bella was unprepared, inexperienced, and new, to defeat a hero with one strike means she possesses great skill. The girl takes a deep breath. What was left of Bella's magical energy remains were sucked into her mouth and absorbed. Can drain be used on things other than humans? Maybe that's how she broke out of her icicle. One by one, the dream demons that were yet to disappear started to break out of their icicles. There were 7 of them, much less than when we started, but it will be troublesome if they cast charm on my allies again. I was a little surprised, but as expected, the strength of the spell had to be lowered in order to be cast so quickly. To fight a floor boss all of a sudden is a little. Didn't you defeat a floor boss in one strike? If that little ice girl hadn't done anything, you would have used your fire. If you had, your conceited way of doing things would have ended in failure. If I had, you and your friends would have been reduced to ashes. What an uncute boy. Heroes have to be cool. I don't like you. Well, I like you. For the sake of victory, you formulated a plan and took out the most formidable enemy with the least amount of effort. You even reduced the combat power of my other allies. Truly, an excellent monster. Unexpectedly, you guys do things in a ridiculously straightforward manner. Everybody admires a hero like that. I pull out my sacred sword, a regular sword wherein dwells a spirit, from its scabbard. Since this is a floor boss fight, I don't have a reason to worry about my allies anymore. Ah, damn it. Albus swings a plain blade without extending his magic sword. The dream demons were approaching them. Lark repelled them with his shield and Lily attacked with her hatchet instead of her bow. The number of dream demons was drastically reduced so they were able to more or less resist the effects of charm. They know what they have to do. We will not be defeated in battle. Seeing the magical energy emanating from my blade, her face tensed up. Her fighting spirit did not disappear. Splendid. But you are down one party member. Don't think for a second that you're going to reach the Demon King. I am the flame hero Phoenix. I am the one who will defeat you and press on. I am the demon of love Citri, and I really hate you. With my sacred sword engulfed in a large flame in hand, I rushed towards Citri. That day, we cleared the 5th stratum. We decided to attempt to clear the 6th stratum as soon as possible. Each clinging to the Demon King's waist, the demon of love Citri was crying. I'm sorry Tilda, Lou. Citri lost. Lucy gently strokes Citri's head like the cat that she is. There, you managed to fell one of them. A hero at that. You did rather well. The figure of a little girl consoling another little girl was pretty rare, but it was neither strange nor uncomfortable. That Phoenix boy, there's definitely something weird about him. He's a human that's tall, dark and handsome, has the strongest spirit, ranked 4th in the world, and even respects monsters. Isn't that weird? If you told me that God commanded him to create the strongest avatar around, Saitri would believe it. I didn't feel bad at all hearing praises about my best friend. Phoenix wasn't always this strong, but I can't blame you for thinking that if you looked at him now. In the end, he beat Saitri with one strike and cleared the 5th stratum. There wasn't much usable footage, so we'll most likely broadcast it together with the footage we'll get from the 6th stratum. They booked the 6th stratum immediately after clearing the 5th one after all. Here, Lem, say H, goes a sweet voice by my side. Miller had cut up a roast chicken, skewered it with a fork and held it up to my mouth, fork in her right hand, and cupping her left like a plate, slanting her head at a perfect angle, her lips forming to say H. I can feed myself. I suppose you're right. For someone like me to do this causes nothing but trouble. I am sorry, I will not repeat this mistake, so please forgive me. Miller is dejected, and I immediately change my mind. I'll eat it. I'm glad. Miller immediately smiled again. I knew it was a trap, but I still walked right into it. I just have to put up with the embarrassment and nothing will happen. I was so nervous that I couldn't even taste the supposedly delicious meat. By the way, this is the Demon King Army's favorite restaurant. It's a 2-story building with an atrium in the center and a fountain in the middle of the first floor where demi-humans who are partial to water are relaxing. A section of the ceiling is overgrown with ivy, and there is a part of the restaurant where you can see what looks like bare rocks where demi-beasts are kept. Demi-beasts are animals that were once demon beasts. Today is my welcome party, so the Demon King Army booked the entire place. Inside the shop were vampires, werewolves, dream demons, magin, mermaids, dragonkin, birdmen, giants, dark elves, skeletons, and many more races that I didn't even know. I am very happy to be welcomed and am thankful for such an opportunity. It is faster to remember everyone rather than going around and earnestly greeting them. After briefly introducing myself, I head up to the 2nd floor. In the corner was the Demon King Lucy in her big 4, Miller, Agaz, and Saitri. The Black Knight, who I have yet to ask the name of, will arrive shortly. To my right sat Miller and to my left was Cashew. Other than them, various other floor bosses sat nearby and were eating and drinking. Unhand her, you dream demon wannabe. It is time for the Demon King's pudding. Do not be a hindrance. Saitri will feed her. Agaz is too noisy. In what world can a subordinate who failed at her job be allowed to cling to her superior? How inappropriate. In this one, Lu. Does the thought of Saitri and Lu in an inappropriate relationship make your heart race? No. Not really. Aha, I think it might be too early for you. Saitri was still reeling from her defeat, but she somehow managed to smile. You dream demon wannabe. Can you stop with the whole wannabe thing? You're hurting my feelings. Lu told her. Agaz is bullying me, said Saitri in a coaxing voice while coiling around Lucy. Oh there, Agaz, cease your bullying at once. I've said it once before, why not call your allies by their names? That's right. Besides, if you're scolding me, then look over there. There's Mil, the secretary, and that unsuitable kid who was inaugurated too quickly. Scold them. 1. TL note. Saitri refers to Miller as Milwaukee, which is like a really friendly, childish way to call someone, so I have gone with Mil. That's me. She's definitely talking about me. Since the start, Cashew has been happily stuffing her cheeks like a squirrel with food, while seemingly thinking I wish I could let everyone eat this in regards to her family. However, when she realized what Miller was doing, her eyes somewhat flashed with determination, and she took the burger patty that she thinks would be my favorite, cut it up, and offered it to me. Usually, a child would only think about eating all the things they want to eat, but Cashew seems like the kind of child that offers someone's favorite food to them. Perhaps it has something to do with her having younger brothers and sisters. I couldn't coldly refuse such a kind gesture. I thanked her and ate it, but then, Saitri pointed a finger towards us. Would you kindly not talk to us right now? Don't ruin this moment. Mill only acts differently with that boy. We've worked together for much longer, so be kind to me too. I'm being kind. See? I'm being kind by talking to you right now. I think you're breaking the standard of being kind. The fact that I am having a conversation with you during my precious time with Lam is proof that I think of Saitri as important. Really? Hearing the word important made Saitri twitch and shake. Why yes, I love you, so won't you please be a dear and sit there quietly? I guess so. What a good girl. Saitri laughed joyfully. Lu, Saitri's a good girl. That you are. Having witnessed it all, Lucy decided against putting a damper on Saitri's happiness. Come to think of it, Saitri refers to herself by her own dungeon name. How could a monster who causes delusions of love in man be so easily tricked by such false kindness? Shut up, Agaz. What if I make you fall in love with an attractive mature lady? HMPH. Don't be absurd. My desire to protect the purity of children has no relation to my sexual desire. How many times must I say it for you to understand? Be that as it may, please do not arouse feelings for an adult woman within me. The big four more or less get along well together. I spoke to Agaz earlier. Somehow, he had heard about Cashew's case and, without a word, shook my hand, saying to think that I would find a kindred spirit in you, Chief of Staff. Sir, in the midst of that misunderstanding, he formed a contract with me. I tried to set the record straight, but then he said, "'Tis all right, brother, you do not have to hide it," and gave me a smile for the first time. I was at a loss for words. It's a different matter if he asks Cashew to abuse him or step on him, but at least Lucy is with the big four and can handle him. I decided to leave it alone. After that, I had a face-to-face with the man beneath the Black Knight's armor and learned that his name is Furcus. He stared intently at the food that was in front of me, so I offered it to him and he ate it in an instant, after which, he stated 1 assist, 1 meal, and with that condition, he formed a contract with me. After the meal, I had to quickly excuse myself from the party in order to get the now sleepy Cashew home. At first, I thought that it would be frowned upon for me, the guest of honor, to leave so soon, but everyone was very kind and warm and saw me off. There are many who were drinking alcohol and didn't notice me leaving, but nothing beats the feeling of your heart warming up. Hey, Lem. It was Saitri. Her eyes look swollen. Yes. Can you beat him? She's probably talking about Phoenix. With everyone's help, yes. But is it okay? He's your childhood friend, isn't he? You were recently aiming to be number 1 together with him. Can you stand in the way of your best friend? It's only natural to ask a question like that. In regards to what he did in order to win against you, what did he say? Something about liking me. That's the kind of guy he is. It doesn't matter if you're an enemy or an ally. He's the kind of guy that respects people who exhaust all their strength in order to achieve a goal. Doing something like going easy against his best friend or not wanting to fight even though he's an enemy would be considered an insult. Growing interested, Saitri looked up at me. This time, let's negotiate. Lem, if Saitri is satisfied when that time comes, I will give you the honor of forming a contract with me. No wait, I meant to say, let's form a contract. Without waiting for my response, Saitri returned to Lucy's spot. As I turned to head home, my eyes suddenly catch Miller looking at me. She smiles sweetly and her bewitching lips are forming words. See you tomorrow. They seem to say. Tomorrow is Miller's day off. I, too, am taking a day off. That's right, tomorrow is the promised outing with Miller. I nodded and left the restaurant and walk out into the night city. Rem, 2. TL note, not a typo. Cashew is sleepy and says Lem's name with a slur. With a sleepy voice, Cashew speaks into my ear. Yeah? I wanna be a monster when I grow up. Cashew, who is on my back, feels warm. I wonder if children's body temperatures are higher. Oh yeah? I decided just now. I see. Cashew is 8 years old. She'll find out what her job is when she's 10. It's too early to decide on your future. Is something that I have no right to say. As soon as I was old enough to understand what was going on around me, I was obsessed with heroes. Even after I became a black sorcerer, I never gave up on becoming a hero. What sort of advice could a guy like me give? Then I want to ask him to do something. Me? If it's to continue to be my secretary, you're more than welcome. If you have a dream you wish to pursue, of course, I'll support you too. Lamb's ring. If someone makes a contract with you they become your ally, right? That's right. I got it from Lucy. It requires magical energy. But even someone who's far away can come to my rescue. Cashew nuzzles her head against the back of my neck. I'm still a kid. I can't help out. That's not true. You help a lot. Cashew was already well received and loved by the people in the Demon King Castle. While helping me out, everyone is deeply touched by her bravery. The ring holds 72, right? Right. It's a ring that can hold up to 72 people to help me. I want to ask them to do something. Again, Cashew repeats that. Why don't you ask me? A few moments passed before she answered me. When I become an adult I want to be able to help them. I want you to stop at 71. Similar to Miller, who was my first contract, Cashew wants to be my last. She's asking me to leave one frame for her for when she someday grows up and can fight alongside me. It seems that Cashew thinks that that's a very selfish desire, because she is so anxious that I can feel her shivering. Is that bad? So I answer her softly. No, that would be great. Looks like I have one more thing to look forward to in life. Ayum. My last contract will be reserved just for you, Cashew. Are you sure? Without a doubt. She squeezes my neck with a hug. Not enough to hurt, of course. I'll work hard, she mutters softly. Yeah, I'll make contract with them. Yes you will. We continued walking like that towards her house. I dropped her off on the first day of work so I already know the way there. Zzzzzzz. My feet continued onwards as I listened to her snooze. On that day, I woke up earlier than usual. I washed my face more thoroughly and tried my best to fix my bed hair. What few clothes I had were cleaned by the inn staff and were immaculate, but they are definitely a 0 on the fanciness scale. In this era of adventurers, it's fine to just wear a black sorcerer-style black robe because it's understood that we don't go on many outings with the opposite sex. I am the one that decided on this outing, so I can't help but be worried. In the end, I'm just a kid from the country. Whenever I walk in front of a shop that handles fancy clothes, I cower before its aura and find myself dejectedly leaving. Maybe I just think of it as a shop that I must never enter. It's times like these that I need someone to talk to, but I haven't known any of my co-workers in the Demon King Castle for that long yet. I don't think this is a matter I can bring up with Phoenix and company either. But then, I remembered something. Cashew's mother works in a second-hand clothes shop. Second-hand doesn't necessarily mean that they only have old worn-out clothes. There are many that are still in beautiful condition but had to be dropped off or sold due to circumstances. I wondered if she'd be willing to have a consultation. She was, gladly, too. I tried various combinations of clothing and bought the one that was recommended. She informed me of the shops that sell various brand new items, but sadly I don't think I can contribute to their sales right now. So I apologized and bought second-hand clothes. I felt like I haven't done enough to repay her kindness, so asked if there was anything else I could do for her, and as expected of a mother, she said, "I think this will suit my little Cashew perfectly," while holding a set of clothes. I'd rather ask the shops that sell brand new items for new sets of those clothes, but when I think about it, Cashew has 3 siblings, one of them being a little brother. If Cashew was the only one who wore sparkling brand new clothes, she would probably feel uncomfortable around her family. Knowing how kind Cashew is, she would probably feel inferior to her family instead. If that's the case, I thought about the amount difference between the items that I bought that day and the price of the items sold as new. In short, I told her that I would like to buy clothes for Cashew and her siblings with the profits I've earned. The mother was shocked and then told me that it was too much trouble, but after I told her how much her consultation has helped me, she finally nodded in agreement. On the following day, meaning yesterday, Cashew came with her mother to give words of gratitude and a bashful smile. While wearing the clothes that I bought for her, after telling her that it suits her, she smiled even wider. That smile put a pep in my step. For that reason, I wore the clothes produced by Cashew's mother. It wasn't flashy, but neither was it plain nor striking. It had a somewhat refreshing feeling to the outfit. I probably would have never bought something like this by myself. I once again thanked Cashew's mother from the bottom of my heart. Our appointment was at noon. I was nervously killing time, so I decided to head towards the meet-up point. On the side of the fountain in the plaza was a bench. On that bench sat Miller, whose back was as straight as a board. There were about 30 minutes left before the appointed time, but it seems that Miller got there early. Maybe it's because she's meeting with me. She hid her racial features today and wore a trim and tidy outfit. I approached her while thinking about how much she looks like the daughter of a wealthy family. But then, someone else approached her before me. Why Missy? Didn't I see you sittin' here since the mornin'? It was a red-faced middle-aged man. From his clothes, he's most likely an adventurer. I know about promising newcomers and the top 100 parties in the world, but I don't know this guy. A beer bottle in one hand, the man gets involved with Miller. I am waiting for someone. I came here a little too early, pay me no mind. If she was here in the morning, just how many hours has Miller been waiting? Miller wasn't even looking at him, but he seemed offended. What kind of man lets a smokin' hot girlie like you wait so long? If it were me, I'd never do nothing like that. Is that so? However, you are not him. If you have a little alcohol, you'll know which one's the better man. What do you say, Toots? The man extends a hand towards her shoulder, but Miller brushed it off. Please leave me alone. But then, she noticed me. Her body shivered faintly. If Miller used her full strength, the man in front of her wouldn't be a threat. So then why do I still feel uneasy? You bitch. I was just being nice to ya. A nice person wouldn't keep courting a woman who clearly isn't interested. I finally got close to the two of them. I grabbed the man's raised arm and twisted it. What was that you slow? Wow. That hurts. It's gonna break. Even though he's drunk, I apply confusion on him to delay his response, defense down, and lower his pain resistance. The man was on his knees screaming, okay, I get it. It was my bad. So I let him go. His right arm will probably hurt for a short while, but I think it was too light a punishment for raising a hand towards a woman. Hello. You're early. I smile at her. Miller looked at me with eyes wide open and muttered something. I couldn't really make it out, but I heard her say again or something. At that moment, a flash of recollection swept across my brain. I remembered something. Drunk. A man. A beautiful female vampire. And then I remembered the conversation that Blitz and Miller had. I was saved by him. My relation with him started from there. It was during the time I left to go to work at the Demon King's castle. I thought it was just some obscure thing she told him. But that's odd. My relation with Miller started when she called out to me that day. Maybe I really have met her prior to all this. You, asshole, don't screw with me. I am the great heavy warrior metal from the 536th ranked party. The man glared at me while holding his arm. He dropped his beer bottle. First, he raises a hand against a woman, and now he's going on incessantly about his name and job. Maybe he thinks he's intimidating me. So you're within the top 1,000. Taking into consideration that his being drunk basically makes him defenseless, I wondered if I should lower his defense even more. I was genuinely surprised to find out that he was higher ranked than I originally thought, but his face started getting redder. Adding on to his already drunk state, his anger made his face turn a shade of crimson. HNNN. What's with that princely air of yours, you brat? Incidentally, aside from Miller, the man can't recognize me as me. I applied confusion on the part of his brain that handles recognition of other people so that he sees me as a small boy. Also, I've made it so that he doesn't sense that anything is wrong. He doesn't realize that I am the Black Sorcerer. I have applied the same thing to the surrounding people. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being together with Miller, but if there's even the slightest chance that someone will see us and write the Black Sorcerer who was cast out of his party, On a date with a monster? Is he providing information about his best friend, who threw him away, out of resentment? Or some other ridiculous article? I have to take precautions. Even Miller is hiding her racial features in order to ensure nothing drastic happens. Even the slightest possibility of being discovered has to be eliminated. Didn't you admit that you were in the wrong? Shut up. Now he's being unreasonable. Darling, I'm scared, said Miller as she hides behind me. I can feel her slender fingers and soft breasts pressed against my back. Rather than call me by my name, she went with darling. After all, Miller is from an acting school, so she immediately became a clingy lover girl. I told him I was waiting for you, but then he got all excited and tried to touch me. I was so scared. Miller? You're not telling a lie, but because of that, the heavy warrior's eyes are becoming bloodshot. His advances were bluntly rejected, then his arm was twisted until he gives up by that person's lover, and then he threatens said lover after releasing his arm, but instead, you flirt with me in front of him. No matter how you look at it, he was in the wrong, but you gotta know that you're only making him madder. Ha, you think this little pipsqueak can rival me? He just took me by surprise. If you don't get even that, then you're one dumb girl. Sigh. I'm used to being made fun of, so it doesn't bother me. Even if I get angry every time, I can't do anything about it, and all that's hurt are my feelings, so it's no big deal. It's easy to understand that you become more generous and your judgment is impaired when you're drunk. In the first place, fighter-type jobs are bad-tempered people in general. Actually, I think that might be a minimum requirement. Don't speak ill of the lady just because she wasn't swayed by you. You're a shameful excuse of a man. Now veins are starting to pop on the man's face. Looks like colors other than red were added to his face. I'm a kind man, so one strike. I'll take you down in one quick strike, you brat. Apologize to her. Die. His fist drew near. It moved so slow it would make you yawn, or rather, I made it move that slow. On top of that, I completely lowered his attack power. I may be going a little overboard with the theatrics, but I stop his fist with my left index finger. Wah! He expresses his shock in that interval. I thought that I should respond appropriately to your kindness. I suddenly lower my body and drive my right fist into his solar plexus. Gar? Don't forget about defense down. Of course. I adjusted it so that he wouldn't die. As soon as I stepped away from him, he crumpled forward and vomited on the ground. Taking someone down in one quick strike is a sign of kindness, right? He probably isn't listening. He's just vomiting while holding onto his abdomen. It isn't a pleasant sight. I don't think we can expect an apology very soon. Is this situation even salvageable? An adventurer is a job that clears dungeons and gives a moment of excitement to people. They provide amusement. If the audience saw your behavior, do you think they can feel good supporting your party's dungeon clears? There are people in the adventuring world that have bad attitudes, but surprisingly, they are pretty well received. There are many people who want to see a rough and wild dungeon clear. Be that as it may, it should be wrong to act that way in your private life. I memorized his name, rank and appearance, and I'm keeping it in mind to report him to the Adventurer Union later. Of course, as a witness. My Adventurer registration card is still valid, so I won't be ignored. Let's go. Yes, darling. Miller drapes herself on my arm. She seemed to be in high spirits. As we walk a little further away from the plaza, several male comrades of that man rush over asking him what's wrong. Nothing, answers the heavy warrior, possibly out of not wanting to hurt his pride. Did you use confuse on him? She noticed. Huh? But I didn't even use it in such an obvious way. Yeah. Even if he were to talk to me again, he wouldn't realize that I'm me. How splendid. Your face was seen earlier, so we have to be careful. You're worried about me. I know you're strong enough and I shouldn't have to, but no, I'm glad. She rests her head on my shoulder. So very glad, darling. See, could you stop saying that already? Miller looks like she's having fun, but I'm a nervous wreck here. It's so embarrassing. You foo. I suppose so. I, too, prefer calling you by your name, so let's start. After that, Miller looks at me point blank. Thank you for today. To be able to meet you like this on my day off is like a dream come true. Me too, Yum. I owe you a great deal. Yes. Well, you can start by treating me well today. Yes. The plan of today's outing seems to be to visit a few places that she wants to go to. Go easy on me. Absolutely not. Miller laughs happily, pulling me by the hand towards our next destination. I remembered the advice that I received from Kashu's mother. You, Miller? Yes, what is it, Lim? Do you think we should walk separately? Says Miller with sad, wet eyes as she is coiled around my arm. I've gotten pretty used to it is what I want to say, but it's impossible. No, that's fine. Rather, I can feel my ability to resist being sucked away. I don't dislike it. It's just that I found it embarrassing. Is it embarrassing? I don't know. Why, oh, your clothes, they look good on you. On top of fumbling my words, my voice is shrill and nervous. You can definitely see my lack of experience in these parts, I think. Miller blinks. Blink, 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 goes her large eyes. And then, her smile slowly widens. All of a sudden, she separates from me, goes in front, and turns to face me directly while walking backwards. Thank you very much. I dressed up just for you, so your compliment pleases me greatly. Seeing her with her hands clasped behind her back, stooping ever so slightly forward while looking up at me with upturned eyes, made my feet stop in place unintentionally at awe of her beauty. Besides, you look good as well. This is the first time I see you wear something like that. It suits you very well. Thank you. Honestly, I did wonder whether or not I would feel happy if my attire was praised, but now I know the answer. I am definitely pleased. Kashu's mother truly has an eye for this. Yeah, she really, huh? Did I tell you about that? I definitely didn't mention it. I heard it from Kashu. Come to think of it, she was wearing quite a cute dress. You know, I don't really have any confidence in my fashion sense. So then, the splendid-looking Lim I see before me today was for my sake? I wanted to walk side by side with you and not look out of place. Yufufu, I feel incredibly happy right now. She once again returns to my side and naturally takes my hand. Are you hungry? There is a place that I wish to try. I nodded. I felt my heart stop from her honest words from a moment ago, but I somehow managed to answer. Leave it to me. I came with my wallet prepared with extra money. Oh my, do I give off that kind of impression? Number. I just thought that, since I wasn't sure where we'd be eating. Albert often talked about what he did together with beautiful women, and I feel like he touched on meals at some point, but I shouldn't use him as a reference. That man is the type who looks for short-lived pleasures. In response to my pitiful answer, Miller looked embarrassed and shifted her eyes downwards. Actually, I'm new at this too. So as first-timers, let us do our best. Miller holds up a clenched fist. Yes, you're right. I, too, hold up my fist. We checked out many places, but in the end, we ended up at a food cart. This cart seems to scream ramen, but it would appear that its clientele is resplendent with males. Thin noodles mixed in a unique soup broth with various garnishes placed on top. I haven't tried this cart before, but I have had that style of cooking somewhere else. The cart certainly is frequented by a lot of men. Many of them silently drop by, eat in silence, drink every last drop of soup, sigh with satisfaction, and leave. Thank you for the meal, can be heard in a small voice here and there. They are probably the shop's ideal type of customer. I had an interest in trying this place, but I hesitated to try it alone, so I thought that we could try it together. I don't mind, but are you sure about this, Miller? I don't think this is the kind of place that most girls would want to have a date meal in. I humbly request this favor of you. Well, let's go in then. We found 2 open seats as soon as we entered. We quickly sat down and ordered. We had to pay before the meal. Not long after that, 2 bowls were filled with soup and given to us. Of course, complete with noodles and garnish. The smell that rose together with the steam tickled the nostrils. Gulp. You are supposed to use a thin pair of chopsticks to eat it, but it can be difficult if you aren't used to them. There are shops that are prepared with forks for just such an occasion, but this cart is different. Miller was locked in a hard-fought struggle with the chopsticks. Nevertheless, she got the hang of it in a short while. She picks up some noodle strands, gently blows on them, tucks her hair behind her ears with her left hand, and carries the noodles toward her mouth. Betwixt bewitching lips, she slurps and slurps the noodles into her mouth. Delicious, says Miller passionately while blocking her mouth with her left hand. I caught the shopkeeper smiling in the corner of my eye, and then I realized that I have been staring intently at Miller this whole time, and hurriedly returned to my meal. It's very satisfying. After the meal, Miller put 2 hands on her belly and gave a sigh of pure satisfaction. That was delicious. If it weren't for Miller's charming gestures, this would feel like an ordinary meal. This relaxed feeling. After that, I went clothes shopping with Miller, and she showed me various shops on the monster side. Miller became more and more active as time went on, and I think she enjoyed herself from start to finish. Before I realized it, we entered a street with a different kind of atmosphere. There were random couples everywhere, and all them were really close to each other. Pair by pair, they all disappear into buildings. Due to my unfamiliarity with the area, I was slow in realizing it, but isn't this street lined with lover inns? Inns where couples can rent a room temporarily in order to perform adult deeds. Huh? My heart is pounding in my chest. Calm down. That's right. I'll just clear my mind, and nope, not helping. I can't think of anything else, especially with Miller right next to me. Why yes, I'm feeling a little tired. We can't have that, now can we? Do you know anywhere we can take a break? Miller glances at the lover inns. I thought my heart jumped out of my mouth. I put my hand to my mouth. It didn't. Thank goodness. The action of my confirming that made me calm down, and I remembered something. Wasn't I the one who said that I didn't mind getting my blood sucked in the first place? She's hiding her racial features. Blood-sucking without consent is prohibited, and even if you have consent, it's not like you can just do it on the street. The day before last, I saw her being assaulted by her blood-sucking impulses. She must be close to her limit. Ah, that's right. Blood-sucking, right? I gave a nervous laugh out of shame at my misunderstanding. Then Miller had an offended look on her face. Please don't treat me like some kind of suck-seeker vampire. I am not such a shallow woman. 1 TL note. Miller says something purely in katakana that is a slang term explained later. I have decided to go with suck-seeker. What could suck-seeker be? Some kind of vampire slang term? If I think about the context of the prior situation, I suppose it means blood-sucking seekers, vampires who get close to someone for the sole purpose of sucking their blood. Oh, I wasn't thinking that at all. Even during dungeon defenses, she hasn't directly sucked blood from people. She isn't the kind of person who would suck just anyone's blood. Then it's fine. Miller brings her lips close enough to my ear to kiss it. I'll let you decide what to do. I'll also let you decide what you want me to do. This woman is truly devilish. At least that's what I was thinking, but at the moment she pulled away, something dropped. It was not mine. Miller, you dropped something. LLM. Please wait. Don't look. It looks like some kinda notebook. I accidentally saw its contents. Cytries, a maiden's guide to nabbing a virgin course. Is written in big, round cute letters, followed by a few itemized items written down as a list below it. Frequently make contact with his body, moderately behave like a spoiled child, talk about his hobbies and match his tastes in food with a sense of familiarity, wear mature clothes as opposed to flashy clothes, go along with the parts where he has no self-confidence without ever laughing. Insanely obvious things were written in it. It's not what it looks like. Okay, that girl definitely did not shove that notebook into my clothes, and I most certainly did not use it as a reference to trick you. Oh, no. Even without seeing Miller panic, I understand. She didn't have any bad intentions. Rather, It was the opposite. She tried to show me a good time. She liked me. Why would she go this far? Perhaps now, I understand. Miller, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Miller was actually crying this time as I gently grabbed her shoulder. As promised, please suck my blood. You, huh? I mustered up some courage and pulled her by her hand, towards the lover in that she glanced at earlier. I don't really understand how this system works, but as soon as we entered, there was a man with a very bored expression on his face sitting on a chair in a room. Your cleanest room please. Saying that, I place atop the table more money than what was written on the board in front. The man took one look at that and immediately handed over a key. A number was written on it. With Miller along with me, we head up to a room on the second floor. She quietly followed me. We enter the room. Within is simply a bed and a desk. The room was spotless. There is something that I must say. I lower my voice to stay in control. Miller, yes? We have met before, haven't we? Miller's eyes opened wide. Shortly after, she replies, why you remembered? I'm sorry for forgetting. Her eyes start getting teary. It's alright. It's you. After all, you don't memorize each person you save because it is only natural for you to help someone in need. It's what I find so dreamy about you. Similar to how you can't remember the face of someone you pass by on the street. It's only natural that a hero doesn't remember each person he saved. The Black Sorcerer hero wannabe never stopped doing hero-like conduct ever since he was a child, always thinking this is how a hero should act, and has never thought otherwise since. Miller is one of the people that hero Black Sorcerer saved, a beautiful vampire and a drunk man. I remembered. It was 2 years ago, wasn't it? Yes. As usual, when I save someone, I do it in a way that doesn't expose my true abilities. But the time that I saved Miller, I made a rudimentary mistake and she found out. It's from then on that you became a fan of mine. Right? Yes. Is it creepy? Only being saved one time yet becoming a She seemed insecure. Now that I think about it, since the time I met her, she sometimes worried about that. I clearly and firmly shook my head. Not at all. It's how do I put it? It feels like a reward. Huh? I want to be a hero, but no matter how hard I try, that remains a far-off dream. Every day, no matter how much heroism I do, I have countless thoughts about how it's all meaningless because I'm a Black Sorcerer. No matter how many times I think that, I still haven't given up. I look straight into her eyes because now I think it's not impossible. I saved you in the past and 2 years later, you saved me. Good deeds beget good deeds. A reward was given to me in an unexpected form. That's what I think. I am able to work in the Demon King army because I lived by the definition of a hero that you told me. I'm now holding on to the dream of becoming the hero of the monsters. Thank you so much for being my benefactor, Miller. Miller's eyes overflowed with transparent droplets. Miller's face approached mine, then she pushed me down and pinned me on the bed. Wow. How are you so kind? It's no good, because I'm the kind of girl that can get overexcited. Pop go the buttons on my tunic as she strips me down. What speed? Her flushed face, her melting pupils, her hot breath, her sharp fangs. It's fine. Yes, it's alright if I stake them in. My fangs, I can insert them into your body, right? It will be fine. It will probably hurt at first, but soon it will feel good. I'll be gentle, so you have nothing to fear. So just relax. Here I go. Her fangs draw close to the nape of my neck. And then, just like Lim remembered, I had met him 2 years before. The only other person who knows about that is Her Majesty. It wasn't something that I'd want to talk to others about, so I never thought I'd reveal this memory of my foolishness and Lim's kindness to other people. There was another reason why I didn't tell Lim about it. I was scared of the off chance that he'd dislike me after remembering it. Even though it was highly unlikely that that would have ever happened, I didn't want to risk it no matter what. That's why I tried to get him to like me first. If I told him about it after we got to know each other well, then I thought he wouldn't dislike me because of it. It might have been terribly pathetic of me, but no one in the world would want to get disliked by the person they admire. Previously, I had worked as a vampire in a dungeon in another town. My dungeon name was also different. There are all kinds of reasons why a demi-human might become a monster. They might think they're cool, they might look up to monsters, or they might have the desire to be personally involved in crushing a hero. In that sense, they're similar to humans that strive to become an adventurer. The only difference is that humans look up to heroes and the enemy they want to defeat is the Demon King. On the other hand, there are other negative reasons why people might choose to become a monster. For example, their job, their suitable occupation decided by God. There aren't many people like them out there who continue to devote everything they have towards reaching their dream even if their job turned out to be something they didn't want. It would be more accurate to say that people like that hardly exist. But there are many people who don't want to assume the occupation they were given, even if they have the talent for it. This world is too tough to try and work in an occupation that's outside of your assigned job. You might be able to make some small change every day by doing some odd jobs or working behind the scenes, but someone like a blacksmith could never hope to become a chef. It wasn't that it was impossible, just that no one would recognize you for that. Turning dungeons into a form of entertainment was actually a proposal that was brought about because of situations like that. Even after the world entered a state of peace, people were still being born with combat jobs all over the place. No one needed those with combat jobs in a time of peace. Their talent for violence would have been only used for the sake of survival, but it would be unreasonable to just leave them off like that. Those who fight need jobs that involve fighting. The same goes for monsters, as well. After humans and demons stopped fighting and discussed with each other how to maintain peace together, they arrived at the solution of the entertainment format known as dungeon capturing. They'd turn dungeons into a show. Fights would entertain and excite the people. Those that won would receive praise. It was a huge success. To this very day, Dungeon Clear has been one of the most popular forms of entertainment that's familiar to just about anyone. Now then, it's easy to become a monster if you have a combat job, but the same can't be said for those that don't. It's a mystery how God determines one's suitable occupation, but there are even some dream demons that are given the position of prostitute. There's no doubt that one's given job would truly be their suitable occupation, but not every dream demon would want to sell their body for money. There are those that don't care whatsoever, but not everyone is like that. Those kinds of dream demons wouldn't be able to become chefs or florists or anything like that. Even if they made friends with others or fell in love, they'd get misunderstood once their job was revealed. That's why people like that become monsters. They take on a temporary race name that doesn't reveal their job. My job is Blood Manipulator. It's a job that only manifests in vampires with abilities involving freely controlling one's own blood and the blood sucked from others. To be precise, it's the greatest power a vampire could hope to attain. But what was I supposed to do with a job like this? Being a realist, I became a monster. There were other professions I would have desired, but there was no chance I would have ever obtained them. In that case, I decided that I'd do as much as I can with professions that were within my power. I had trained my abilities and I had confidence in myself. After all, it wouldn't take me that long to become a floor boss, and maybe I'd become a dungeon master eventually, too. I thought that I'd be able to do it. But reality wasn't that simple. Someone more incompetent than me got the position. They told me it was because adventurers avoided dungeons with women since viewers don't like seeing women get hurt. Oh, so my gender's the problem. Viewers didn't want to see people fighting to the fullest of their abilities. They just wanted to see an entertaining battle. That was understandable. But I was sad, and I was frustrated. Even so, I continued to work hard. Manipulating blood was flashy. I trained my bats to mix the blood they sucked with my own, and I grew capable of even more sophisticated methods of manipulating blood. Since everything was made up of magic within the dungeons, things that I'd have difficulty doing in real life became easier to do. One day, I was invited to dinner with the floor boss that was my superior. I thought he might have recognized my ability at work and was about to talk about giving me a new position. I was wrong. Under a pretense of sympathy, he said he would improve my treatment at work if I offered my body to him. Under a fit of rage, I splashed water onto his face, which ultimately led to my stationing to be changed the next day to a dead end in the maze of my assigned stratum. I didn't have much chance of changing jobs. Unless you were at least a floor boss, you'd need a letter of recommendation to get transferred anywhere else. As a woman with no achievements who had touched upon the anger of a floor boss, I had no future. I'd continue to get paid the minimum salary needed for survival in this maze's dead end and eventually lose the sole trait I had going for me, my beauty, as I'd enter my old age. As the years passed, I was hopelessly frustrated. That was when I happened across Phoenix's party. Since I was ostracized from my co-workers because of the incident with my superior, I was drinking alone at a bar that wasn't part of a monster catering area. I had no idea why they weren't drinking at an adventurer bar. I'm sure there wasn't any particular reason to it. Anyway, after drinking to the point where my vision got shaky, I got annoyed from looking at a certain boy. Lem, the Black Sorcerer Lem. I knew him. He was someone who got into a party belonging to the top 30 just because he was best friends with the Flame Hero. In the end, that's how the world works. You're well off as long as you're on good terms with those with power. Those that can't kiss up are doomed to sink towards the lowest depths and die without anyone ever looking at them. It just wasn't fair. It's not fair to be at a disadvantage by fighting by yourself. That's how I felt about him before I knew anything about him. On my way out, I spoke to him. Sure must be nice to be childhood friends with a hero, even a black sorcerer like you can reach the top 30 that way. The boy was surprised at me suddenly acting rude towards him, but he didn't get mad. You don't seem to be walking very steadily, are you alright? Do you have an escort? Rather, he was even worried about me. I felt pathetic and simply exited the bar ignoring him. It was true that I had drank too much. I was swaying left and right, my head hurt, and my body felt weak. I've never got this drunk before. Hey, miss, you all right? I heard the frivolous voice of a young man calling out to me. It sounded somewhat familiar, turning out to be a man that was in the bar. He had followed me. Thanks for worrying about me. But I'm fine. You sure don't look fine. You should rest for a bit first. His eyes turned to my face, then to my chest, and back to my face. It was unpleasant. You're being annoying. Come on, don't be like that. The very next moment, someone had grabbed me from behind. He held down my mouth and dragged me to a dimly lit alleyway. All right. Be a good girl and don't you dare bite. I'll smack if you do anything dumb. I didn't have any strength in my body to fight back. Whoa, we really hit the jackpot. The young man that had called out to me spoke. Hey, why am I always on lookout duty? Along with the man that had attacked me from behind, there was one more person. There were 3 of them in total. They were probably after me ever since I was in the bar. You can't move, right? A pretty girl like you shouldn't be going off to the bathroom in a bar while they're alone, you know? So they put something in my drink. This was the worst. I was frustrated, sad, annoyed, and ultimately scared. I'd win if I could fight, but thanks to what they put in my drink, my body couldn't move properly. Knowing that I couldn't fight back, the man who had captured me started groping my body from behind, and then he ripped open the clothes over my chest. Whoa, they're huge. The stench of alcohol accompanied his vulgar voice. I'm definitely gonna have fun with these. The man who thought of women as nothing but objects licked his lips disgustingly. Why was the world like this? In the end, not a single good thing ever happened to me. Nothing good came from trying my hardest. The only things people were interested in me were my traits as a woman. I felt empty. I at least tried to make this as less entertaining as possible for the men by holding my voice down. Even if I cried and begged for mercy, that would only turn them on even more. Hi-ah. The man with the frivolous voice went flying. It was because the man on lookout had jumped forward and slammed his fist into his face. Huh? The man that was grabbing onto me made a surprised voice. He probably had no idea what was going on. It was strange how the rapist and I were sharing the same feelings for a second. Why do you always put me on lookout duty? Wait, hold on. Stop. His punches lacked restraint because he was drunk as he pounded on the frivolous man. Are they having a falling out? The strange occurrences continued. What there? I can't see anything. Hey, you guys. The man who had grabbed me, a clearly confused look on his face. He pushed me away and grabbed at his face. This is disgusting. What the heck is this? He broke out in anguish. Sorry I took so long coming after you. Someone had caught me after I was pushed away. I couldn't tell who he was other than that he was a boy with a small frame. How awful. Here, wear this. It'll be all right now. The small-framed boy took off what he was wearing and put it over me. It was the robe of a black sorcerer. What? Who's there? What the hell did you do to Mige? Sweet my rage. Lookout duty is something that we're supposed to be taking turns doing. Understand Gaha? Stop. Please. I'm sorry. Come on. Seriously Jr. The man who had captured me, the man on lookout, and the frivolous man received a strike to the jaw, a spin kick to the side of the head, and a stomp to the face by the small-framed boy and fell unconscious. It's over. Can you stand? The small-framed boy extended his hand to me. Excuse me? Why did you save me? I said those awful things to you, huh? How do you figure out who I owe the clothes? Even though I was put into confusion, I was still able to tell that he was the Black Sorcerer. I was only able to figure it out because of the association with his clothes, but it felt weird to still only see him as a small-framed boy rather than Lam. Well, I was worried about you since you seemed really drunk, but I didn't plan on coming after you. But when I saw those three men leave the bar, I couldn't help but notice their smiles. I could imagine they were probably unable to hide the vulgar expectations of what they were about to do from showing up on their face. That's not a good enough reason. You think so? I wouldn't be able to leave someone alone like that. He must have undone his magic, as I was able to recognize him as Lam now. He was making a very mysterious face. He was willing to chase after a vampire that acted rudely towards him just because he thought that I might get attacked. On that day, I met a true hero. A normal person would have left such a rude woman alone. Despite the utter lack of respect I was showing him, Lam didn't get upset and made a wry smile. Well, I suppose I would be hurt if someone spoke badly of me because they dislike me. There's no helping that. You can't just not hate someone that you hate. But I know you're different. I'm used to people talking crap to me. You see, I can tell if someone legitimately hates me or if they're just annoyed. He was right on the mark. It wasn't that I disliked Lam. I envied Lam's position and ended up saying awful things to him. I decided to scorn him for such a ridiculous reason. I was the worst. When someone suffers or has something unfavorable happen to them, they end up releasing that stress onto their surroundings, to family, to friends, to lovers, to the people that are important to them. But there are also people that aren't able to do that. It doesn't have to do with being alone or not. Some people just have a strong sense of independence and refuse to show weakness. Those kinds of people eventually have all kinds of dark emotions stuffed into their hearts. But they'll have to release those emotions sooner or later, otherwise, they'll break. If they don't have anyone around them to release them on, then sometimes they'll release them on someone who just happens to be around. His words flew straight into my chest. He described my complicated feelings perfectly. Of course, that's not a good thing to do, but I wouldn't abandon someone that's about to get attacked just because of something like that. I'm in a hero's party, after all. He spoke while putting his hand to his chest and smiling. The proud face he was making left quite the impression on me. I immediately felt incredibly ashamed of myself and spilled out all the feelings that were bubbling up from my chest in words on the spot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I said those awful things to you. You didn't deserve that. Please forgive me. I forgive you. The boy kindly nodded. He forgave me just like that. Why is it that you let people boss you around even though you have such powerful abilities? Don't you think you should let people know about your true strength? It doesn't matter if you're a black sorcerer, or if you're a woman, or if you're young, or whatever dumb reason. They need to see you for who you truly are. I ended up talking about him as if I was talking about myself. But Lam didn't poke into my business. If he did, I'd end up opening up the wounds that I didn't want to talk to others about. That's why he didn't ask anything and simply responded, "Well, I was the one who chose to join this kind of messed up system, after all. It's easy to give up. But you didn't give up, and that's why you're suffering." "Why didn't you give up, then?" "In my case, it's because I had a dream. I was able to keep going because I had a goal in front of me." The voices around me hurt, and to be honest, they frustrated me. But when I think about how my dream will be achieved, it's hardly a big deal at all. Why didn't I give up? Why indeed? I thought I didn't give up because I couldn't change my job, because that was the only choice I had if I wanted to live on. I thought I'd be able to succeed at that too, so I tried the hardest I could. Now that I think about it, it might have been my pride at work. I personally find people who don't give up in the face of a challenge to be cool. But if you feel like you're reaching your limits by doing that, then maybe it'd better if you change the way you do things. The way I do things? He was speaking as clearly as possible for my sake even though I was drunk. For example, you could look for an employer that doesn't care about age or gender. You can escape from the things you don't like. It wouldn't be running away. It would be retreating. I'm sure you'll be able to find the next place to challenge. But I'm not sure if I should be saying that though, since I don't actually know who you are. He must have felt he was trying to cheer me up in an irresponsible way as he made an apologetic face. I had convinced myself somewhere along the way that my roads were closed off to me. But I can retreat. Even if it meant I had to find work at some faraway town, maybe I could find a female dungeon master that would hear me out. Anyway, let's go somewhere else. But we probably shouldn't just leave these guys here. Lim seemed to be uncomfortable knowing that there might be more casualties like myself if those men were to be left alone like this. At the same time, he couldn't leave both the men and myself in the same place, nor could he let my still drunken self head back home alone. I could tell that that's what the kind boy was worried about. The fear and shock I was experiencing from before had settled down and I had regained some of my composure at this point, so I activated my ability. My bats, who had the blood inside their bodies mixed with my own for a while now, responded to my call. Bats? Yes, vampires suck both blood and magical energy. Now then, what exactly is magical energy? It's said to be the base of everything in this world, right? That's why by making things like water or fire via the molding of magical energy, you can either improve or worsen the state of a person. Right. Have you ever heard of this? Those that use too much magic will apparently dry up and turn into something like a mummy. My head still hurts, but I was still able to talk. The fact that there was someone by my side that would never hurt me probably helped me maintain my mental state. Well, yes, there was a time where I feared for my life. When my own arm dried up. Wait, no, I mean, I heard something like that before. Basically, if you end up using your own life energy in place of magical energy, you'll die. Yes, it's the same reason why when a beautiful girl is rescued from a vampire sucking on their blood, they might end up looking like an old lady, because they had their life energy sucked out. Correct. It's something that I should never do, but I'm about to do that right now so that these men will never do evil again. What they did was unforgivable, but it'll be fine. I won't steal their youth, but sins require punishment. I will give them the punishment they deserve. That's what is necessary here. Lim then seemed to realize something. He made an uncomfortable face but eventually turned his head down. I've drunk quite a bit of alcohol myself, so I might forget everything that happened here by tomorrow. He was essentially going to act like this never happened. I directed my bat to the organs that drove the men to commit to such evil criminal behavior. They stole the life energy from them. These men would never again assault women. Afterward, Lim accompanied me back to my house. I still have that robe. I never gave it back to him. I knew Lam didn't really talk about it, but he was an incredible black sorcerer. But he must have had some kind of reason for hiding that fact. I then obtained each and every video of his party. I watched them over and over again and compared them with videos of other parties clearing the same dungeon. I see, the average person wouldn't be able to notice any of it. Rather, it would be a problem if people did in fact see it, so he's using the black magic at a level that wouldn't be obvious. For example, the attacks. Let's say the paladin Lark repels the enemies with his shield and defeats them by slamming them in the wall. If Lum lowered their defense by too much, paladins from other parties might try to defeat enemies in the same way, only to find out that it doesn't work, which would come off as strange. Of course, it's highly unlikely that they'd encounter the exact same situation. The viewers wouldn't have any way of confirming the exact health values the enemy's avatar had, and it was difficult to accurately figure out exactly how much damage the shield bash did, but there was still the off chance that someone would start harboring doubts over what had happened. After all, here I am carefully analyzing the videos. That's why Lum avoided using methods like that. He prioritizes making Lark seem like an excellent paladin. By using status effects like confusion, darkness, or speed down, the enemy attacks would move slightly slower by half a second or so. Most viewers wouldn't notice a difference of half a second, and even if they did, they likely wouldn't see it as a problem. Lark is a skilled adventurer, so he'd be able to take advantage of the half-second delay by sliding the attack off his shield and then throwing them off with it. The enemies that fight Lark probably often have their attack lowered. Unless there was a tremendous difference in speed, the average onlooker would probably never notice. Even if he defended against an attack that would otherwise blow away others, or even countered against such an attack, the viewers would simply think that Lark is just that good of a paladin. Lark always moves according to his own judgment, and it always goes well for him, so it's unlikely that viewers would think that his success was the result of someone else's help, because they don't know how flexible and powerful black magic is. Even I was able to pick up on this only after seeing the power of his magic firsthand. I was one of those people that mistakenly believed he was incompetent. On the other hand, Alba's magic sword's movements are very flashy and look extremely powerful, but other adventurers have had little success with using the exact same sword, meaning that Alba's enemies probably had defense downcast on them. I also felt that the trajectory of his blade was guided towards the enemies as well. That way, Alba could just enjoy himself swinging his magic sword everywhere and having it conveniently slicing apart every enemy within its range, to which the viewers would cheer in excitement. Lily's incredible accuracy was probably also influenced by Lam's support, and then I realized it. Phoenix was probably the only one that knew about Lam's power. It wasn't because Lam was just his best friend. He knew that Lam was an excellent black sorcerer, so that's why he made a party with him. Ashamed at my misunderstanding, I continued to watch their clear videos. I see. The flame hero. He truly had the power needed to become the strongest of all humanity, but I suspected that the reason why his popularity was able to rise so quickly was because of Lam's support. Plus, he was the first person to form a contract with the fire spirit. The previous person to do so no longer existed. There was not a single person who knew of the past fire spirit's contract's strength, and almost all of Phoenix's attacks within the dungeons would take the enemies out in one hit. Of course he'd get popular, any enemy he touched would pretty much disappear. I can understand why he'd have so much respect. But was it really that simple? Maybe it could be that Lam was using his black magic at full power against Phoenix's enemies in order to make his best friend seem like the strongest hero in the world. It's not like anyone else could use the fire spirit to try to recreate the events, so there wasn't any chance of anyone casting suspicion. I was convinced that Lam was actively thinking about what parts of the broadcast would be edited and used for videos as he made his decisions. I came to that conclusion after they entered the Demon King castle and every little second of their activities became completely viewable. Even when casting black magic on large groups of enemies, he'd focus on casting spells like confusion or speed down on enemies that were far away from the party. It was mainly only the area near the party that ultimately got edited into the officially published videos, meaning that anything he did to enemies that didn't reach the party yet essentially existed outside the screen. The number of enemies, when the enemies would reach the party, what attacks would be used, how would the enemies be defeated? He factored in all those elements into his calculations, never revealing that he had any part in it whatsoever no matter what, and also made sure to act in a way so that the viewers wouldn't find anything strange if they compared the visuals with clues from other parties. Due to the necessity of thinking ahead and the constant activation, maintenance, and adjustment of black magic he has to do, his physical movements end up very minimal, and to the viewers, he seemed to just be standing there doing nothing. He went through all that trouble because that's just how bad it'd be for him if people found about his actual power. On top of that, he never had the time to relax as he continued to guide his comrades to victory. I was only able to recognize who he was because I happened to get my clothes ripped and get off at his robe. I would have never associated him with black magic. It didn't matter how much he was ridiculed. He simply helped people, helped his comrades, helped his friends, and built his way to victory. If he's not a hero, then there's not a single person in the world that deserves to be called a hero. So, now knowing that Lem was an incredible black sorcerer, I took his advice and left my piece of crap boss, met Her Majesty, became a member of the Big Four, and met Lem once again. After learning that he had been chased out of his party, I was filled with both resentment and hope. I don't know why you were hiding your power, but I'm sure that us monsters will be able to properly recognize your ability. No. Perhaps I simply just wanted to see you again. Miller's fangs approached me. Miller, you're scaring me a little. Stop teasing me already. Fine then, just the tips. Okay, just let me sink in the tips. Miller seemed to be growing out of this control at this point as she sank her fangs in my neck. Nom. I felt a prick as I felt my skin get penetrated. Her fangs dug into me. It only hurt for a second. She was supposed to be sucking, but it felt like she was injecting something into me, and it wasn't just the tips. They're going completely inside me. There was a toasty feel like I had entered a bath. I was surrounded by warmth, as my fatigue melted away. Gulp gulp gulp. Something was coming out. It must be my blood. But this is bad. This feels too good. It must be a feeling instilled by vampires into their prey in order to make sure they don't fight against the obviously unhealthy activity of having their blood sucked out of their body. My vision started to flicker. Yet my hand naturally reached out to her head and stroked it, even going as far as to further press it into my neck. I was filled with a sense of adoration towards the woman in front of me. I was going crazy. I can't, Lem. If I suck any more, I'm going to. She grabbed my hand and drew her face away from my neck. A string of blood stretched out from between my neck and her fangs. Wow gosh, it tastes too good. No, there's so much magical energy. It's so thick it's hard to think this belongs to a human. It's too amazing. Lem. Miller was desperately trying to retain her composure as her face filled with ecstasy. But I was already at my limit. Miller. This time I was the one to push her down. Kaya. Her beautiful blonde hair sprawled out across the bedsheets. Her large chest bounced and jiggled. Both her eyes and lips appeared wet. Lem, please listen to me. Vampires grant euphoric sensations to their victims as well as enhancing their emotions. The feelings you are holding towards me are a result of the fluid that's secreted from my fangs. It's all an illusion. I don't care. Right now, I'm just focused on this beautiful woman in front of me. If you want to do it, then I won't mind. But this kind of thing is best done after getting to know each other well and growing to truly desire each other. I'd prefer to wait until that happens. Miller gazed at my eyes. But if you can't hold yourself back, then you can devour my body just like how I devoured your blood. After all, I would have lost it if you hadn't protected it back then. Her body was shaking just like how she was when she was attacked by those drunks 2 years ago. A wave of composure washed over me as I returned to my senses. I desperately tried to hold back the impulses that were trying to destroy my sense of reason. I was able to withstand the hellish training Master forced on me. Controlling my lust shouldn't be any problem at all. I don't know how long it took. I eventually got off her body and dropped onto the bed alongside her. Sorry, Miller. No, I should have told you about it beforehand. I'm sorry for acting so selfish. No, I was the one who said you could suck on me. But that would mean I'd be the only one to get anything out of this. Well, I suppose so. We looked at each other on the bed. Should I give you some space? She was close enough that she'd be able to touch me if she stretched out her hand. No, I'd like to stay like this for a little longer, if you wouldn't mind. Miller made a surprised face that naturally turned into a bashful one. Are you sure? Since I attacked you, feel free to enact your punishment on me. Oh, but it'd be bad if I wouldn't be able to use it anymore. You foo-foo. I wouldn't do that. It'd be just as much of a problem for me if that happened. After all, Miller, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I was already trying my hardest to hold myself back. Afterward, we started chatting about what's happened in our lives over the past 2 years. Miller cherished that experience she had 2 years ago, became my fan, and got scouted by the Demon King army. It was about time for the inn to close. By the way, Lem, yeah? People who sleep next to each other like this without engaging in sexual activities are called sleeping friends, apparently. What's that supposed to mean? It's exactly what it sounds like. There isn't any sex involved, but the relationship is still at least above the level of friends. Oh, really? I should be your sleeping friend. Sounds good. I guess we are doing something like that right now. Personally, I'd want to change the sleeping part to girl, but I think it's still a bit too early for me to job change into a lover. Miller spoke while poking at my chest. Feel free to change our relationship once you feel like it's the right time. So it's up to me? Men are supposed to be the ones deciding this sort of thing. After all, I thought you didn't like having things determined by gender. I don't. But you are an exception. You're special. Is that all right with you? That was unfair. I responded with the obvious answer. Of course it is. After clearing the 5th stratum, we moved right onto the 6th one. Dungeons typically have a central theme to them, but in the case of the Demon King Castle, the monsters and dungeon structure wildly changes with each stratum. Usually, dungeons stick just with one concept, like having all the monsters be fire magic users, or having the dungeon be based on a mine. This makes it easy to understand for those watching as well as the ones doing the clearing. They already have an expectation of what's about to happen, as well as the excitement in how it'd be cleared. The Demon King Castle was very different in that regard. In a way, it was too freeform. The first stratum was the domain of the watchdog. For some reason, it was outdoors. Obviously it'd be impossible for the inside of a dungeon to be outdoors, but the ceiling was painted with what looked like dark clouds, and the surroundings were made out to look like a wasteland. And in the middle of the wasteland was the Demon King Castle. Of course, you'd already be inside the Demon King Castle at this point, so this was just for show. It was made this way so the viewers would see it as once they clear this stratum, then a hero party will be able to start challenging the Demon King Castle for real. In this wasteland scattered with tall walls of rock here and there, countless hellhounds prowled the area. The invisible executioner Gladiolabulus, a monster with wings of a bird of prey and a large body of a beast, had the ability to turn both himself and the other hellhounds invisible as they made their attacks on the adventurers. They would only become visible the moment they attacked. The floorbot was the three-headed watchdog of Hell Naberius. The second stratum was the domain of the necromancer. The skeletal knights and living corpses, aka skeletons and zombies, were products of the necromancer's work. It wasn't that those that had died were brought back to life. The necromancer was controlling the avatars of adventurers that had been defeated by the necromancer. By using a special technique to eject the adventurer out of their avatar without harming it, the necromancer then places the empty shell that was left behind under his control. The spirit commanding General Kimmeries was the necromancer, and his aide was the dark elf known as the Black Wound Hunter Lerah. Lerah's arrows had the ability to rot flesh. Lerah would inflict damage to the adventurers with her arrows of corrosion, and Kimmeries would use his spirit techniques to preserve the adventurer's avatar the moment the adventurer gets defeated. The third stratum was the vampire's domain, the fourth stratum was the werewolf's domain, and the fifth stratum was the dream demon's domain. The sixth stratum was the aquatic domain. Since the stratums differed so much from each other, sometimes the party makeup could make capturing quite difficult. Take our encounter with the lust demon Citri in the fifth stratum. For example, since we didn't have a white sorcerer, we were very much at the risk of being completely defeated. We were able to make a comeback since we had 2 heroes, but she was still a very formidable enemy. After clearing the 6th stratum, we headed towards the usual pub. We have 5 members. Bella is the 5th member that replaced Lim after he left. We were successful in our clear, but everyone's face was gloomy. They weren't adjusting to the cheerful atmosphere of the pub. Would you all have a moment to spare? It was Bella. Fitting of the Frost hero, she had hair and eyes with a transparent blue shade. She had a small and slender frame. The 13-year-old girl's weapon of choice was the rapier. I feel that capturing dungeons from here on out will be difficult at this rate, so I have a suggestion. Huh? What is it? Alba's voice was unenergetic. He didn't get to do much this time around, and he was aware of that. The other 2 seemed to be just as dejected. They hadn't touched their alcohol this whole time. Bella turned her eyes towards me. After seeing me nod, she continued. Starting from the 6th stratum, the dungeon's recommended level has increased. Taking that into account, the achievements of the 3 of you do seem to be somewhat lacking. Dungeons all have a recommended level associated with them, with the max being 5 and the least being 1. The level didn't represent the actual strength of the dungeon, but rather a measure of overall party cooperation and clearing experience determined by the Adventure Union. It's called a recommended level, but essentially it means that if your level is too low, then you wouldn't be able to participate in capturing that dungeon. The dungeon would simply reject you. There are only 25 parties out there that have reached level 5. However, it wasn't as if those 25 parties consisted of exactly the top 25 ranked parties in the world. After all, popularity can cause bias in terms of world ranking. We're both the 4th ranked party in the world and a level 5 party. But this also means that level 5 dungeons could only be cleared by level 5 parties. Furthermore, several dungeons feature increasing difficulty as one progresses further into them. One dungeon could have varying recommended levels. For example, the Demon King Castle is at a level 4 from the 1st to 5th stratum, but requires level 5 from the 6th stratum on. Even if a level 4 party cleared the 5th stratum, they wouldn't be able to progress to the 6th stratum. We were able to proceed without any issue, as well as succeeded in doing so, but the increase in difficulty was quite palpable. I'll admit I wasn't of much help in the 5th and 6th stratums. Alba didn't hide the frustration of being told that by the newbie, but he still had no choice but to admit it. The 6th stratum took place on the sea. Basically, on the sea were paths of rocks. Those were the only roads the adventurers had to travel on. And the sea was full of aquatic monsters. One had to keep their guard up no matter what while progressing, as the monsters would take every chance they had to use either water magic or jump out of the sea for a tackle. It was troublesome because the monsters had to be taken out in an instant, otherwise, they could just swim back into the sea's safety. In the end, Bella helped the party to progress by freezing the water around their path. At a certain point during our clear, a merman wielding a weapon appeared on the path, allowing the 3 of them to finally have a chance at battle. But since the accuracy of Alba's magic sword had decreased, he wasn't able to deal as much damage as he wanted. Lark hadn't gotten any slower, but there were more moments where he'd be pushed down by the full brunt of enemy attacks, and he seemed to have difficulty holding off multiple enemies at once. Lily's Godspeed technique was as fast as ever, but her accuracy had considerably dropped. She took longer to take down enemies and grew exhausted more quickly as a result. Even so, our clear was well received. That's just how influential Bella's presence was. The viewers loved seeing the contrast between my flames and her ice. The hero that froze everything in sight and the hero that burned them to a crisp. It was understandable, considering that the black sorcerer had been replaced. But some of the sharper viewers probably noticed something was off, maybe wondering if the other 3 were off their game or something. But it was unlikely that anybody would realize it was because Lam was gone. However, that might change if they continued to be off their game from here on out. Well, I'm sure you just weren't very compatible with those specific situations. but I don't think that's all there is to it. That's where my proposal comes in. For the 7th stratum, why don't we challenge it under the assumption that Lim might have actually been an excellent black sorcerer, huh? Alba cried out. But the other two were just as surprised. When it comes to what gets said, the speaker is just as important as the words being spoken at times. For example, you'd love to hear words of love from someone you're fond of, but you might find those same words to be disgusting if spoken from someone you detest. They were all tired of me covering for Lim. I had continued to advocate for Lim's ability for several years. I avoided talking about his true strength or his master since he didn't want me to, but I ultimately failed in my attempts. His abilities remained unknown as the rest of them grew, increasingly convinced that I was just speaking highly of him because he was my friend. Even on the day Lam left, Alba knew exactly what I was going to say and took advantage of it. Lim also knew that it'd be useless, so that's probably why he stopped me. Since I was the flame hero, I had no persuasive power whatsoever in advocating for my best friend's abilities. They'd just think I'd be defending him because of our friendship. But what if the same words were spoken from Bella, someone who had never interacted with Lim? They couldn't pin her words on friendship or anything like that. So how would it go? What the hell are you saying, Bella? That doesn't make any sense. Alba, do you truly believe that you're simply just off your game? Alba grunted in response. The avatar is a representation of one's body in their most optimal state. That would mean that there is no possibility that you'd be experiencing any problems physically speaking. If there were to be any problems, it'd have to be mentally speaking. Lily spoke in an annoyed tone. And I doubt we'd really be having emotional damage from Lim leaving us. We were the ones who wanted him gone, after all. Lark agreed. It has nothing to do with either their physical condition or their mental state. In that case, what was exactly causing them to be off their game? I'm typically more of a magic user, so I'd be in the middle guard, which is the same position Lim had. But if he really was so useless, shouldn't our firepower be purely increasing if a hero were to take his spot? Everyone did in fact expect that to happen, but it didn't quite work out that way. Bella was stronger than expected, but the other three were having trouble getting the results they wanted. From their point of view, it didn't make any sense. I, of course, knew why, and Bella seemed to have realized why as well. It was impressive of her to have realized that it was because of the lack of black magic, but she was probably more likely to come to that conclusion because of her unique perspective as an adventurer. She didn't seem to be that proud over becoming a hero, and she didn't seem to have much interest in the adventurer business, either. Perhaps that was why she was able to look at this situation without any bias. That can't be right though, Bella. Black magic is complete shit. Maybe it'd be worth something if it at least lowered attack or defense by 10% something. But most guys can't even do half of that. Well, yes, but my theory was that he wasn't just like most guys. Remember? I did find it to be a bit strange. Even Phoenix wouldn't force us to carry someone completely useless just because they're his friend. But I can't really say that his black magic seemed to be especially exceptional. Wait. Hold on. Let's say Lam really was a black sorcerer capable of improving our performance in battle. In that case, why didn't he ever say anything about that? You might not know this, Bella, but Lam would always avoid our questions, and he never talked back against Alba's insults. Wouldn't that be the same thing as him admitting his lack of ability? Or it could mean that he had some reason for not wanting to reveal his true ability. Huh? What the hell kind of reasoning is that? Alba, your precision with your magic sword hasn't changed at all, yet your accuracy has been dropping. Yes, could it be that Lam was making it so that it was easier to land your attacks? Hell no. There's no way that. Lark, haven't you been feeling more susceptible to enemy attacks lately, as well as your attack power being lowered? To be honest, yeah. I thought it was just because we were assaulting the Demon King Castle, the hardest dungeon out there, but I still felt off even in the dungeons we were raiding as test runs. When Bella joined the team, we decided to take a short break from the Demon King Castle and went into some other dungeons. They were private runs so the public didn't know, but that was when they found that they weren't doing as well as usual. As for you, Lily. I know. My arrows haven't been making their marks as often. On top of that, from what I've seen from videos, your arrows used to brilliantly land into the enemy's vitals. But it seems like it takes all you have to just land a hit now. It seemed that Bella looked over old videos in order to confirm her suspicions. Then what are you trying to say? That I'm completely useless without that bastard around? I don't know what led you to assume that all of you here are first-rate adventurers. I'm just saying that Lam further boosted your abilities. So you're saying we should operate under the assumption that his excellent black magic isn't around to help us anymore? Lily picked up on what Bella was trying to say. Yes, it seems that the three of you are struggling with figuring out what's affecting your performance. You excused your failures in battle under the pretense that you simply weren't feeling well. That kind of thinking might work in most dungeons, but not the Demon King Castle, and you did in fact get defeated in the 6th stratum. Bella seemed to hesitate when saying that last bit. Possibly because she herself got defeated in the 5th stratum as well. Just as she said, Lark had gotten devoured by the sea creature Fornuis before we reached the floor boss. Fornuis was a shark-like monster the size of a building. It knew human speech and gave out his name before attacking us. After Lark got defeated, Alba wrapped his magic sword around him, to which Bella and I helped to pull him out of the water. Bella then defeated him by skewering him with an ice stake she had prepared. Furthermore, the floor boss known as the ruler of the waters of Apple was extremely difficult to locate and approach. The road was already extremely thin for adventurers to cross, yet she made us have to deal with the storms she summoned. A mysterious fleet appeared at some point as well, making us have to deal with merman attacks and bombardment. Lily was defeated at that point, and there were only 3 of us left by the time we located Vipul. In the floor boss battle, Bella was forced to use all her remaining magical energy to freeze the water's surface, slowing down the movements of Vipul's subordinates as well as preventing her from escaping back under the water. I then instantly closed the gap between us and finished her off. I understand how this would be hard to accept, though. You'd be forced to accept all these ridiculous things, as well as admitting that the person who you were convinced was useless was actually the one supporting you all along. It makes sense. That's why I'm just speaking hypothetically. Bella did mention that at first. She suggested we challenge the 7th stratum under that kind of assumption. So basically, without Lam's black magic, we're essentially at our base power right now. That's how you want us to think? Yes. So you're saying we should change how we're evaluating ourselves. We won't be able to use our abilities to the fullest extent if we believe ourselves to be stronger than what we really are. Correct. If this actually works, we're going to end up looking like a bunch of fools. It depends on how you look at it. From what I can see, the 3 of you, especially Alba, never really cared about Lam's ability. Yes, even if he was capable of lowering enemy stats by 10, 20, even 30%, you still would have wanted him out of the party, right? Just the fact that we'd be carrying around a black sorcerer was bad enough. Alba affirmed Bella's assumption. You're talking popularity-wise. Yes, I admit that even if he were to be an excellent black sorcerer, which I do believe he was, his job alone meant that he wouldn't be able to contribute to the party's popularity. It would have been a different story if he revealed his true ability and used it as a selling point, but the fact was that he didn't. He was someone who stuck to doing his job no matter what the public thought or said about him. After all, since Bella didn't look up to adventurers or heroes, she was probably able to come to that fair evaluation. That doesn't make sense. Well, I get what you're saying, Bella. I understand it. But if that was the case, why exactly did Lam want to be an adventurer? He could have all the power in the world, but it means nothing if he doesn't show it. I don't understand what he was thinking, either. If someone had power that they didn't want to reveal, then they could just choose not to be an adventurer. But considering that he withstood being looked down on every day, it's clear that he at least had some goal in mind. I'll be able to reach the top with you, Lem. Let's become the best in the world as the first flame hero in 130 years and the strongest black sorcerer. He had accepted my proposal. He didn't give up on his dream. Even without me, He'd aimed to become the #1 hero. Phoenix, you are childhood friends with Lim, right? Did you know? Lily asked. I've already vouched for his ability multiple times to you all. My words did not contain any lies. If that's true, then why did Lim hide his power? He stayed quiet until the very end, even when he was about to get kicked out of the party. I can't speak of what he chose not to speak of, Lark. Originally speaking, I wasn't supposed to know, either. If it weren't for his master begrudgingly giving me permission, I wouldn't have ever known. Sometimes I think about whether or not I would have noticed his ability if it weren't for that. Well, none of that matters for this assumption we're going for right now, so let's not worry about it. Anyway, for the next dungeon run we do, make sure to drill that thought into your head. If you stop trying to do things that are in fact above your ability, you'll likely be able to perform at your normal level. You're sure talking down on us, huh? It's a good thing for a hero to have confidence in oneself. Let's do our best as to not become the ones dragging the newbie down. You sure are soft on Bella, Lily, but, as long as we don't have any alternatives, I don't mind going with that. Since the three of them were struggling with doubt over their own abilities, and also possibly because it was Bella and not me that proposed it, they all agreed to go with her plan. And so, we headed off to the 7th stratum. Supplementary material. As a penalty for getting defeated in a dungeon, that adventurer will not be able to return to that dungeon for the rest of the day. For example, if an adventurer were to get defeated in the 5th stratum, then they wouldn't be able to participate in the 5th stratum for the rest of the day. Even if the party moved on to the 6th stratum, participation would still not be allowed, but they would be allowed to rejoin once the day passes. If the entire party gets wiped out, then they'll have to restart at the 1st stratum regardless of which stratum they reached. Registration cards are specially made recording stones. It contains adventurer-specific information if you're an adventurer, and monster-specific information if you're a monster. That includes avatar information as well. However, avatars have a lot of information associated with them, and since a vast amount of magical energy would need to be supplied in order to manifest one as well, there needs to be a recording stone exclusively meant for storing avatar-related information. That's why it's normal for registration cards to be in sets of 2, one for personal information, and the other for avatar information and magical energy. The devices that connect the avatar to one's mind resemble cocoons. There are 2 large white round cocoons that are connected to each other via multiple pipes. One cocoon is meant for oneself to enter, so it needs the registration card with the personal information stored in it. The other cocoon is to remain empty, so the registration card with the avatar information stored in it goes there. Then you just step inside the cocoon and lay down on the bed provided. You'll then wake up instantly. You then exit from the cocoon that was empty just earlier. That's right. That's all it takes. The avatar is constantly synced with the registration card, so everything experienced as the avatar will get sent back to the main body upon getting defeated. The same happens when exiting the dungeon via a safe room. I went to the staff-exclusive link room, a room meant for transferring one's consciousness to an avatar, and used the cocoon for the first time as a monster. My outfit was still essentially a black robe, but it was more exaggerated compared to before. The hood covered a lot of my face, up to around my nose. Avatars already included equipment, so all I needed was a mask to cover my face. The biggest change was probably the horn. A black horn, just like the Demon King and Master. The only difference was that I didn't have 2 of them coming out from the sides of my head, but rather, does that work for you, Lemmigaton? I did as per your request. It was Her Majesty. Her hair that was the length of her body was neatly tied up today. Thanks to her hairstyle, her hair wouldn't be getting in the way. The Crimson Demon King looked at me, Lemmigaton, with a curious look. Yes, this will be perfect for becoming a monster. Thank you for doing such a good job on it. The Demon King Castle completely covered the cost for my first avatar manifestation. Apparently they'd be covering half of the cost for every instance afterward. The creation and maintenance of avatars cost money, but monsters are typically meant to get defeated. Since monsters on the first stratum and such are bound to get wiped out regularly, that means that they'd easily run out of money trying to keep up with the funds necessary for recreating their avatar each and every time it happens. That's why the dungeon itself often partially covers that fee. Also, since avatars are essentially a clone of yourself, the cost for creating them depends on your amount of magical energy, physical size, structure, and other special abilities. To put it simply, the cost for creating most avatars will vary widely from those of heroes or the Demon King, for example. In other words, a monster defeated in the lower stratums won't have to pay nearly as much as a hero would have if they got defeated. My avatar is a bit of a weird place because of my unique circumstances, so I actually have to spend as much money as Phoenix. During my adventurer days, I mainly avoided taking damage as much as possible. I usually used my black magic to ensure that the 3 vanguards would defeat the enemies before they reached the rear guard consisting of Lily and me. You sure are a strange one. The only magians with 1 horn are. Yes, I know. I nodded, interrupting Her Majesty's words. That's right. I only had 1 horn growing out the left side of my head. There wasn't any horn on the right side. I see. Did grandfather say anything to you? I believe you also made a request regarding your dungeon name, as well. I know that you're the one that's supposed to decide that kind of thing, though. Her Majesty laughed while shaking her hand. No, it's fine. Grandfather's just as much of a Demon King as I am, after all. I'll let you fill in the blanks to your setting. But remember, don't name yourself yet. You are to be no more than a mysterious robed man today. Yes, I know. Until Phoenix's party reaches the 10th stratum, my job is to repel any other parties. Phoenix's party was the 4th most popular in the world, after all. May have seen the broadcasts of their dungeon clears of the Demon King Castle, and may have been inspired by them. Naturally, some adventurers have started thinking we could probably do that too, huh? If Phoenix's party was able to clear it, then others should be able to follow their example at least to some extent. If they could clear the first stratum of the Demon King Castle, then they could too. It was basically the new trending thing. The first stratum already has a recommended level of 4, so only certain parties could enter it, but even then, reservations were packed. Starting from today, it was my job to deal with those parties to a certain extent. They wouldn't be making me take care of every party. I was probably expected to work on preparing the 10th stratum as well. After all, the first stratum was the domain of the watchdog. Our guests today are from the 249th ranked party in the world. They were the real deal. Of course, they didn't have a black sorcerer, but they did have 2 warriors. They were the pure rushdown type. They probably felt they were similar to Phoenix's party's style, which meant they were probably thinking of taking on the dungeon in the same style as well. The impregnable Demon King Castle has a reputation to maintain, one that Lucy had worked hard to build up, and I couldn't afford to let it get tarnished. Now that you've hired me, I'll have to make sure I produce some results. I'll be counting on you. This will be completely different from your adventurer days. While I wouldn't exactly be going all out right out the gate, I'd at least now be able to use my magic as I liked. Everyone else was already waiting at the wastelands. I headed towards the recording stone installed in the room. Adventurers create their avatars using their personal information stored in their registration cards, but monsters instead had that feature installed into their bodies. That's why I was able to transfer just from touching the recording stone. It felt a bit strange, but I was sure I'd get used to it eventually. See Chief of Staff. I turned around to the sudden voice to find Kashu. Kashu was peeking out from the entrance to the room. A smile naturally crept onto my face. You can do it. Thanks. Oh, by the way, you'll have to remember to talk like Clemageddon. I nodded to Her Majesty's words. Oh, right. My speech doesn't have much impact right now, huh? You don't have to be as extreme as Carmela, but you wouldn't want to get mistaken as the Black Sorcerelum, right? Right. I'll keep that in mind. I waved to Kashu and once again headed to the recording stone. I teleported to a narrow, dark space. I immediately began touching the wall nearby and pressed a specific portion of it. Light shone out. Upon stepping foot past the shifted wall, I came across the wastelands. The recording stone was hidden inside a giant boulder. Once I exited, the hole behind me immediately closed up. One of the hellhounds was waiting for me. I pat its head. Hey, there. Wait, I'm looking forward to working with you. I tried making my voice a little deeper. I think I still need more time to develop this Lemmigeton character. I once again pet the hellhound as its tail wagged and brought my voice back to normal. You'll be the ones to hold off the hero party. I'll simply be helping you guys out. But don't worry, we'll win as long as we work together. The 249th ranked party consisted of a hero, 2 warriors, a paladin, and a hunter. Their warriors consist of a young man and a young girl warrior. Internally, I have labeled the male as A and the female as B. It seems that this hero has formed a contract with the lesser spirit of the wind spirit. Once, the Great Four spirits supported the humans during their conflict with the Demon King army, each forming a contract with the Flame Hero, Storm Hero, Frost Hero, and Gaia Hero respectively. However, even though they were unparalleled warriors, one cannot win a war with only 4 people. The Great Spirits cut up and split their own existence into small pieces, and those pieces can become spirits. These small spirit fragments are called lesser spirits. Its rank is lower, but it can bestow upon the contractee the same kind of powers as its parent spirit. Thus, in an instant, the number of spirit-wielding heroes multiplied as written in history. Even when peace was attained, those that were once heroes proceeded to the spirit shrines in order to offer thanks to the contributions that the spirits once provided. And with that official stance, the spirits were asked earnestly to lend a hand to the adventurer business. Now that I think about it, I wonder what Phoenix said in the shrine. No matter how many times I ask him, he just laughs embarrassingly and doesn't answer me. It looks like this hero was granted divine protection of lightning magic by the lesser spirit of wind. A number of the hellhounds who went first were defeated. They were sacrificed in order to let the enemy feel like the fight is going well. Prior to the battle, I was told that the hellhounds will unfalteringly carry out their duties for the sake of the pack's victory, but it still hurts to see. I should give them lots of treats after we win this fight. This time, I shall be borrowing the strength of a pack of hellhounds as well as the invisible slaughterer glacier labelers. Other than them, it's just me and my magic. In this roughly straight line-shaped wasteland, the party heads toward the Papiamak Demon King Castle where the floor boss is located. The viewers will see this as the first stratum wasteland, but it's actually more like the first barrier, because on this roughly straight line-shaped wasteland, ridiculously large boulders are rolling around. Currently, I am made invisible thanks to glacier labelers. Okay, his name is too long, so I'm gonna refer to him internally as Glala, magic. I asked about the details of the spell and he told me that it's not the kind that dispels when you attack. Rather, it dispels when you get too close to your target. The effect can't be applied to spells, so if a magic user were to use it from afar while invisible, the enemy can still see the magic being cast from a distance. Even though the magic user is invisible, they can see where the spells are coming from and deal with it. It would be effective to attack from a distance just close enough that it doesn't dispel the invisibility, but if your attack doesn't completely annihilate the enemy, they could counterattack and defeat you. With that said, this spell pairs excellently with black magic. It's not as if black magic assaults the enemy with clouds of black haze or something. Black magic was already invisible to the naked eye, so making the user invisible as well is fantastic. Ha! So much for being impregnable. This is easy, says the hero of lightning. I think they called him the Thunder Hero. Isn't it because this is the first stratum? The slow, loitering pace we're going is annoying, but if that's all we have to worry about, we got this. I'm so glad the doggies have fiendish faces. Tilda. If they were cute, I wouldn't be able to attack them, replied Warrior A and Warrior B. We started late. We're challenging the strata that Phoenix and party already cleared, so I think we have to at least do better than the minimum. The hunter was a macho-looking man. He was older than the others and spoke and moved cautiously. Yeah, I think it'll be hard to show the difference in dungeon clearing speed by clearing a dungeon brilliantly but slowly. If our video has no highlights, we'll be laughed at and our reputation will be finished. The tall bespectacled young man is the paladin. The hunter and the paladin are right. If you just copy someone else but worse, the original party isn't gonna be happy with it. But if you do something similar but with a unique gimmicky twist, the evaluation changes. You idiot. We don't have a dead duck black sorcerer with us. We're way flashier. Dead duck is harsh. Their hero sounds just like Alba. But you know, having two warriors doesn't have much of an impact. I totally get that, Tilda. Plus neither of us have a magic sword. Magic swords and my ring are considered magic tools. Tools imbued with mysterious powers. They have their respective origins, but it is common knowledge that they were once made by a certain race. Is there anyone who can create new magic tools in this day and age? For now, no. And that's because the aforementioned race has already died out. Officially, they are said to have gone extinct. Because of that, magic tools are somewhat valuable. Alba probably inherited his magic sword from his father. Even though she's treating me as the chief of staff, to simply plop the ring into my hand was incredibly generous of the Demon King. I wonder if it has anything to do with me being the disciple of her grandfather. I mean, my master. Anyway, our guest's thoughts are just as I predicted. If that's the case, let's go with plan A. Just in case, I have thought of 3 plans. I guess we're going for a speed clear, huh? It's gonna be tough on the paladin if he dashes at full speed. Paladins and heavy warriors wear armor. You can rely on them for defense and attack power, but at the cost of their speed. It's standard for a party to move together at the same speed as their slowest members. Observing them from a distance, I get into position. I hide behind the shadow of a large boulder, and I ask Grala to dispel my invisibility. Thanks to Grala's effect, I am able to see fellow invisible allies. I stepped out from behind the boulder. A number of hellhounds at my feet. Wow, hey, look. Imagine. But the only humanoid thing in this stratum is the floor boss. You got that from the 4th ranked party's video, right? Then that means it's a humanoid monster that Phoenix and party never encountered. Wait. Hold on now. That is definitely a trap. Right you are, Mr. Paladin. But I bet you're all thinking that continuing to simply copy the way Phoenix and party cleared this stratum is meaningless. You planned to clear the dungeon as fast as possible, but what if you found something that would easily differentiate your video from Phoenix's? What would you do? A hellhound summoning magic that even the 4th ranked party didn't encounter. If by some chance Glacier Labelers appeared as well, you might be able to defeat 2 rare wandering monsters. He's invisible and closing in, so discovering and defeating him would be difficult. So, what will you do? Hey, let's get them. Heroes are unique beings. They have strength far beyond the norm. They are chosen warriors. With a few exceptions, they each think that they are the best in the world. It's not enough to be the 249th ranked party, right? I get it. And if that were true, it would be humiliating to imitate other people, right? But with so many parties in the world, it's unacceptable to do things half-heartedly to them. This is their chance. Finally, a chance for them to definitively create a different dungeon clear video than Phoenix Party's one has come. You'd definitely pursue that, wouldn't you? They rushed towards me at the same time. Besides the hero, I apply speed down on 3 of them just enough to not be noticeable, and I apply it heavily on the paladin. The already slow paladin is left behind and the hero is the only one rushing ahead. And he's not stopping. Hey, hold on. My body isn't moving like it should. Several hellhounds, who were kept invisible until the closest possible distance, charge at the isolated paladin. What should we do? Go back and help him? Leave him. He's a paladin. He can take 5 or 6 hellhounds. He's right. The selling point of a paladin is his ability to tank the damage from several sources at once in a fight with his higher defense. It isn't a strange decision to leave him be for a little while. Turning down the instruction-seeking warrior Ray, The hero sprints ahead, widening the gap between him and his allies. Damn it, what is this? Why it's so hard to move. Now, the fact that I am Lemageddon must not be exposed today. I don't want the information about a powerful black sorcerer to get out. So I didn't make a mistake there either. The paladin somehow repels one of the hellhounds. It seems that he realized at that moment. Black robes. A black magic user is in the mix. In the name of entertainment, adventurers and monsters alike need to have an appearance that is easily understandable. It is recommended to have an appearance where your job and race can be recognized at a glance and battle strategies can be made based on it. If you're a black sorcerer, you wear black robes. However, this isn't absolute. There is no rule that says you can't put on equipment related to another job, and there are some adventurers who freely wear equipment simply to stand out, like a warrior who wears bikini armor. Even if that were the case, to be able to reduce our speed by this much there's got to be more than one or two of them. The truth is that there's only me. But the paladin is making conjectures based on the information given to him that there are many black magic users amongst the invisible hellhounds. The number of monsters allowed in a clear isn't limited, so a lot of weak black magic spells overlapping each other can spell trouble for them. Paladins can resist magic, but it is difficult when they are moving so violently, and even though they have a higher aptitude towards magic than a warrior, they are no match for jobs that specialize in magic. As time goes on, I'm becoming exhausted. The best case scenario would be for me to defeat him with black magic, and so, I burdened his thoughts. Originally, he was supposed to just defeat the hellhounds, but he ended up prioritizing the robed enemy over the other enemies hit by black magic of unexpected strength. He is in a state where he is prioritizing invisible enemies out of impatience. Distracted by that, he is unable to give his best performance. Crap. Surrounded by invisible enemies, the paladin gets his sword arm bitten off after failing to handle a simultaneous attack. When they became visible, he was able to fend off a few of them with his shield, but this was the end for him. His arm dances in the air, turning into magic particles. Magical energy leaked from the wound. What is this? What's happening? This isn't at all like the fourth ranked party's video, unless did they cut out the unattractive parts? Damn it, of course, they did. There's nothing attractive about black magic slinging enemies. Misunderstanding the situation beautifully, sharp fangs bite into the paladin's feet. Everyone. It's a trap. There's a swarm of black magic users. They're trying to isolate each of us. He warns his allies and swings his shield down at the hellhound biting his foot. Even though he's alone, he still lowers his body in order to defeat one of his enemies. While he does that, a hellhound bites onto his neck. Acknowledgement. He drops his shield and uses his remaining arm to beat the enemy. A hole was opened on his neck when the enemy let go. He tried to apply pressure on the wound with his hand, but he was defeated. Hey, that guy got taken out. He said it was a trap, but it looks like we're already caught in it. How do I shoot invisible enemies? Warrior A, B, and the Hunter 3, huddle together as they deal with the hellhounds. Only the hero, separated from everyone else, rushes towards the shadow of the boulder where I am luring him towards. Not going to help your allies, huh? Either from all the blood rushing to his head or just by nature, the hero searches for me with a demon-like angry expression, but I have already turned invisible and put distance between us. Already, they have deviated from Phoenix and Party's clear method of huddle together and advance. If his allies are defeated, he thinks he can compensate that disadvantage by taking me out. Huh? Come out, ya damn Majin. I'll kill ya, screams the hero after arriving. Isn't he too vulgar? Now then, the hellhounds have played their part with the four others well enough. Most of the success of this plan is actually thanks to the contributions of our hero here. First, I'll send some hellhounds to instigate the hero. I instruct them to not press the attack. Once they enter his line of sight, I'll make them withdraw and repeat. The hero swung his sword countless times at nothing. His anger grew more and more and exploded. Are you making fun of me, little mutts? Fine then, I'll kill all ya. Eat this. He spreads his arms wide and strikes the ground, causing yellow lightning to zigzag from his hands. A few of the hellhounds are defeated following a short yelp. The magic particles are transmitted to him. I was able to predict his actions. The few hellhounds that perished were due to his area of effect being larger than I thought. The other hellhounds withdrew and succeeded in avoiding the attack. The hero started to get angry at how little enemies were actually defeated by the attack, but before that could happen, he was assaulted by a shadow, with wings of a bird of prey on a body large enough to be mistaken for a wolf. It was the invisible slaughterer Glacier Labelers, leaving his teammates behind in order to chase me and releasing a large magic attack to attack invisible enemies. It's rare to find someone whose actions can be so easily predicted by his personality. Magic is invoked by using the train magical energy within the body. If large-scale magic is used, you need to start recharging your magical energy. I already researched their past videos. At this rate, he shouldn't be able to use any high-power magic attacks. Wow! I obstructed his thoughts and applied darkness on him. How do you like magic from a dead duck black sorcerer? To an outsider, it'll look as if his reaction was delayed due to being surprised. The hero was grabbed by his forelegs with great force, tossed high into the air. The hero was torn to pieces by Glala's talons. Magic particles were sprinkled everywhere, his avatar breaking apart before hitting the ground, which scattered its magical energies to the surroundings. The other members were shaken by their leader's defeat, and before long, they were defeated by the Hellhounds. Alright, looks like it's over. With a part wipe, the 249th party's dungeon clear is over. Glala flew close to me. He nuzzles against me with a happy look on his face. Thank you very much. Your magic is truly amazing. He licked my face. Seeing that, the pack of hellhounds gather and surround me. They came close to me expecting something, so I tried petting one of them. As soon as I did that, each one of them started jumping on me as if to say me too. Me too. Pet me. Whoa ha ha, please calm down. If my hand will suffice, I'll properly pet all of you. After a petting for a good long while, we head over to the link room. When I returned, all the hellhounds that were defeated in the battle ran up to me and requested pats as well. After satisfying them, I saw Cashew not too far in the distance with an envious look. I made sure to give her plenty of head pats as well. Using this and that, I was able to lead the monsters to victory. My first job's finished with success. You could say that my life as the Demon King Army Chief of Staff is going well. Every day, there are several parties that I help repel. Sometimes we succeed in flushing them out, sometimes we don't. When not called upon, I am on the 10th stratum overseeing the rebuilding progress for when I take up my position as floor boss. Lemmigaton and Cashew helps me arrange the help of talented people from each stratum. Phoenix and party are also continuing their dungeon clear, having broken through the 7th stratum, the realm of sky and ordeals, and the 8th stratum, the martial realm. The remaining ones are the realm of space-time that is protected by Agas, and the stratum that I have been put in charge of, the realm of A, title pending. The 7th stratum's scenery is the same empty type as the 6th stratum. There are paths spreading across the endless sky where parties must advance while fending off the attacks of harpies and sirens of the birdman race. If one were to fall off the path, they would be exposed to the sensation of falling forever. And then the avatar's inbuilt abandon function will activate, which means you are essentially defeated. Also, the floor boss, the eloquent Thrush Lord seems fond of traditional dungeons and presents ordeals to the adventurers. 1. TL note: a thrush is a type of bird. It happens to be the type of bird that is according to the geisha. There are gates that cannot be normally broken through, or traps. A nearby stone monument would have writing on it that appears mysterious at first glance. But if you read it based on the rough spots on its surface, you can find a hint to break through the gate or trap. After that, you might have to disarm a dangerous trap or run from a giant round boulder tumbling towards you that was released from a trap you thought you disarmed, etc. By the way, if you were to fall while challenging an ordeal, Kame's subordinate, the Phantom Thief Crow Raum, will use his space movement ability to put you back at the entrance of the 7th stratum. Falling normally results in an abandon. Falling during an ordeal results in you restarting from the entrance. Even for the floor boss fight, Kame has a system that only allows those that answered his questions correctly to participate. I was in the party with Phoenix since he got out of the adventurer training facility at 13 years old, but the clear of the 7th stratum has to be the adventure that took the most time. Definitely. Alright, beer's here. So, Talam's re-employment. Cheers. The one raising the wood barrel jug was the fruit stall shopkeeper, Blitz. Cheers. Miller and I responded. We went to a certain bar. This is after work and after escorting Cashew home. Blitz had been saying that we should celebrate my re-employment, so we decided to do it today. But, man, who would have guessed that you'd find a job there? Blitz is being obscure by not saying something like Demon King Castle or Dungeon. I've just come to have a drink, Aslam. Although I did cast a recognition obstructing spell so that people in my surrounding don't notice me. I don't really want to attract attention. I'm better at it than I thought I would be. It is more than that. You are unmistakably our savior, a hero, says Miller with her lovely hands wrapped around a glass, her lips wet from savoring the wine. Absent-mindedly, I recalled the memory from 2 years ago and felt like drinking excitedly. Let's not get carried away. Right now, she's just gracing me with her beauty. Isn't that enough? Incidentally, her choice of racial trait hiding apparel today is a knitted hat and contacts. On one occasion, I did speak with her about how she shouldn't worry about that, but she just gave a weak laugh in response. I am happy and thankful for her concern, but I feel like it can't be healthy to always have to hide her racial features whenever she's with me. However, it is true that if gossip about the Black Sorcerer, a former member of Phoenix's party, getting friendly with a demi-human spreads, people will get suspicious. After my withdrawal from Phoenix's party, a lot of reporters appeared trying to get an interview with me, but not a single one of them ever found me. That's because I cast confusion on all of them, just strong enough to work but not enough for them to notice it. Nowadays, I continue to cast magic on passers-by to make them see me as nothing less than a young man with a small build. Well, I already had to practice using my magic every day for training, so it all works out in the end. So how was it? I saw that Thunder Hero's clear video. I thought the inside of the bar was noisy so it'd be fine, but Blitz insisted on talking quietly. That was my first defense. I ended up completely annihilating them in that dungeon clear, and then the sale of the video was decided when they made an appointment with the dungeon. That is to say, just because a dungeon could not be cleared successfully does not mean that the video of it is useless. Taking into account the cost of the regeneration of their avatars, the travel expenses to this town, the lodging expenses, and many other expenses, they cannot afford to not distribute the video. They have a video of themselves getting lured by a mysterious mage and then being annihilated by hellhounds and Grella. They would be fools not to distribute it. If a party had an overflowing amount of money, they have the option to reject the video, but it looks like this party is different. Also, their video shows the movements of an enemy that wasn't seen in the 4th ranked party's video, so its views grew fairly well. To other adventurers, this was valuable information. Did you use your magic on all of them, like that time with the purse snatcher? Yes. Wow, to affect even a hero, you're something else. At Blitz's words, Miller nods greatly. Something else, indeed. I guess she was imitating Blitz, but it was so unlike her that I ended up laughing a little. Noticing me, Miller made a pouty face and looked at me with upturned eyes. You laughed? No, it was just refreshing to see you like that. How mean. Sorry. I forgive you. Thank goodness. She forgave me. Somehow, you two seem to get along really well, huh? Very observant of you, Mr. Blitz. You are right, we do get along well. Miller moved her chair closer to me. Well, with her permission. No, that's great, isn't it? Even though you're so friendly, you always kept your distance. I mean, you used to call me Mr. Shopkeeper for quite some time. He's got me. I just don't know. I've already forgotten how to make friends. I was able to do it naturally when I was a kid, but as soon as my job was decided, All the friends I had made disappeared, leaving only Phoenix. That was enough, but because I've gone on so long without making a friend, I'm bad at getting close to people. Blitz is a friend, but he was the one who started calling me a friend. As for Cashew, I was so careful to not destroy my stance as a fruit stall customer. Sorry about that. No, it ain't like that. I'm just saying you should show more of yourself. I don't know about the age of adventurers, but nowadays I think people will be happy with you if you do. I wonder. Miller tugs my arm towards her. I am in complete agreement with Mr. Blitz. I believe that you should say and do things your way. For example, isn't there something you want to do to me right now? Saying that, Miller brings her lips closer to me. Is she drunk? I don't particularly have a hobby of doing stuff like that in front of people. Well then, let us go somewhere where there aren't any people. I look into her eyes and I can still see the light of reason in them. Concluding that she was joking, I gently pulled away from her. Damn, I'm jealous. Whoa, that cowgirl has some huge knockers. Blitz was watching our exchange with lascivious eyes, but then turned his eyes towards a nearby waitress. She was a cow demi-human with short hair and a cheerful personality to match. Also, her breasts were huge, firm enough to drive anyone mad. Well, except Miller. It would be better for Lamb to look. Here, my field of vision was filled with Miller's breasts. If one has an interest in the female form, then one need only ask. Her sweet voice is melting my thoughts. Maybe it's the alcohol, but I'm feeling dizzy. Pardon me. Could I have a bit of your time? Someone is standing in front of our table. We probably look like a drunk couple flirting with each other to the surrounding people. I thought that it was someone coming to complain, but as soon as I saw that person, I froze. Blitz dropped his jug in the Miller's arms, that were wrapped around me, lost their strength. So it is you. I've been looking for you. It was certainly difficult. I'm glad I was able to somehow find you. Lem, it's been a while. Are you well? Standing there, is the leader of the #1 ranked party in the world. The storm hero, Ariel. Almost reflexively, I apply confusion to anyone in my field of vision, but it is possible for people to resist that. That is to say, using magic that keeps your consciousness intact. In other words, he surmised that I hid my whereabouts well with confusion and was searching for me while already clad in magic resistance. It has been a long time. Why are you here? Sorry, I mean, you were looking for me. Straight to the point. I want you to become our ally. Huh? The storm hero Ariel is a man in the prime of his life at 42 years old. However, his toned body is still youthful and he gives off the impression that he's full of vigor. Yet his attitude is soft. He is a superior being who is highly valued regardless of his age. Like Phoenix, he is one of the 2 people of this era who have formed a contract with one of the 4 great spirits. For a moment, I was befuddled by his words, but soon after, I hastily expanded my magic. This was because I knew that the surrounding patrons and the waitress who walked nearby to take an order were thinking, isn't that Storm? I didn't read their thoughts. I could see it in their facial expression and body language. In the thoughts of the people who took notice, I slip in a blank space, causing confusion without a moment's delay. Those men and women forget who they were thinking of just moments ago, crane their neck back, and then each one of them goes back to their seats or return to their work. It would have been trouble if we caused a commotion here. Miller is here, and it's also the long-awaited re-employment celebration that Blitz wanted to give me. My, as I thought. Noticing what I had done, Ariel rubs his chin as his interest grows. It has been a while. Oh, have you gotten a little burlier? I hope so. I raise my hand and shake his hand. There exists only 2 people who made contracts with the 4 great spirits. The roles of the water hero and the Gaia hero are still vacant. Since Ariel is also a 4 great spirit contractee, he looked after Phoenix. It's through that relationship that I became an acquaintance. Alba is the only one who would openly mock me in front of Phoenix. Most people don't comment on the flame hero's best friend right in front of him. But the words they didn't say showed clearly on their faces. They probably said it when Phoenix wasn't around. Of course, they spoke ill behind my back, although technically, if I can hear them, Is it really talking behind someone's back? Among those people, Ariel's party was kind. They didn't notice my abilities, but I can say that they were all decent people. Although I think Ariel might have had his suspicions. So about what you said a moment ago. Ariel ordered a beer from a waitress who is only able to see him as a middle-aged man with a great physique. With my permission, he sat on a vacant seat. In the time that the waitress left, I started the conversation, but Ariel put up his hand. Yes, but please wait a moment. I apologize for the late introductions, you two. I am Ariel. For the time being, I am an adventurer. With a wry smile, I wondered what would happen if I were the #1 ranked in the world. This attitude of his gave me a good impression. You could say that I respect him. There are May whose rank is a little high and have an attitude that screams everyone knows about me, right? Whether consciously or subconsciously, most of them do think that. But Ariel always thinks that the person he talks to might not know him, and so he introduced himself not as a famous adventurer, but as a human being. As a matter of fact, I think that's really cool. Are you a friend of Lim's? Why yes. I'm a fan. So right, could I have your autograph? Blitz. Of course. I am often asked of this, which I am thankful for, so I always carry a pen with me. Well, where shall I sign? Blitz took off his coat and asked Ariel to sign the back of his undershirt. Lim, I'm so happy I became your friend. Me too, Blitz. Although, I think I'd be more emotionally moved if you hadn't said that in this situation. Ha ha ha, what a pleasant friend you have, Lem. I'm glad you were able to make friends other than Phoenix. It would appear that you have been blessed with good encounters when you came to this town. Yes, I suppose so. Ariel shook the hand of an excited Blitz, and then he turned to look at Miller. Miller jolted. This young lady is a vampire, no? As expected of a first ranker, huh? He saw past her skillful disguise in an instant. Yes. Miller wasn't able to hide her wariness, so Ariel gives her a cheerful smile. What a wonderful woman, Lem. In order to spend time with you, she is willing to hide her racial features, which means that she thinks that a moment with you is worth all the trouble. Just where did you meet such a lovely lady? Miller's mouth was agape. Yup, that's the kind of guy he is. Among adventurers, there are those who bluntly hate demi-humans, but he is different. Judging from how you two were a moment ago, are you two lovers? We are more than friends. Nay, our connection far transcends that of lovers. Miller, anything higher than lovers would imply that you're my wife or something. Answer him seriously. While I'm playing the straight man in my head, my heart is beating like a drum. Lim is a strong man with a kind heart. I can see why you would be attracted to him. I think one of the amazing things about Ariel is how he praises people naturally. For example, if he had said, "What? You like this dead duck of a black sorcerer?" nothing would be out of the ordinary. But instead, he praises you based on your personality rather than your job. But maybe he might judge you based on your ability. No, I haven't fully understood everything yet. Take the good with the bad. When I heard that you withdrew from Phoenix's party, I was worried. But after seeing you enjoying drinks with wonderful friends, I see now that I had nothing to worry about. No, I am glad to hear that you were concerned about me. This is the truth. Not in my wildest dreams had I thought that Ariel would be worried about me. Now you two, may I have a word with Lim? Of course, there is no need for you to leave your seats. That is, if it is all right with you, Lim. It's not a problem. I will be by Lim's side. As long as it ain't something that I'm not supposed to hear, I'll just sit here and not get in your way. Hearing each of our answers, Ariel gave a single nod and turned to me. Well then, I hope you don't mind me asking, but what are you working as right now? I can't say that I'm working as the chief of staff for the Demon King army. Well not as an adventurer, I guess. But you are working. Yes, you certainly bounce back quick. I am nothing short of impressed by your mental fortitude. Well, it's because I'm a black sorcerer who's been beaten up together with Phoenix by society for 7 years. I'm sure society thinks of me as someone with a lot of nerve. I laughed vaguely. because I understand that Ariel does not speak with irony or sarcasm. I have no idea what kind of face to make when the world's #1 compliments you so straightforwardly. Now, I heard rumors that you were searching for a new party to join. Were searching, past tense. Also, that is correct. Since I left the party, I had been looking for a new one. If I hadn't met Miller, I would probably still be searching to this day. Yes, that is correct. Well, if you are still looking, why not come join us? So we have reached the main question. Or should I say, we have returned to it? He did mention his objective at the very start. I have many questions. Of course, ask away. The waitress brought his drink, so we waited for her to go away. Ariel took a gulp of his drink. If I may, who left the party? Parties have up to 5 members. This is a principle. There were a steady 5 people in Ariel's party. Inviting someone to join the party means that someone left. It's all Pana, huh? Panacea left. Panacea is a 32-year-old white sorcerer, a beautiful woman who spoke briskly. Yes, a white sorcerer. An unfortunate job that is treated only slightly better than black sorcerers. Truthfully, the fact that I was able to be in a party for 7 years before I was kicked out halfway through can be attributed to Panacea's existence. An unfortunate support type job can become the world's #1. And support types aren't completely incompetent. It depends on their ability and how they use it. That's probably what my allies thought in their heads. Panacea's situation is different from mine. She is a mutant genius. Of course, she put in a lot of effort as well, but the buff and healing effectiveness of her white magic is fearsome. A television commentator once lambasted me by saying that if you had to put a support class in your party, it'd be better if it was a white sorcerer. Those words were probably inspired by Panacea's image. Did something happen? She's with child. Oh, that's great. Congratulations to her. She is married to the samurai in the same party. Wait, don't they already have 2 children? There are times when a party member has to withdraw from the party temporarily. In these cases, sometimes other adventurers are hired temporarily. Yeah. But adventurers tend to travel from place to place, right? She had a discussion about settling down. Certainly, it's a difficult choice whether to bring the children along or leave them and go. If it's for the sake of staying by her children's side, I fully support her. It seems that after some deliberation between the husband and wife, the samurai will remain in the party. So then, the replacement will be a permanent member, not a temporary hire. I truly am being ushered into the world's #1 party. Why me? Is it that strange? Aren't you a black mage from the 48 ranked party? I was unable to refute when I was asked to leave my party because of my incompetence. That's what they all say. That isn't what I thought. I think you would understand that much. That I am a master on the level of Panacea. Let us talk honestly. I cannot see the bottom of your ability. Or rather, I should say that I don't even know how to measure it. What surprised me first was that no one was able to find you after you left. There was a big fuss, so I was worried you might feel uncomfortable. But, all I saw on the TV was Phoenix's sullen face. Me leaving the party was pretty big news. Fans rejoiced that it finally happened. Alba triumphantly said that he was the one who led the charge. And the mild-mannered Phoenix ignored all the cameras and the microphones. No matter how many times they surprised him for an interview, Phoenix stayed silent and pushed through. One time, a video was cut off the moment an interviewer made a crack at my expense. The camera and other equipment were probably burned. Society hates me, but Phoenix is the opposite. So he had no sympathy for the interviewer that went too far. I can give them the slip with my black magic, but Phoenix can't. That's why his face kept showing up on TV. Furthermore, there were very few eyewitness reports of you. The places where you could assuredly found were limited. The Union, for instance. Thinking that you had returned to your hometown's adventurer Union, I visited it, but you hadn't returned at all. It was then that I had a thought. Phoenix's evaluation of you was right. And you are a master of black magic far beyond the reach of the ordinary man. Do you think I'm jumping the gun? Well, I clung on to the possibility of you being in this town and searched for you. So you're saying that you thought that someone has vanished and you lost all leads as to his whereabouts, and then you hopefully thought if that's the case, he must be hiding using powerful black magic. Maybe, as it turns out, you're the real deal. The response after I entered the shop was magnificent. I honestly had no idea as to why nobody noticed me. I was surprised when all my magical energy for resistance was depleted in an instant by black magic, which should have decreased in effectiveness when applied to multiple targets. Ariel is evaluating me highly right now. The Ariel, it almost doesn't feel real. But, why would you go so far for me? I'm sure you have plenty of other candidates. Anticipating my question, Ariel answers without hesitation. Well, the first thing is the timing. The first and 4th ranked parties support members stop at around the same time, and in your case, you're fit to work. Next is that Phoenix's confidence in you piqued my interest. It's impossible that you're incompetent, because your party's dungeon clears go so smoothly. I came to test just how amazing you are. Of course, I don't plan on asking you why you haven't told the other 3 members of your old party. He even saw through the fact that I'm keeping it a secret. And then my allies laughed at me for this, but Ariel rubbed his chin, embarrassed. Do you know of the Demon King Lucifer who ruled the Demon King Castle 2 generations ago? Yes, of course. He's my master. Of course, I can't tell him that. Once, in my newbie days, I took part in the raided type of dungeon clear where several parties partake in. The people who were annihilated by my master. He used black magic and other mysterious spells against me when I was training, but when he was the Demon King, he used ultra-aggressive magic to resoundingly defeat adventurers. Just maybe, it would have been troublesome if the fact that he was a black magic user got out and attracted attention. In this day and age, you won't be killed, but you will be closely monitored. Also, he might have become popular among the monsters as a villain, but it just wouldn't work for the adventurer's side. What people expect in an adventurer and a black magic-wielding demon king are just too far apart. When I saw Lucifer, I was shaking. I thought that the person in front of me was no ordinary living thing, but something else entirely. The Demon King, who the current world's #1 ranked man thought he couldn't beat at the time, is also the one that I studied under. Once again, I am recognizing how strong my master is, and so when I met you for the first time, my body felt the same fear and shivered for a moment. Incredible. He's sharp, not just because I received the same training that a demon king would give to their children. There has to be a reason that he felt a portion of my master's presence from me. But because I was hiding it, he only felt it for a moment. As expected of the world's first ranked. We would welcome you. We want you to be rewarded. But if you insist on hiding your power, we will help you. Although, as soon as we do a clear, the word will get out. If Panacea leaves and the party's combat power doesn't decrease but instead, possibly increases, anyone would notice that. And they would say, that black sorcerer isn't useless at all. And that's that. I am staying in the same inn that Phoenix and CO are in. I shall wait for 7 days. Please consider it. Having said that, he stands up, apologizing for the intrusion. He left some money on the table and slowly made his way out of the bar. That's great, Lem. It's the 1st ranked party. The 1st ranked. Blitz cheered as if he was the one who was invited. Yes, it really was a great conversation. Slowly, I turned my gaze towards Miller. She was smiling. Congratulations. Even among adventurers, there are those who understand how wonderful you are. I'm glad, very glad. It was short, but being able to spend time with you was like a dream. I will cherish it forever. Miller's voice was shaking. Stifling her own emotions, she supports me, smiling, but wanting to cry. You were right, Ariel. She truly is a wonderful and lovely person. However, I was sad. Miller, do you think that I'm going to take him up on his offer? Originally, were you not aiming for 1st ranked as an adventurer? With monsters, you can only make a name for yourself as Lemurditon. You even have to hide your face. It is different from what you dreamed of as a child. The dream that you showed me isn't my second choice. you know. So, you would refuse the first rank's invitation and remain in the Demon King army? Why, you ask. I take Miller's hand and stand up. Blitz, we'll be right back, so just sit tight, please. Sure. We leave the shop and head outside. I find Ariel with an overcoat, hiding his face with a hood. Excuse me, I called out to his back and he immediately stopped and turned around. Oh, have you already come to a decision? Yes. I see, I am glad. So then, I am truly honored by your invitation. However, I must humbly decline. Unsurprised, Ariel gently speaks. May I ask why? I wanted to earn my place as a 1st ranker, not have it bestowed upon me. He gave a happy smile to that reply. It was a boyish grin. I see, you are an honorable man. Surely, the pinnacle is something to climb towards, not something to be pulled up to. I seem to have given a tactless offer. Not at all. It pleases me greatly to know that there are people among adventurers who appreciate me. But you have already found a place where you belong, right? He even picked up on that. Yes. He nods. Ariel extended his hand, as did I. We shake hands. I look forward to it. To see how you will become the very best. In order to do that, you have to take us down. You know, just how far has he seen through me? He can tell that I am not giving up the fight. When the time comes, I will win. Splendid. It seems it's too early for me to retire. He grinned and laughed, turning to return to his inn. What have you done? Miller, who was dumbfoundedly staring at our conversation, looks at me with an incredulous look on her face. Once again, I took her hands and I cupped them together with mine. I made my own decision to join the Demon King army. You saved me and made my dream even clearer. Miller listened quietly. I decided to become the hero of the monsters. You'd never forgive me if I quit halfway. I look into her eyes and chuckle playfully. Large drops of tears start falling from Miller's eyes, confusing me. Wait, no, that wasn't what I meant. I didn't mean to accuse you or anything. Miller gripped her hands tightly. Honestly, you have always been my hero since a long time ago. Smiling while crying, with a tearful yet clear voice. I was captivated by her beauty. She calmed down after a few seconds, so I decided to lighten the mood by cracking a joke. I need to at least be able to give hope to all the demi-humans in the world. I hope that they'll think, hey, we can beat the adventurers. Or something like that. Foo, you are truly a monster like us now. A traitor to humanity. Miller gently leans her head on my chest, and with a voice soft enough for only me to hear, mutters, truthfully, I was really anxious. I thought you would happily accept his invitation. And I thought you would stop me. Your happiness comes first. Those who do not wish for the happiness of those that they support have no right to call themselves a fan. Those they support. Is that so? But when it comes to getting involved with other women, insignificant insects must be exterminated. I guess we'll leave that aside for now. There are things that must never be brought up. Well, let's do our best from now on, Miller. Yes. She raised her head and our eyes met. I smile. She suddenly put distance between us. She looks like she's gnawing on the second joint of her bent index finger. What's wrong? Once I sucked your blood. My body has a taste for it. Now I have an incredible urge to suck your blood. I am fine, I can tolerate it. However, if Lem can't tolerate it, please let me know as soon as you can. In fact, I hope the time comes sooner rather than later. Didn't you want us to get to know each other better? What more would you like to know? I am not even hiding anything else besides what is underneath these clothes. Sob cry, says Miller while crying crocodile tears. I know she's faking it yet I can't help but fall for it. She really is amazing. For now, let's head back to the bar. Blitz is all alone. Understood. In the days to come, the Phoenix Party breaks through the 9th stratum. They are determined to advance to the 10th stratum. On the preparatory night before the day of the clear, Phoenix came to visit me. Just like Ariel, the bearers of the 4 great spirits are absurd, because he found out where I was hiding. That's not a very nice way to greet your friend, Phoenix came to the inn immediately after I returned from a day of work, wearing a robe and hood to hide his face. The person standing in front of the door was none other than the flame hero Phoenix. I never told him which inn I was staying in, though. By the way, it would appear that official personnel of the Demon King army are placed in a dormitory prepared by them. They seem to separate them based on race, but I'll probably be placed in the Mage dorm. Miller had a plan to have me put in the Vampire dorm, but that plan somehow ended in failure. Lately, she was grumbling, what is the difference between an antenna and a horn, am I not a Magin? And I let her be. Anyway, back to the present and my surprise visitor. Hey, you try being the guy who was tracked down by his friend even though he never told him where he stayed. Phoenix tried to imagine it and frowned. Well, I guess I'd be a little spooked, right? But I could say the same to you. If you managed to find a job, you should have told me. I guess he heard it from Ariel. He did mention that they were in the same inn. Phoenix seems a little displeased. First things first, how the heck did you find me? I guess because we're old friends. My tone of voice gets a little rougher only with Phoenix. I found out that you were working in this town from Ariel and came to look for you. Knowing you, you wouldn't choose a high-class inn, and even though you're saving money after you left the party, you would still avoid the dirty dirt cheap inns, right? So I searched every moderately priced inn that isn't too far from the bar where you met Ariel, and the response to your magical energy confirmed your location. Are you a stalker or something? Magic detection is an extremely sensitive technique. With it, magical energy responses are like palm reading. If you concentrate, it's like you can read the palms of everyone in your surroundings. You can say that this allows you to differentiate each person individually with this, but I think its difficulty is understandable. However, people with tremendous magical energy are an exception. These people might appear to have a picture drawn on their palm, or perhaps the hand itself is so huge that you can tell from a glance. In my case, I keep it on a level below the average person, so you wouldn't normally be able to find me, but if you were a friend I've known since we were kids, you'd be able to tell if I were nearby. There is a legend where a demon took the form of a close friend, but his disguise was seen through and defeated. Perhaps they were able to detect it with magic detection. Well, I suppose I'm the same. I can at least recognize the magic power of my allies. It's the result of spending countless years together with them. I wanted to speak to you. I guessed as much. If he came this far only to say I just came to see your face, I will slam this door shut. Besides, you're better at magic detection than me, Lem. I didn't do much. No, it's not about the skill. It's about your tenacity. If the tables were turned, you'd be worried. Well, in this case, let's try reversing our roles. The Black Sorcerer Phoenix withdraws from the party, and I hear that he found a job somewhere. But he never even showed his face or notified me, despite the fact that he's an old friend and was in the same party since the start. Well, there's no way I could ignore that. I get it. It's my bad. For some reason or other, I was embarrassed to meet you face to face. Not that I didn't want to talk to him. When I raised my hands in surrender, Phoenix had an apologetic expression on his face for some reason. No, I am at fault as well. Ah, forget about it. Let's go get a drink. We can talk better there. Why, yeah, is that alright? I think it's fine. Wait, I should be asking you that. You have a clear tomorrow, so wouldn't it be better to not drink alcohol? That's fine. Hangovers don't get carried over to avatars, and heroes don't get affected by alcohol in the first place. That isn't normal at all. Despite looking like this, he actually eats a lot of meals. It's compensation for all the energy used to create a lot of magical energy. The same goes for me. But maybe heroes have a higher metabolism. Still, I'm pretty sure you shouldn't drink alcohol on the day before a clear. 1 or 2 cups are fine. If you're worried about it, I don't mind having just water or milk. Ah, the aim is to have a discussion, so alcohol isn't a necessity. Alright then. I'm not in the mood for beer anyway. I also put on a coat and hid my face with the hood, and we left the inn. We looked completely like an extremely suspicious pair, but as usual, I used my magic in our surrounding area. We didn't get any odd looks from passers-by. We went to a nearby bar that I knew of. The food was great. fast and cheap. You can't beat it. Did you really lose the reporters? Yeah, I jumped on top of a building on the way here and I ran across the roof. Yeah, they definitely can't chase you when you do that. Anyway, how about you? Are you okay? With what? You've been acting weird for a while now. No, it's just well I thought that maybe you'd be mad, mutters Phoenix, almost indiscernibly. About your stalking actions? I just think it's creepy. So relax. I'm used to unique people and beings thanks to my workplace, so I wasn't surprised. I said that jokingly, but Phoenix's facial expression didn't cheer up. Know about stuff with the party, huh? Oh, I see now. You're heartbroken about that, even though you weren't the one that drove me out and instead had to restrain yourself. You still have feelings of guilt about me leaving the party. That's so like you. Don't be silly. If that was enough to make me angry, I would have been angry at you back when you first found out you were going to be a hero. We were 10 years old. At the time his job was confirmed at the temple. I wasn't shocked. When I found out that he was a hero, I wasn't able to completely embrace the blessing. I was able to say things like good for you, or that's great. Because I knew that he's someone with the wisdom to think deeply about everything, a kind person who doesn't harbor a desire for revenge to even bullies, and during fights with them, he's a soft-hearted person who would worry about me when I got injured over his own injuries. That's why I understood. Ah, I see him, huh? Well, I have to admit it suits him. Why yeah, you're right. Sorry, Lum, for acting weird. You didn't do anything wrong. I have no reason to be mad. Well then, you're paying, alright? It isn't payday yet for me. With that said, Phoenix finally smiled. Hey, sure. We reached the bar. We enter it. There was one noisy group in the but it's a bar, so I can't really complain. We sat at the empty stools by the bar counter, ordered some food and water. Oh by the way, Lum, I heard that you have a girlfriend now? Damn it, Ariel. You didn't need to mention that. Well, it's not like I told him to keep it a secret, and I did run after him to give him an answer all while holding Miller's hand. It'd be hard for anyone to think our relationship was anything but that. Look at you showing off. Introduce us next time. Look who cheered up all of a sudden. Okay, first off, she's not my girlfriend. It's not nice to lie, Lem. Wasn't your face buried in her chest in front of everyone? Really? Really? Ariel, you were so happy about your adventuring junior, who you were worried about because said junior didn't have many friends, finally getting a girlfriendish person, that you accidentally blurted that out to people. We're just friends, for now. Technically, we're sleep buddies. At least that's what Miller said. Oh gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Hey, is that so? Well, I'm glad. Truly. Oh shut up. Black Sorcerer is a really unpopular job. What did you want to talk about anyway? When did you two meet? Listen to me when I'm talking. I lightly punch him in the shoulder. Phoenix found this funny and laughed. Sorry, it's just that Ariel said that she was a wonderful woman, so I was curious. I could go on forever about all the girls you've gone out with. Let us get right to the point. Don't wanna talk about it. Right? That's how I feel. These kinda discussions really depend on the person, I feel. There are people who want to talk to others about it, while some prefer to stay silent. But no, really, Miller and I are not lovers. So, why don't you tell me? What did you want to talk about? Phoenix took a sip of the water that was brought here earlier and opened his mouth. It's concerning a matter that happened the other day. I want to confirm something with you. It's probably about me leaving the party. Nothing else comes to mind. Why did you decide to leave the party on your own? Right. I understood what he was saying. Even after everything that's happened, we were still best friends. Our lives as adventurers first began when we made a party together. Phoenix said that we'd reach the top, and I agreed with his dream. Things were only going to get more complicated if I stayed in that party. Even so, leaving the party like that without talking to him about it was, in a sense, a betrayal. It was like I was spitting on our promise. But Phoenix didn't blame me. Right now he just wanted to understand me. He wanted to find out my reasoning for what I did, and how I felt about the results. Alba, Lark, Lily, and of course Bella are all my precious teammates. But didn't we make a promise to each other as kids when we first set out? I'll be able to reach the top with you, Lem. Let's become the best in the world as the first flame hero in 130 years and the strongest black sorcerer. But it never would have worked out if I stayed there. I couldn't show my power. Even if I showed it only to our teammates, Alba wouldn't be able to hide it, nor would he plan on hiding it. He'd want to use it as part of our appeal. As long as I couldn't do that, I'd be nothing but a deadweight black sorcerer in the eyes of the viewers. And I can't change my job, either. A profession determined by God. That's what a job is. Although, it is possible to live while defying that job. It would be very difficult, but possible. But that can't be said for adventurers. It was against the rules to register under anything other than your own job. But we made it all the way to 4th rank. We were so close. He was right. 4th rank is definitely close to the top of the world. We started off at rock bottom, too. Newbies are always going to be the lowest ranked. But despite that, we climbed up the ranks at blinding speeds. I first met Miller 2 years ago, and we were at 13th rank back then. But we shot straight up to 4th rank soon afterward. Sometime after reaching 4th rank, we had our rank updated. Our rank didn't change. Our achievements should have been enough to be deserving of at least 3rd rank. So what was holding us back? That's exactly why. Alba exploded in frustration because we were stuck at 4th rank. Phoenix was a hero amazing enough to be considered the strongest human in the world. All our other teammates felt that it wouldn't be strange if they reached 1st rank with him. No, they felt that they should have reached 1st rank. Their achievements were more than enough. Phoenix had good looks, a nice build, superb abilities, and he had a contract with one of the strongest spirits out there. He had a lot of exposure on television, and all videos that featured him had an incredibly high view count. So why didn't we reach 3rd rank? The top 3 hadn't changed for many years by now. But Phoenix was the flame hero, the magic sword-wielding warrior, the hunter that let loose arrows faster than the eye could see, and the paladin that excelled at both offense and defense were all extremely capable adventurers as well. But he might have changed his opinion of you if we reached 3rd rank at the next rank update. If we managed to dig into the immutable top 3 rankings, things could have taken a very different turn. It didn't matter even if I didn't have the appeal of someone like the white sorcerer Panacea who restored the damage taken by her teammates' avatars. That's just how much of a big deal it was to reach the top 3. It would be impossible to break into the top 3 with deadweight in the team. To be part of the top 3, your party had to be composed of only the cream of the crop. Even if we did make it in, there'd be opinions like they only made it in because of the flame hero's popularity. Many adventurer fans would likely resent them for that, because they all know that it takes more to truly be considered part of the top 3. Well, yes, but that's impossible. Both Phoenix and I aimed for the top. If we reached the top, then the people who once rejected me would accept me. After all, would anyone actually think that someone who surpassed Ariel's party would be incompetent? Just that kind of thought alone would be an insult to Ariel's party. So if a black sorcerer was in the party ranked 1st in the world, then that black sorcerer would have to be exceptional. If I had accepted Ariel's offer, the same result would have occurred. In fact, that probably would have been even more effective in changing everyone's opinion about me, as long as I would have managed on maintaining their party's overall party even without Panacea being there to help. The viewers' opinions would have slowly changed via thoughts like, huh? It's kind of hard to tell, but it seems like they've been clearing more smoothly now that he's joined the party. I can't deny that, but if achievements and the popularity as a hero aren't enough, then what is? After thinking about that, the only answer to come up would be my existence in the party. But the reality is that we only climbed the ranks so fast because you were there with us. It wasn't just me. Besides, the new girl that joined you, Bella, seems to be pretty good as well. You've been watching our runs? Yeah, with my eyes glued to the screen. I even watched all the cut footage. Then you must have noticed our on-screen performance might have become flashier, But Phoenix stopped mid-sentence. Now that I think about it, that's also probably my fault. Alba was a top-class adventurer, but he didn't have the same outrageous growth rates as a hero, nor was he trained by a demon king like me. We were all around the same age, meaning that there was only so much that could result from hard work alone. We had room to grow because we were young, but that also meant that we lacked experience and maturity. I was well trained thanks to Master, and I've been able to draw out my limits and technique due to constantly expending my magical energy 24/7. But that was something I could do only because I was a black sorcerer. I wanted to reach the top alongside Phoenix as soon as possible, all while not having my abilities exposed. Of course, that's why I used my magic in a way that made my party members appear strong. As a result, they were all able to perform far greater than their own ability, but my magic essentially impeded on what should have been learning experiences for them. Since they were always able to perform at their peak, they lost any chances to discover mistakes and improve themselves. I'm just at fault in terms of that. Now that I had left, their abilities have become on the same level of all the efforts they've spent so far. This whole time they had thought that they were stronger than they really were, so they were likely having a hard time coming to grips with reality. But didn't things change a little after reaching the 7th stratum? Yeah, thanks to Bella. Bella apparently suggested that the party make the assumption that my black magic was actually of use to the party. Wow. And Alba was okay with that? It's kinda hard to imagine. Yeah. He would have never agreed with it if I had brought it up. Phoenix made a wry smile. Yeah. But at this rate, I know, Bella is very competent, but she is still a hero, someone who fights. Well, I do think that more and more members have been getting defeated. In the 5th stratum, it was Bella. In the 6th stratum, it was Lark and Lily. In the 7th stratum, everyone but the hero got defeated. Their movements had improved compared to right after I had left them. They essentially became able to fight at their actual power level. And now they've learned that their current ability wouldn't be enough to clear that outrageously difficult Demon King Castle. It's not like they wouldn't stand a chance at all, but they would have never had even reached the 10th stratum without the hero Phoenix. It seems that Lark and Lily have changed their opinion about you. Alba too. But you know how he is. Yeah, but that actually might be troublesome for me. I did try to cover for you to an extent, at least. Like Panacea, I was a black sorcerer that was out of the ordinary. The main difference is that ancient white sorcerers that were especially exceptional were often considered to be saints or sages, while most exceptional black sorcerers were witches and such that were on the demon side. Not to mention that the strongest black sorcerer in existence was a demon king that single-handedly destroyed an entire city. It would be bad if people started suspecting I was a user of black sorcery, since rumors would quickly travel across the country and start causing trouble for my party. That's why I hid it. I didn't live a total lie though, considering it was easy for me to just act from the rearguard like Panacea. I see. Phoenix, don't say any more. Our food came in. I immediately started digging in, but Phoenix didn't even touch his utensils. Chew, 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 chewuck. This isn't going to work. Looks like I'll have to talk to him about it. You know why I didn't talk to you about leaving, right? It was because I didn't want to make you end up saying that certain thing. I've known this guy ever since back when he was a timid crybaby, and I knew that he still greatly cherished our old promise. Well, that's not to say I didn't feel the same way. Even if you had told Alba and the rest to leave when they wanted me gone, it would have been pointless. No, not just pointless. It would be the worst thing you could possibly do. You wouldn't be able to reach the first rank anymore. Overall popularity was an important factor when it came to ranking. But think about it, who in the world would support a hero that would treasure their useless black sorcerer best friend to the point of kicking out their other 3 party members? Adventurers exist for the sake of the viewers. No matter how strong one's friendship might be, choosing to prioritize that over work will inevitably cause ratings to plummet. Not to mention that the only flaw Phoenix had at the time was the fact that he had kept me in his party. What's worse, anyone that joined the party afterward wouldn't be able to say anything bad about me, because they'd get kicked out if they did. That wouldn't be a healthy party, and if their popularity dropped, then reaching the top 3 would have become impossible. I know. But in that case, are you trying to say that that dream of ours was impossible from the very start? Yeah, it makes sense how he'd think that. But right now I'm waiting for his answer. Why did you want to reach the top with me, Phoenix? What do you mean why? You said we'd be able to reach the top together, but being able to reach the top is different from wanting to reach the top. You're a hero, that's why. I felt that everyone else would understand that as well once you became ranked first in the world. There's no doubt that right now, he himself strongly desired to reach the top. But what started it all was me. That was clear after recalling our conversation at the time. Then there shouldn't be any problem. Phoenix made a dubious look. What do you mean? I still plan on becoming a hero. That hasn't changed. But you declined Ariel's offer, didn't you? I told this to him as well. But basically I don't want to just get carried to the top. Did you find a new party? Not exactly. Tell me in a way that I can understand. Someday. Are you trying to tell me that you'll become a hero on your own, so I don't have to worry? I've found comrades. Those people knew my power. They've agreed to fight alongside me. I see. That's why we'll be competing from now on, Phoenix. Huh? You said that you'd prefer if I was your comrade rather than your rival, but remember what I said before? If you slack off enough, I might even surpass you. I wanted to reach the top together with him. We weren't able to make that dream come true, but it's not like the dream is completely dead even after things have changed. Why yeah, I remember. Phoenix nodded. Let's see which of us is the better hero. I'm not going to hold back just because you're my friend. Phoenix made a surprised face as I teased him, but he soon made a smile. I'll be waiting for you at the top as well. His smile was bright and cheerful. It sounded to me like you had a lot to complain about, though. Well, yes, considering that not only did you leave us without consulting me about it, you even cut off contact from me. Of course I'd feel a little hurt. Come on, I already apologized about that, didn't I? On top of that, you were having fun in a pub with your new friends and lover. Stop sulking already. I pushed one of the dishes towards him as to urge him to eat. It's pretty good, right? And it's cheap, too. I suppose I'll stop by here every once in a while. You better not, Mr. Popular. If people find out you like this place, it'd get crowded as heck. It'd be nice for this place's business, though. We then just talked about trivial things, so then I sliced off the damn werewolf's claws and went after his neck just like that. A group of noisy people entered the restaurant with one of them bragging loudly. The rest of them started cheering after hearing that. I suppose they're adventurers. Maybe. I don't recognize them. They're at least not within the top 100. I was pretty familiar with anyone within the top 100 and prospective newbies. I also felt that as long as they didn't commit crimes or cause any trouble, adventurers should be free to do whatever they wanted during their off time. Being noisy might fall under the category of causing trouble, but we were in a pub, after all. But from what I could hear, it sounded like that man was really discriminating against demi-humans. Man, some people really get too into the established setting, huh? As in, people would legitimately think they're heroes defeating the evil monsters that lurk in dungeons. Of course, they still had a grasp on what was reality and what was fantasy, but there was still a good amount of people that had their dungeon experiences influence their opinions in reality. He's going too far. Even if he might be drunk. Phoenix made a grimace as well. Those shitty demons should be grateful for the current times we live in. Otherwise, we'd be slaughtering each and every one of them. Gahaha. Those people orbiting around him would nod and applaud at every remark he made as well. It's been a long time since the world fell into peace, but no matter how much time passes, discrimination will always exist. There are those that have gotten along with demi-humans, but there are also those that continue to ridicule those that are mixed with beasts. Let's go, Phoenix. They're making me sick. Yeah. We've already talked about everything that needed to be talked about. We paid for our food and began to leave, but that's when it happened. What the heck? You're a demi-human. Hot damn, you've got a pretty nice body for someone mixed with a beast. How about you come to my place so I could exterminate you? The man had grabbed onto a dog demi-human waitress while leering at her vulgarly. Everyone around him seemed to cheer him on. Uck, and I have work tomorrow, too. Don't worry, Lem. You won't get tired out if the two of us work together. I'm already having a hard time making sure no one here notices you, you know? I know you've trained enough for that to not be a problem. Yeah, this'll be easy. So easy. We talked as we approached the men. I don't think that girl appreciates what you're doing. Also, your discriminatory remarks are inexcusable. The man and his groupies, around 30 of them or so, stood up. What did you say? Who the hell are you guys? Do you have any idea who I am? The man was tall enough to make even Phoenix look up at him. But both Phoenix and I were as calm as could be. We don't, but we'd assume you're an adventurer at least below the top 100. A vein bulged on the man's face. I felt some deja vu. This was just like that heavy armored knight that attacked Miller. Sounds like you really want to die. It was a threatening voice. I tilted my head and looked at Phoenix. Is that true? Phoenix responded kindly with an amused face. It might be that they legitimately believe they're strong enough to defeat us. Ahaha. That's hilarious. I shrugged my shoulders exaggeratedly. You idiots have gotten in way over your heads. Guess what? I'm a hero. Oh, I see. Sure, his job might be hero, but I highly doubt you're anything close to a hero. Maybe more like a thug. I'll make you regret this. Damn brat. We were surrounded by the drunks. The rest of the customers in the pub came and went, with some of them silent and some of them cheering. The employees and owner looked at us with worried faces. I'm not that ruthless of a guy. I'll let you off if you get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Nonsense. Don't you think you should be the one apologizing to that girl? Phoenix's sound argument enraged the man. That's got nothing to do with you. I'll take care of the thug. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. What could a twig like you possibly do to me? Ha. Let's see what you got. It didn't even take a few minutes for this showdown to get settled. The man didn't attempt to dodge the fist of a small-framed boy that I threw out at him. He was probably planning on driving me to despair by showing that it'd do practically no damage to him. I guess he thought that his physical strength was strong enough that everything would just naturally work out for him. I don't really get it. After all, I'd be able to take him down in one blow by hitting him in the stomach after completely lowering his defense. The hero with the unknown rank let out a squeal and fell unconscious onto the floor face down. Phoenix quickly caught the girl so that she wouldn't fall down with him. What are you doing on the floor? Did you want to apologize to us? There was no response. The tone in the air quickly grew cold, and one of the more prominent groupies yelled out and attacked us. But he was soon knocked down by another groupie that was nearby him. Dealing with all of them would have been a pain, so I inflicted confusion on all of them so that they'd confuse their allies as enemies. It was difficult to handle since there were innocent bystanders around us, too. Well, Phoenix was here, so it'd probably be fine. As the drunks fought each other, we knocked them all out one by one. All right, I'm finished up over here. Same. The final man toppled onto the floor. As expected of the flame hero, he took out 3 people by the time I took out just 1. I searched for the unconscious hero's identification and memorized his information. I'll report him as well. That would be more efficient. They'd take his report more seriously than mine. The guards are here. One of the customers that had evacuated out of the pub shouted out. This was bad. It'd be really troublesome if we got caught. Let's go. Right. Phoenix gently helped up the waitress who had gotten dragged into this mess and handed her the money for the food as well as a little extra. Take this as an apology for the trouble we've caused. Thank you for the delicious food. The waitress, who could only recognize Phoenix as a tall young man, blushed. There's an exit in the back over the. Thank you for saving me. We got some helpful information. Let's go, you womanizer. I don't know if I appreciate you calling me that. The wry smiling Phoenix and I rushed towards the exit that the waitress pointed out. After exiting the place, we ran for a while. Once we made sure no one was following us, We entered an alleyway we happened to come across. Ahaha. It'd be a huge scandal if people found out the flame hero was caught up in a bar fight. I wasn't able to ignore what that man was doing. Well, yeah, but I could have taken care of it on my own. But it would have been taken care of a lot faster with the two of us. Right? I suppose having your magic around really does make it easier for me to fight. I know. There wasn't any point in acting modest around friends. We started walking towards nowhere in particular. Phoenix suddenly started talking. Our party is going to challenge the 10th stratum tomorrow. Yeah, I knew. It was me who'd be guarding the door to the 11th stratum, after all. And we're going to win. So you should watch. You bet I'll be watching. I'll be watching from the best possible seat in the house. I'll be the one taking you on, after all. I'm heading towards the top, one step at a time. I dunno about that. You think I'll lose? We'll see tomorrow. I'll win no matter what. You're the one who told me that that's what a hero does. How long are you going to remember that? Geez. I was happy, but it was a little embarrassing too. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. We drew close to my inn. All right, I'll see you, then. I'm going to be changing inns soon, but don't you dare try to search me out again, as long as you don't keep me out of the loop. I know. I'll update you on my employment developments. I'll be the one to come to you next time. Don't forget to introduce me to your lovely girlfriend, either. You're still going on about that? We looked at each other and laughed. We'll be seeing each other again tomorrow. As an adventurer and a monster. As a hero and imagine. And to me personally. As a hero of humanity and as a hero of the monsters. It'll be a battle between best friends. Now then, you've finally reached the 10th stratum. Looking back, how do you feel about your journey so far? A male reporter was asking a question in front of the Demon King Castle. The five of us faced the video camera lens that was recording footage for television use and responded to the interview. Television broadcasts have dedicated time slots. They start at a specific time and end at a specific time. That's why regardless of whether the dungeon run ends in success or not, it's better if it lasts as long as possible. A long run can simply be edited to fit the time slot, but if it's too short, then extending footage can be difficult. There's a limit to how often they can just repeat footage over and over again. In other words, filler is used to fill up the time slot if necessary. Stuff like hyping up the viewers or making comments on a successful run. It wasn't uncommon for broadcasts to use things like that. No one could possibly expect what could happen in the Demon King Castle compared to other dungeons. So being interviewed right before the 10th stratum wasn't all that strange. They'd probably do it right before the battle with the Demon King themselves as well, as shown by all the parties trying to follow our example and getting wiped out at the very first stratum. The Demon King Castle is an extremely difficult dungeon. The few parties that have gone past the second stratum have all been defeated by the fourth stratum as well. I suppose you could say the strata so far are all much more difficult than the recommended level they've been given. Ever since we first cleared the first stratum, a mysterious robed mage and hellhounds that utilized black magic began showing up, enemies that we had never encountered. Ever since then, not a single party has gotten past the first stratum. Our party could be considered fortunate in that sense, but I didn't bother bringing that up. But from what I've heard, there seemed to be quite a number of black magic users showing up. Could it be that they just weren't recruited until after we cleared the first stratum? The mysterious robed mage really did have a mysteriously undefined role. Some say he's probably in charge of directing the hellhounds. True. Your party didn't have a single person defeated until the 5th stratum. Since then, you had someone getting wiped out pretty much every single time. It simply means that the monsters they have gathered truly make the dungeon deserving of the word impregnable, as well as a dungeon deserving to be challenged by us. Speaking of the 5th stratum, wasn't that your first run after the Black Sorcerer left your party? Apparently, he was your childhood friend, but do you think that his withdrawal had any effect on your clears? It should have already been established that Lum was a taboo subject, but the reporter continued to face the mic towards me with an innocent look. My opinion towards Lam's withdrawal had yet to be made public. I've remained completely silent on it. No one would want to hear that Lam was actually necessary to the group. They wanted to hear me say that I wanted him gone. But there's absolutely no chance of me ever saying anything like that. I rounded up the interview and began heading to the dungeon, but someone spoke out right before that. I believe Lam was an exceptional black sorcerer. It was the frost hero Bella. The reporter was caught off guard for a moment, but he soon began speaking. Why yes, but you were Lam's replacement. Yes, because the party felt like they needed more firepower. Right? And it actually has in fact gone up since you joined. If you really think that, then you must not be the very attentive type. The reporter froze up against Bella's cold smile. If anything had improved after I joined the party, it'd only be our visual impact. I believe the party was more balanced overall before I joined. The only benefit I brought to the table was improving the flashiness of our combat. I don't believe anything else has improved. I'm not so shameless as to give myself more credit than I deserve. I wasn't even surprised at this point. I already knew Bella was the type of person to say exactly how she felt. She was a bit timid when she first joined us, but it didn't take her long to get acclimated. Lam was an exceptional black sorcerer, you say? I've heard that his comrades found him to be an issue since he was a deadweight, though. Are you using rumors as your basis for what kind of person Lam was? What were you even expecting from asking something like this to a newcomer like me? Oh, also, didn't the #1 ranked storm hero Ariel praise Lam as well? Have you not heard about that? The #1 ranked adventurer said that? I haven't heard anything like that. It was something he said to us personally. Of course, the public wouldn't know. The reporter's face grew red as he quickly turned the mic to Alba. You mentioned it in a previous interview, didn't you, Alba? That you were the one that urged Lam to leave the party, and that it was the correct decision. Isn't this an interview for the 10th stratum? What's the point in talking about someone who isn't even here anymore? Let's get to work already. Lark and Lily made surprised faces. The usual Alba would have happily criticized Lam's faults, but for some reason, even he was chastising the reporter for mentioning such things. Realizing that he wouldn't get any desirable responses out of us, the reporter made a frustrated face for a while and then proceeded to the questions he originally planned to ask. A total of 3 people were defeated between the 7th and 9th stratum, but how do you think the 10th stratum will play out? I'm sure many formidable unseen enemies will be waiting for us, but we will not lose. Our battles should be proof of that. After some more questions were made to the rest of the members, the interview concluded. After the camera stopped rolling, I called out to the reporter. Why yes, what is it? Those questions weren't my decision, the higher-ups wanted. I don't care. Just be more careful next time. As I directly gave him my warning while standing in front of him, the reporter trembled in fear. If Bella didn't pull on my sleeve, the reporter might have fallen into incontinence. I know that you have a strong bond to your childhood friend, but you shouldn't use your magical energy to threaten people. Even if someone might not be able to use magic, they are able to feel magical energy. Just like how people are able to sense presences, they are able to sense the magical energy that unconsciously gets emitted from others. Not many are able to sense it, but it is similar to bloodthirst. If the flame hero were to purposely emit magical energy, the average person would get overcome with incomprehensible fear. It's much more inefficient than something like Lam's black magic, and it's rather weak against those who have the ability to cloak themselves in magical energy, so it doesn't have much use in dungeon clears. Also, it doesn't show on the camera. I wasn't threatening him, just warning him. That's just semantics. You've gotten pretty used to our party. I'm glad, as your leader. I'm honored. Do you miss Lam? Don't tease me. I'm just showing my concern for you. That's just semantics. Bella made a small laugh. We'll be able to win with this party. Yeah, I know. We headed towards the Demon King Castle. Bella's been doing all the work lately. I need to redeem myself. This dungeon really is tough, but I don't want to do anything over after coming this far. I'll cut down anything that shows up in our way. No matter what it is, I'm not letting myself get defeated anymore. The three of them were completely motivated. All right, let's clear the 10th stratum. Link rooms, which are rooms dedicated to transferring one's soul to their avatars, have two main differences depending on whether they are meant for monster use or adventurer use. Adventurer parties have a limit of 5, so there are only 5 pairs of cocoons set up in the room. Monsters have no restriction though, meaning many cocoons are needed. And since the original body needs to remain in one of the cocoons in each pair, you can't have multiple people using the cocoons in succession. Right now we were just about done transferring ourselves to our avatars and have been transferred to the 10th stratum. The place was similar to a large passageway in something like a palace. Actually, since it was only a straight line, I guess it would be more like a hallway. Calling it a hallway kinda takes away from the grand feeling it was supposed to have. But yes, it was pretty much a hallway. On each side of the pitch-black floor were tall pillars of the same color. The ceiling was also tall and black. There were 2 doors in the long hallway. One was the door where the adventurers would be coming in from. The other was the door we'd be protecting. There was a tall stone chair hiding that door, with stairs that led downwards behind it. It was something like a throne. Her Majesty is merely a dungeon master, but the setting was supposed to make her look like a legitimate king. I stood up from the chair I had been sitting on. Below my eyes were my subordinates who had been summoned specifically for this occasion. Phoenix's party will be arriving shortly. They all listened to what I had to say silently. I'm sure all of you are well familiar with them. After all, they were the ones who defeated you. My comrades are the dungeon's monsters. They were all people who were defeated by Phoenix's party as they made their way this far. They were well aware of their strength. Does that mean they're just weaklings fated to lose against them? Despite that, you all are still standing here. Why is that? The Flame Hero is someone who could be considered the strongest member of humanity. A rematch against him would surely result in failure. I purposely spoke provocatively. Are you standing here right now simply to lose again? No. We have risen up once again in order to claim victory under the guidance of the Chief of Staff. The one who responded instantly was the Chief of the Werewolves, Mage. That's right. These 3 heads of ours will rip out their windpipes this time for sure. Following, the watchdog of Helen Aberius and the invisible executioner Glacier Labelers roared out. I would love to add that Frost Hero to my collection. That could very well become a possibility under your direction. I'll rot that elf who knocked down all my arrows for sure this time. The spirit ruler General Kimmeries and his aide, the dark elf known as the Black Wound Hunter Lera, responded as well. There weren't any dream demons, aquatic monsters, or birdmen called in this time around. Only those who wished for a rematch against Phoenix's party were gathered. There was one odd exception though, and that would be the Black Knight of the Big Four, the Reaper Knight Furkers. It turned out she was actually a girl, by the way, was someone who worked on a contract of 1 meal per 1 instance of assistance, meaning that she wouldn't be summoned here unless I specifically asked her to. However, after she got defeated by Phoenix, she appeared before me and repeatedly spoke the word food. After a while, I interpreted what she was saying to be a request to participate in the rematch. It seemed that I was correct, seeing as she is here now. Excellent. After experiencing so many defeats, I know your souls will not allow true defeat to come upon you. Today we will drive them back. There is only one thing I ask of you all. I scanned my eyes across everyone and spoke out. Follow me. I shall grant you victory. Lemmigerton is the Demon King Army's Chief of Staff. Since that kind of person would need some level of refined dignity, Her Highness herself trained me to alter my speech habits. It was a bit embarrassing at first, but I grew used to it eventually. In fact, I've been able to say things I would normally have trouble saying, so maybe that way of talking was a good fit for a chief of staff. Yeah, we'll follow your every order. Give us victory. March Osiers and the werewolves he brought with him roared out. Among the monsters, a single vampire stepped forward. It was the vampire queen Carmela. We will follow you. I swear we will bring you victory. She got on one knee, displaying her loyalty. "Return to your positions." Everyone stepped back from me. Only I sat down, and then Phoenix's party showed up. There was a significant distance between us. Just in case of the off chance that they'd actually recognize me, I had a voice changer installed in my mask. Also, I was able to have it so my voice would transmit to this floor's speakers with the press of a button. I pressed the small button on the side of my mask. "So you've come, adventurers." By the way, this floor was similar to the 5th stratum. In other words, the floor boss would be encountered right after entering it. On other strata, I'd usually just have my black magic spread everywhere to help the monsters defeat the opponents. But I'd be doing things differently this time around. I wanted to completely wipe out Phoenix's party alongside my comrades who shared my desire for victory. I was just being selfish here, but everyone agreed to follow me. That's why I had an obligation as Lemegeton to bring victory to everyone. "Welcome to the 10th stratum, the true domain of the demons." They stopped for a second, but soon continued forward. "I am the Demon King Army's Chief of Staff, the one-horned dark sorcerer Lemegeton." Just calling myself a black sorcerer sounded a bit weak, so we went with dark sorcerer. It was definitely the kind of name Her Highness would have thought up of. The one-horned part was something that I insisted on adding. My avatar had one horn as well, so the viewers wouldn't find it odd or anything. But there was one person who would notice. "After all, I am the flame hero Phoenix. I will defeat you and swing this sword of mine upon the Demon King himself." Phoenix shouted to carry his voice towards me. "That won't happen. After all, we will be eliminating you all right here and now." My black magic could reach anywhere as long as I could see where my target was. I unleashed my black magic on the 5 of them at the entrance. Their expressions changed instantly. 4 of them made pained faces. Only one of them was different. My friend, Phoenix, made a smile. Exclamation mark ha 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 ha. He burst out in laughter, something that was unlike him. I see now. He put his hand to his mouth, as he failed to control his laughter. The very next moment, he took out his holy sword. Its blade shone a brilliant red. It was crimson as if it was scorching hot. "Go all out. We'll only fall further behind the longer we take." The flame hero must have realized that Lemegeton was his best friend. That would make sense. He'd realize even if I didn't say anything. "That's why you'd come at me full force." I knew. "Let's see just how far you'll get, flame hero." Monsters were standing in the way of Phoenix and his party. "You are," Alba muttered. Phoenix's party was confused at why Phoenix suddenly burst out into laughter, but his words right afterward pulled them back into focus. "The vampire queen Carmeleva controlled bat familiars." She was a bewitching vampire with a mask that covered her face and an elaborate dress covering her body. "The big 4, huh? We've defeated them before, but having all 4 of them show up at once would definitely be troublesome." Lark spoke in his usual low-tension voice. "It depends on the dungeon, but the big 4, or any rank similar to that, have the potential to appear on pretty much any stratum. In the Demon King Castle, they appeared in the 3rd, 5th, 8th, and 9th stratum. They're, of course, quite powerful. But there is one big difference about them that sets them apart from the rest of the monsters. For one time only, they are able to appear in a stratum that they're not in charge of. This is usually the case for either the dungeon master battle or the fight right before that. To put it another way, other than the top-ranked monsters, special monsters like floor bosses and such are not allowed to appear on other strata, so they had returned to the link room after the speech. There is one exception, however, and that is for them to be summoned by someone instead of entering the stratum themselves. Phoenix's party still didn't know about my ring. That's why I'll start with making them think they're just normal. Clear. By the way, I was officially promoted to Chief of Staff today. Before that, I was just a normal monster, helping out with various things on the 1st and 2nd strata. This was also a way to prevent any information on the strata from leaking. That Black Knight Furcus is especially bothersome. My arrows won't pierce that armor. Furcus was quite large in her armor. It's not that she exactly looked like a large person, but rather she looked like an extra-large statue created to resemble some famous person. You really had to look up when facing her, making it so that she didn't seem like an actual person. The Reaper Knight Furcus wielded a pitch-black spear. Behind her were several of her subordinates, the Dragonkin. They were warriors with the forms of humans and dragon scales covering their heads. I was able to get normal monsters like March Osias's werewolf subordinates and Naberius's hellhound subordinates to work under me, but I was hiding that fact right now. The hellhounds had especially taken a liking to me and were operating according to my directions. If we want to end this quickly, we'll have to go after the floor boss. But the stratum is considered cleared as long as the floor boss is defeated. But the frost hero Bella had a stern look on her face. Her and Phoenix were able to resist my black magic to a certain extent, but Alba was taking it full on, while even Lark, who had a small amount of magical energy due to his job, and Lily, who naturally generated more magical energy than humans because of her racial traits, were struggling as well. This was ultimately a team battle. Their operating ability had definitely taken a hit. They were able to move, but not very easily, and they were far from their full strength. In fact, they were quite off their game. Something like that, strictly physically speaking. However, I don't mind if you go on without me. That definitely wouldn't be a good idea. Wasn't there another party that got wiped out by doing the very same thing? The Thunder Hero, right? I will say that it's unlikely that this level of status-reducing black magic is coming from just a single user. It's probably safe to assume that there are multiple black magic users hiding about like the first stratum. Even the Frost Hero didn't seem to make the connection between Lemmigeton and Lem. Well, that's only natural. This is lame. Black magic is completely boring to any viewers watching this, yet they're using something like that. Maybe on its own, but it has the potential to be interesting if combined with other factors. Shouldn't you be well aware of that by now, Alba? It seemed it was true that Bella had recognized my abilities. It wasn't that I had doubted Phoenix. It was just that it felt kind of strange actually hearing that. It was likely a result of her natural observational skills rather than her status as a hero. You know, there are some things that were better about Lem than you. For one, he didn't babble on about nonsense all the time. He must have been quite the patient person. Then, Alba clicked his tongue, but he didn't say anything back. Give me a few seconds. I'll end this. No one had any objections. They must have felt that a few seconds wouldn't be any problem. Phoenix repelled Furcus's spear. Furcus paid no mind to her spear that was seared and chopped in half and continued with a second, and then a third thrust. By the time she thrust her spear out, it had already mended itself. It was apparently a magic tool that was passed on by the previous Furcus. Foolish adventurers who dare bare their fangs at Lord Lemmigeton, I sentence thee to death by blood. The nails of Miller's avatar extend. With said sharp nails, she slashes open her wrists. When avatars perform self-harm, it would be magical energy that flows out instead of blood. But it still applied to blood manipulation techniques. The blood that flowed out floated in the air instead of dripping onto the floor, transforming into several swords that she could swing to her liking. Her bats spread their wings in preparation. I don't think I'd ever get used to that sadistic impression that vampire lets off. Lark spoke while stepping forward. With apologies to the armed dragonkin, shall we take out the ones that are within range, Lily? Indeed. It will be tricky with Godspeed. But if I just fire arrows normally. Lily readied her arrows while Bella deployed her ice magic. You can slow me down and lower my attack power as much as you want, but your damn black magic won't do a thing to my weapon. Alba held his magic sword with both hands and pointed the tip towards me. The blade then immediately began stretching out towards me with incredible speed. Right. Even if his strength got lowered, he still had that. Magic swords are weapons that move according to the user's thoughts, and black magic has no effect on inanimate objects. I had no way of decreasing the speed at which the sword flew towards me. Swords are usually swung by people, meaning that they could be slowed down by lowering the speed of the wielder, but this magic sword is a different case, because the sword itself moved. If the enemy was anyone but me, they would have likely suffered significant wounds. But I know you, Alba. I've fought alongside you for how many years now? This stretching thrust of his that moved faster than any gust of wind. He was aiming for my head. I continued sitting at my seat. You're gonna die with that smirk on your face. It's true that I might have been taken out right here and now if I underestimated you all. That's just how good of an attack it was. But I would never do such a thing. Right before the sword reached my head, I put my elbow on the armrest of my chair and rested my cheek on my raised fist. The sword that was supposed to pierce my head stabbed into the back of my chair. The Demon King Army's Chief of Staff Lemigaton continued sitting in his seat with his resting on one hand. Wow! Alba was shocked over how I had dodged his perfectly aimed trajectory. What a splendid sword! The blade extends by pleating itself like an accordion. The blade part and the extended parts are patched together. The parts that contracted and expanded had no edge. I grabbed that part. Don't you think you should let go? I gave a provocative warning. Alba realized his mistake a moment afterward, but it was already too late. His magic sword determines its trajectory the moment right before it launches, how it would move, and how it would come back. For this specific instance, it was supposed to pierce my head and then return right back to the hilt. But what if someone held the sword in place as it was coming back? The magic sword would operate according to the instructions it was given, meaning that both sides would end up pulling against each other. Let's turn things back a little. Alba was taking my black magic full on. Right when his sword was about to come back to him, I increased the effects of the black magic I had on him. I clouded his thoughts and lowered his vision. That was more than enough. After tottering and stumbling, he ended up being dragged away from his comrades by the sword. Alba. It was Phoenix's voice. Why, you gotta be kidding me. I knew he wouldn't let go of his sword. This magic sword was something that was temporarily constructed with magical energy, but it was still something that he had received from his father. Besides, a warrior is nothing without their sword. That intense attachment was what cost Alba his arms. Fear not. I shall torture you until you lose all sense of composure. Then I shall allow you to die. Carmela's blood swords cut off Alba's arms from the elbows. I wonder what your blood tastes like. It'd probably be as thin as water. I don't need it, so I'll let my little darlings feast on it. Carmela sneered at Alba while rubbing her lips with her finger. Her familiars flew towards their target. Miller had somewhat of a grudge against Alba because of his attitude towards me. I realized that must have had an effect on her treatment towards Alba as well. Oh, geez. Lark hurried to back up Alba. Stay back. It's pointless. He was right. Alba isn't an idiot. He was aware of his position in this fight. He already knew he was going to drop out, so he didn't want any help from his comrades. But he didn't put enough thought into this. Well, I suppose normally it would have been more than enough. My, are you sure? Without your lauded magic sword, you are nothing more than a foul-mouthed barbarian. No? You should beg your allies for help. Shut up. Don't try to talk all big when you've already lost to us once. My legs are enough for someone like you. Alba dodged the bats and the blood swords while occasionally kicking. We will not lose. Our victory is assured, you monster. Don't talk like you're our hero or something. Alba's sword was sitting right behind me. I had let go of it as well when Alba lost hold of it, meaning the tip of the sword was still implanted into the back of my seat. I grabbed onto the hilt and pulled it out. Carmela, don't kill him yet, I ordered her as I made my way down the stairs. As you command, Lord Lemigaton. Avatars always require updated information from the subject, but magic tools are also replicated when the avatar is deployed. If the user ends up getting defeated, then their clothes and accessories will disperse into magical particles as well. But as long as the user's avatar is in good health, then any of their belongings can be used by others. I already knew that Alba's magic sword didn't have any requirements on who its user was. He had bragged about it for so many years now, so I knew exactly how to use it. Magic sword, activate! Oh no. He plans to utilize Alba's magic sword. Bella noticed as I was activating the magic sword. To make them think that I merely learned how to use it through imitation, I use it just like Alba did. Except, I'm only using one hand because my strength hasn't been decreased like Alba's was. Now then, who shall I aim for? Damn it! He's mocking me, shouted an enraged Alba as he glared at me. Miller's swords grazed his sides, while bats chomped on his thighs. Yes, burn his visage into your eyes to your heart's desire, for you shall suffer a crushing defeat from the magic of he, who is the dark sorcerer. You're really pissing me off. As expected, Alba, unarmed and lacking arms, cannot compete with one of the big four. Bella, create a wall. Bella shook her head at Lily's cries. That Magin saw through Alba's movements. He knows this party well. He might change the magic sword's trajectory. Then if you deploy a larger wall. If I do that, then I would need to regenerate my magical energy. During that period, I won't be able to use my freezing magic. Clever. If my attack was a straight line, she could create an ice wall in anticipation of my trajectory. It's possible for me to avoid that wall. Anticipating that and creating a larger ice wall so that I cannot dodge left, right, or up will cause her to be temporarily cut off from using her magical energy and must regenerate. How long it takes to produce magical energy and how long it takes for said magical energy to be stored in the body varies depending on the individual. While Bella may have a lot of promise, it has only been 3 years since her job was confirmed. A hero possesses a growth speed that far surpasses that of the ordinary man, but it is difficult to develop magical energy-related abilities in the first place. For her, she cannot recklessly use large-scale magic spells. If that's the case, then the other enemies, even Lily, seem to realize. If an ice wall is created in the space between them and all the enemies, that should work out. Phoenix should be able to force Furcus to retreat, and Lily should be able to hold the Dragonkin at bay. Lark, too, can repel them with his shield. However, Alba will be left behind. Regardless of the method, the outcome still results in one of the party members being separated. Even now, Alba is being toyed with by the Vampire Queen. If they abandon him, the 4 of them will be guarded against the magic sword. But if they choose to defend him, there are still other threats besides the magic sword that remains. Bella will be placed in a vulnerable position to be attacked because her freezing magic will be temporarily unusable. Help Alba. Hurry, commanded Phoenix. Bella immediately obeyed. The ice wall that appeared separated me and the magic sword from the rest of the world. My magic sword stopped just before the ice wall that was created to thwart me. Soon after, the extended blade returns, just as planned. The goal was to force Bella to use her magical energy. No, there was another. To me, March-Osius, Naberius, the wolf-shaped chief of the werewolves March-Osius and the Cerberus-like watchdog of hell Naberius appeared by my side. Splendid of you to summon me, Chief of Staff. Sir, I am at your service. I only had one order. Destroy. I couldn't agree more. As you wish. March-Osius starts beating on the ice wall and Naberius, in a position a little further down, breathed fire from his 3 heads. I continued to summon more contracts. Gladiolabellus, Chimeres, Lera, the Invisible Slaughter, Spirit Commanding General, and Black Wound Hunter appeared in succession. Glala was wagging his tail as he sat down. To summon 5 of us in succession, your magical energy is to be admired. It's for that very reason that he is fittingly our Chief of Staff. Your orders, Lord Lemigaton. It is as I told you beforehand. Gladiolabellus. On my command, Glala makes all 3 of them invisible. I have also decided the right time for them to move. The way will be open soon, Chief of Staff. Sir. March-Osius was punching the wall at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. This side, too, will soon melt. The ice was melting with such force that it was evaporating. Match your timing, you two. Aye, sir. As you command, Lord Lemigaton. I once again ready the magic sword. Next, I plan to take one of them out with this sword. The enemy was fighting skillfully. The Black Knight Furcus movements were aiming to keep me at bay rather than pushing me back. He wards off my attacks with unimaginably faster movements than his armor would imply. I thought you desired a rematch with me, but it feels like you are simply stalling. I am merely acting on the promise of 1 meal per battle. His voice sounds like it's going through a poor quality voice changing device. His choice of words was a little strange, but I think he means that he is obeying the Chief of Staff's orders. You believe him to be a trustworthy man, huh? If I'm right, and there's no way I would mistake him for anyone else, they barely know each other. However, his answer cleared everything up. The Chief of Staff will lead his allies to victory. As if that were sufficient enough an answer, Furcus brandishes his spear. No matter where he goes, he never changes. Just that the monsters seem to understand his contributions. That is slightly mortifying, because I couldn't do the same. How splendid. However, it is we who will triumph. Is there a point to your words? For me, I believe there is. By saying that, I encouraged myself. Soon after the ice wall was created, I was astonished at the increased magical energy response I felt beyond the wall. Moreover, judging from their magical energy signatures, they were floor boss class monsters. 5 of them. Lark, to Bella. You got it. NGH. Repelling a dragonkin's fist with his shield, Lark goes towards Bella's side. On your guard, everyone. There are 5 monsters beyond the wall. All floor bosses. Wow, but there are already 2 of the big 4 here. Lily fired an arrow that hits a dragonkin in the arm, piercing through the scales. The ice wall will be broken soon. Thrusting from Lark's shadow with her rapier-shaped holy sword, Bella has a displeased look on her face. The hell is going on? At most, there should be 6 of them. How the hell are there 8? That's impossible. Alba's shouts were reasonable. 1 stratum is to have 1 floor boss, and up to either 1 roaming type that is equivalent in strength or a second-in-command type monster. That is a basic rule. With the exception of the big 4, there's Lemmigeddon and perhaps a second-in-command. At most, only 6 floor boss equivalent monsters should be allowed to appear on this stratum. But at this point in time, there are 8. Well, it's happening right now. If they are still following the rules, then the only possibility is that they used summoning magic. But that requires the summoner to expend magical energy in order to construct their bodies. To have summoned 5 of them all at once, that is tantamount to a Demon King Magin. If it's him, it's definitely possible. The man who trained his magical energy organ continuously without fail since he was 10 years old to this very day. Phoenix, forget about us and use your magic. I don't respond to Alba's shout. My large-scale magic will affect everything around me. It's not impossible to incinerate the enemy, but they wouldn't allow the use of such subtle magical energy manipulation in front of them. If he presses the attack, I could defeat Furcus with the sword technique, but that would separate me from my allies. It's clear as day that that is one of their objectives, so I won't fall into their trap. The ice wall is being breached. In an instant, a large hole opened up in the wall, and in a separate location, the wall melted and red flames could be seen. March Osias is my name. Flame Hero, I challenge you. Onward, brothers. Perhaps they were hidden or perhaps summoned. A large number of his werewolf underlings stepped forward. With my flames, with my fangs, I will defeat you this time. It seems that Naberius was the one who melted the wall. Aren't there supposed to be 3 more? Said Lark in his melancholic voice. I can still sense them. But more importantly, watch out for the magic sword. Yeah, Bella's safe with me, huh? Lark was not at fault. At about the same time that the ice melted and 2 floor bosses came to this side, the magic sword extended. In other words, he set the magic sword's trajectory the moment he saw us or just before. As expected, the latter is unlikely. It had to have been the moment he saw us. He pointed the magic sword at Bella, extended it, and then Lark readied to repel it with his shield. But the tip of the sword evaded the shield. As if the blade had a mind of its own, it snaked around the shield and pierced Lark's chest, right through his heart. A fatal wound. No way, this is weird. Lark's usual sleepy eyes were now open wide. Alba's magic sword was expertly handled. No, rather, he saw through our movements and coordinated with his black magic. Enough. Carmela. There is no need to toy with him further. If that is Lord Lemmigeddon's wish, I shall leave it at that. There were countless gashes over Alba's body, a sword in his abdomen, and bats biting all over his body. I thank you, Warrior Alba. Thanks to your magic sword, the paladin Lark could be felled. You bitch, I'll remember you. Carmilla gave a sweet smile. Oh? I've already forgotten you. The bats began sucking blood simultaneously. Alba's body withered in the blink of an eye and crumbled. Goodness, he wasn't even good enough as an afternoon snack for my darlings. With that, his accompanying magic sword scattered into particles, making Lark's efforts to somehow grab onto the blade and pull Lemegeton towards us all for naught. My bad Fenny. Alba and Lark were eliminated. The enemy's losses only amounted to the 2 dragonkin that Bella froze and were then finished off by Lily and Lark. This was not a fair trade at all. Leader, in light of what happened, I am fully convinced. Bella said no more than that. But she's telling me that she has realized his true identity. I believe I must press forward. Please give me your permission. His actions show that he knows us very well. So the only right course of action would be to send someone that he doesn't know well, like Bella, to face him. You should know that I'm not telling you not to go simply because you want to, right? That's not it. In fact, I wouldn't want to make such mistaken decisions based on such feelings. My fear is that if it's him, it's possible that he predicted that we'll use Bella. While being vigilant of the remaining 3 entities, I will quickly eliminate Lemegeton. You stay and protect Lily and annihilate the surrounding enemies. It's simple. Bella is confident she can do it. Fine. I'm counting on you. Yes. Bella jumps out. And the enemies, none of them tried to stop her. I knew it. They saw this coming. Bella, I know that I'm being lured out. Lily was left behind. There's no way she could follow her. The monsters get in my way to slow me down. Lord Chief of Staff has granted us a chance to have a rematch with you. March Osiers shouts. If we go by order, then I believe I go first. The Cerberus-like Naberius steps forward, the floor boss of the first stratum. He was the first to be defeated, so he claims to have first dibs on a rematch. All of you aren't gonna come at me all at once. If we wanted to do that, there are a countless number of faster ways to annihilate you all. Lord Chief of Staff considered our wishes. Well, someone seems to be a good boss. As a friend, I'm proud. Now then, I'm being underestimated a lot. To say that they could have defeated me, the Flame Hero, in many faster ways. Certainly, the opponent has the upper hand. However, the match hasn't been decided yet. Then I accept. I shall take any number of you on. I'll defeat them all, and then there is an opponent that I must face. I confront my enemies with my scorching hot sword in hand. Yes, Bella jumping ahead is all according to plan. Whether or not she realized that I'm alum isn't important. She just needs to conclude that I'm an enemy who has seen through Phoenix and Party's movements. Under the instructions of Phoenix in this short-term battle, 2 have already fallen. If I were the newcomer, I would seize information that only pertained to clearing the Demon King Castle. I cannot let myself be defeated the same way Alba and Lark were. It is not unreasonable to think that way. If I were Phoenix, I would probably stop her, but it looks like he gave his permission! Passing the area where the ice wall stood, Bella's expression changed to one of suspicion. Most likely because I'm no longer visible. Grala made me invisible and I was sitting on the stairs leading to the throne and subsequently the gate. Hiding? No, it's Sklasha labelers. Please be careful. There may invisible enemies about. Calmly taking a guess and not forgetting to urge her allies to be vigilant. An excellent adventurer. She wasn't even there during the time that we fought Glala. She must have studied hard. This is more troubling than I imagined. I'll take that as a compliment. Maybe she does suspect who Lemegeton truly is. Aiming to launch an ambush. Are we? I cannot allow that. She wielded her rapier in midair. Cold air spreads around her. She's making grains of ice fall from the air. Huh? Being invisible doesn't mean being untouchable. They can't be seen, but you can't pass through them either. So surely with this spell, you can grasp your enemy's movements by seeing where the flow of ice grains are unnatural. I have you. Rather than using it to find enemies in a wide area, she only deployed enough of it in order to protect herself from a surprise attack. It didn't reach the area where I was, so the one she caught wasn't me. What was pierced by the icicle growing out of the floor was one of Kimri's manipulated ghosts. an avatar of a once fallen adventurer. The icicle heated up and melted. The ghost happened to be a magician. Then, the invisible enemies resumed closing in on her. Wah! Bella immediately responded to that. This time, she froze the zone surrounding her, creating a large block of ice. Having done that, she can sense the human-shaped moving objects moving in the opposite direction of her who are closing in. Ghosts are the avatars of adventurers. They are constructed of magical energy and moreover, have a functioning magical energy organ. It is difficult for Bella to sense whether the invisible shape is me or not. A magical energy response can't be confirmed through a video. Outside of times when it is absolutely necessary, I suppress my magical energy so it won't be that simple to find me. Ugh. Bella captured 3 more figures in the block of ice. That took a lot out of her magical reserves. Why aren't you attacking me? Could it be that you're ignoring me entirely? I don't want to be the cause of my own elimination, like how Alba and Lark were. At least, that is what Bella appears to have interpreted my actions as. I wasn't thinking of anything as rude as completely ignoring her, but it is a fact that I have no intention of fighting her fair and square. I could list several plausible reasons, but that would be troublesome, so I'll just list 2. The first is that I want to fight Phoenix in perfect condition. I have already used quite a bit of magical energy, but I guess by the time I fight him, he would have used up the same amount of magical energy. The second is that there are those who want to fight Bella. She stops making ice grains fall. It seems that she used up her reserve magical energy that was left after deploying the large ice wall. She probably has a little bit of spare energy left. I'll need to revise the plan. Actually, you could say that I'm obsessed with you. Though I am not Lord Chief of Staff. There was the sound of a sword stabbing the ground. Hearing that, Glala cancels the invisibility. What appeared was an armored knight. It was Kimmeries, a knight that wields necromancy, a necromancer. That I am. I am called Kimmeries. It is with great misfortune that I did not fight you on the second stratum, but as expected of the Lord Chief of Staff, he has granted me this chance. Kimmeries saw the Phoenix Party's clear videos and says that he wants the Frost Hero's ghost. Each person has their own reason to fight. You wished to add my avatar to your collection? Please stop. It is good when they fight back. Let us decide the outcome through battle. Bella's expression twisted. This is the worst. Has everything up to now been going according to this Chief of Staff's plans? Forcing her to use her magic while being pushed out alone to target me allowed Kimmeries to have a one-on-one fight with her. He used both his allies and his enemies well. If he eliminates you all here and now, his position will be indisputable. Indeed it will. Bella sheaths her rapier with cold air, but its power is unstable. Be at ease. I shall not use my ghosts. Even the black magic shall be removed. If one enters a one-on-one fight, there can be no intrusions. I respected that intention. You want the ghost to be in its purest condition. Yes. Well then, let us begin. Bella did not back away. Instead, she resolutely steps forward and releases a thrust aimed to pierce Kimmeries' eye through the opening in his helmet. Splendid. But Kimmeries dodges it with a mere tilt of the neck. He closes in on her and stabbed her in the chest. Next time I come, I'll be sure to destroy this avatar. Then I will simply add it to my collection once again when that time comes. Bubbling, Kimmeries produces purple smoke that enters Bella through her mouth. Her body twitched and shook, then the complexion on her skin was drained. In order to indicate that it is a ghost, its appearance changes. The light is gone from its eyes and all signs of life disappear from its face. Bella herself has already been eliminated. Well done. I called out to him while invisible, and Kimmeries turned in my direction and bows. Only because Lord Chief of Staff is at the helm. Due to the invisibility, she needed to fire off an attack with enough power to eliminate what she thought was me. If she could see the shape, she would be able to ascertain its jobs from the ghost's appearance and then use an appropriate amount of magical energy to freeze it in place or render it powerless. If you want to praise and thank anyone, it should be Glasha Labelers. Him. Yes, most certainly. He thanked him, then continued. If I may be so bold, I would also want the Flame Hero, as we haven't we already been through this? I coldly responded, making Kimmeries immediately withdraw. Forgive me. If Phoenix becomes one of Kimmeries' ghosts, the combat potential of the second stratum will shoot up considerably. So of course I can't let that happen. I don't intend to offer up my friend's avatar like that. Also, that guy can't be beaten like that in the first place. It's fine. I don't mind if you just want to challenge him to a match, though. I'm afraid my painstakingly collected ghost will be annihilated in such a fight. It'll be fine if it's a one-on-one fight. May I collect those that were defeated by the Frost Hero? I ended up chuckling at Kimmeries' response. If Phoenix fought under the condition to not use magic, Kimmeries can have a good match with him. But Phoenix has no reason to respond to such conditions. So if Kimmeries were to call out his ghosts, they will be destroyed just like last time. To Kimmeries, Phoenix is the guy who destroyed every single one of his accumulated avatars. I can understand why he wants to avoid a fight with Phoenix as a necromancer, rather than a knight. I'll allow it. With my permission, Kimmeries heads towards the ghosts that were trapped in ice in order to release them. At that time, I wondered how Phoenix and Lily were doing. Bella didn't die in vain. She succeeded in notifying her allies of the existence of Graal and Kimmeries. Of the 5 monsters that I summoned, 4 of them have been revealed. It's troubling, but I can't seem to find the remaining one due to Graal's invisibility ability. No, wait. Found her. A pack of hellhounds who closed in while invisible is now visible because they have gotten close to the enemy. Lily immediately abandoned her bow and switched to a hatchet. She prides herself on her bowmanship, but she wouldn't fuss over it to the point that it would slow down her technique. With her deft handling, she slashes at the hellhounds, sometimes slicing off their heads. Hellhounds' attacks are low. In order to respond to them, one must naturally take a low stance. But in doing so, this exposes your back to attacks, so she must adopt a difficult stance in order to be vigilant of her surroundings. Either way, her mobility is reduced. On top of that, there's black magic. Good ole blank space and confusion. And gh, if I knew it was coming, I could have resisted it. The magic resistance and magical energy organ possessed by elves surpasses that of humans. That's why even my adjusted black magic is being somewhat resisted. Due to that, she's able to fend off the hellhounds. But her movements have been soundly reduced. It should be enough, right? It appears that Lara thought so too. Argh. An arrow is sticking out of Lily's side. A pale light of magical energy is supposed to leak out of a wound, but because of Lara's poison, it becomes muddy. The corrosion begins to spread from the wound, her skin slopping away as it melts. At that time, Phoenix's field of vision was being blocked by the hellfire spewing from Nabirius' 3 heads. This is that archers. That's Lara to you, elf huntress. It's difficult to fight while under the effects of black magic, is it not? To be slaughtered with all of your opponent's might while you yourself cannot exert your true strength. What a joy it is to be able to share the pain that we have felt. Goes the voice of Lara from the shadows of a pillar. Are you saying that Lam's black magic was like this? No, probably stronger. Lord Chief of Staff adjusted the effectiveness so that you could continue to fight. Even when I fought Lara, I adjusted my black magic so that it would look like normal black magic to the viewer, but it's not the right time to tell her that. It's also not a bad thing to raise the evaluation of Lamagaton. You still hold a grudge over missing your arrows, don't you? Lily quickly glanced over at her bow. A foolish taunt. But I accept your challenge, elf woman. Pick up your bow. Lord Glacier labelers. Lara's form is revealed. She cooperated in order to ensure the victory of the Demon King Castle monsters, but at her core, she truly loves a head-to-head contest. Huh? The hellhounds looked to me for instructions, so I raised my hand to instruct them to wait. Fellow invisible allies are able to see each other, so it seems my instructions were conveyed. Meeting Lara's eyes, I cancelled the black magic that affected Lily. Compared to winning via a surprise attack, winning via a fair bow and arrow match is certainly the desire of other dark elves or hunter monsters. Still keeping vigilant, Lily takes her bow in hand. They both reach for their quivers at the same time. The one who fired their arrow first was Lily, as expected of one of the only 3 Godspeed users in the world. But speed isn't everything. From the beginning, Lara didn't plan for this to be a contest of who can fire the fastest. She leapt to the side with all her might, with her body flowing through the air, and Lily's Godspeed all but used up. Lara readies an arrow and releases it while she was falling. KHH. Lily couldn't take evasive action. Lara's arrow pierced her throat and began to corrode. Without Lord Black Sorcerer's aid, all you have is your speed. Train your accuracy and learn some tactics. Lara seems to have carelessly added Lord to Black Sorcerer. Perhaps because she knows that it's actually me underneath the mask, but she is supposed to be the hated enemy of the former Phoenix Party. Fortunately, Lily wasn't in a state to worry about that. Since she got hit in the neck, she was finished. Falling on her knees, she collapses. Very slowly, her body disintegrates into particles of light. And then there was one. "It's just you, Phoenix. Please do not protect me," said Lily in a small but sure voice. After Bella dashed out. "The monsters standing in my way probably won't break their promise of fighting me one-on-one, but the monsters besides them will most likely aim for Lily. If I were to move in a way that protects Lily from that, I might take unexpected damage." Allies help each other, but Lily came to the conclusion that fighting individually in this situation will have the highest possibility of victory. "I also thought the same. It is difficult to wield the full power of flames with my ally at my side. I would have left her in the care of Bella, but I don't want to waste her determination, especially when our opinions align. My field of vision is filled with flames." The hellfire of Naberius, a savage three-headed dog who is proud of his horse carriage-sized frame. But my clothes had nary a scorch mark on them as I pushed through the flames. This is the divine protection given to those who formed a contract with the fire spirit. The temperature is controlled personally, and cannot invade the body. It appears that your hellfire is not enough to grill me. TSK. Then how about these fangs? Well, I do not possess a divine blessing that guards against being pierced by fangs, but from within the flames came a giant head. I pierced it with my holy sword. It was the middle of the three heads that tried to bite me. It won't be a problem if I defeat the enemy before they bite me. Gah. The remaining two heads stop spewing fire. I remove the holy sword that was pierced in the middle head's forehead and walk under his armpit. "Wait, I'm not through with you yet, NGH." In a moment, his body burst into flames and was soon eliminated. The body combusting and carbonizing in an instant was too much for the Avatar to handle. Next is Sir March Osiers. Yes, oh, that's right, there's Sir Glacialabelas as well. My apologies. While turning, I brandish my blade, swinging low. The forelegs of Glacialabelas, that were about to stab me in the back just now, were severed and flames began to spread to his body from there. Then, like Naberius, he was engulfed in flames. "How about you two, Sir Kimmeries and Madame Lara? Your allies have been felled, so you would be glad to do battle with me, no?" Kimmeries extinguishes his ghosts and walks forward by himself. "Let us have a bout then." "My apologies, but I do not have a sword other than this one." HMPH. "No matter, 'twas mine own decision to dispel my ghosts." "Well then, shall we?" Although he was a necromancer, his sword skills were outstanding. Honest, powerful, and fast swordsmanship backed by solid study. However, he has no chance against a holy sword. All that come into contact with its blade shall melt. Kimmeries tries to dodge my downward swing but fails to jump to the side, for at his feet the floor did blaze a pure red and melted. I can see why Bella lost. That was splendid swordsmanship. With his stance faltered, I bring my blade down upon him, bisecting him in two. An arrow flew towards me. I burn it to ash before it reaches me. Lara lets loose arrow upon arrow as she approaches. Lim is an excellent black sorcerer. I can declare that with pride, having fought alongside him all my life. However, I am a hero. It matters not if I don't have the world's best black sorcerer or how excellent of a chief of staff or black sorcerer the enemy has. No matter what the enemy, no matter how determined they may be, I will win. Lara threw away her bow and unsheathed her scimitar. Before she could close the distance, her body was engulfed in a pillar of flame. When the flames died out, nothing remained of Lara. Her avatar was completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Such heat, such pressure. The heat wave can be felt even here. If these were flesh and blood bodies, we would have already fallen from not being able to breathe. Apologies for the wait, Sir Marchosius. However, there appears to be one more person waiting. Madam Carmilla, I obey the orders given by Lord Lemerton. There have been none of having a one-on-one fight with you. I see, understood. Then, surely now indeed, it is my turn. Marchosius charges at me headfirst. He thrusts at me with sharpened fangs. I barely dodge it by turning my body sideways and lightly cut him on the arm. The combustion will start from the wound. He is as good as dead. A splendid dodge, Flame Hero. He wasn't eliminated. I quickly turn around and hold my sword at the ready. We clashed. I blocked his thrust with my blade but was blown back. In my blurring vision, I was able to confirm the result of the previous clash in an instant. I see. He lunged at me with his right hand, and then it did in fact burn. At the moment after I made the cut, Marchosius used his left hand to tear off his right arm. Although it's an avatar, he showed no hesitation in harming his own body, so he threw it away. Only the right arm that was torn off burnt, while his body remained. That's why he thrust with his left hand. That same left hand touched my blade. Whether it was planned or not, he bit off his left arm at the elbow. Magnificent. Just before I crash into the pillar, I emit flames. The fire spirit gives me the ability to use flying magic with flames. Technically, I'm not flying in the air with fire, but don't bother with the minor details. It's easier to understand if you say that I can fly through the air but not as freely as those with the wind spirit. Suppressing the impact, I soon gain propulsion. My body accelerates rapidly. Well, as expected of someone who made a contract with the four great spirits. That's more like it. Thanks to you, I have learned something today. Indeed, do not assume that your enemy is defeated after a simple cut. I feel nothing but shame at my own immaturity. You have my thanks, Sir Marchosius. No need. I am merely here to defeat you. It seems he plans on defeating me with his remaining 2 feet. I respect that strength of heart. The distance between us shrinks at terrifying speed, and then I slashed with terrifying speed. Let us do battle again. I grasp the meaning put into those words. He means that I will be defeated by Lim and then fight Marchosius again when I retry the dungeon clear. He truly believes that Lim will defeat me. I am glad that he considers him a close friend, but as a hero, I cannot agree. I am afraid you won't get that chance. His body was split horizontally into 2 parts, and at the same time, both upper and lower body parts burnt up. As soon as I make my landing, the Black Knight Furcus leaps at me. The spear of that androgynous knight is the only thing that can withstand my blade. From the end it was severed. It drops the tip like a lizard's tail and grows a new tip. Even the handle can extend back into its original length. The situation has changed. Fighting against Furcus with sword and spear will take too much time. I swing my holy sword. Flames run across the slash trajectory, expanding out like an explosion. Sorry, Chief of Staff. I heard a small voice like that of a girl. Furcus is defeated. All that's left are the werewolves, Marchosius' followers, and the Hellhounds, Naberius' followers. I burned the looming horde into cinders. Soon remaining are the Vampire Queen Carmilla and the demi-beasts. I wish to fight Sir Lemerton. What will you do, miss? Ever since I defeated Glacia Labelas, his figure was visible, sitting on the stairs, looking this way. Carmilla. Lord Lemerton, your orders, please. I am one of the big 4. The 2 of them locked eyes. I don't know what kind of heartful exchange they had, but Lemerton calmly stood up. Eliminate the Flame Hero. As you wish. It appears that the Demon King Army's Chief of Staff has a policy of respecting the wishes of his subordinates. The bats and the swords flying towards me in order to surround me were burnt in an instant. Nevertheless, she continues to send blood swords toward me. I see. A loyal retainer indeed. She aims to deplete as much of my magical energy as possible. I kick the ground to close in on her, deflecting every blade sent my way. Soon, I'm at slashing range. Last time, I was the one who defeated you. What do you have against Alba? She is known to be a cruel monster, but that is simply a role she plays. However, I could clearly feel rage in her behavior towards Alba. With my holy sword piercing her abdomen, she lets out a chuckle. My wrath is not for you. In that state, she turns her head towards Lem. My deepest apologies, Lord Lemigaton. All is forgiven. I wish you good fortune. Carmela's body turned red and soon scattered into magical energy particles. So with this, have I gained the privilege to fight you? He did tell me that he would entertain me if I managed to fight my way to him. Indeed, how dare you annihilate all my subordinates? I thought you were just watching quietly, though. It was their desire. So what is it that you desire? You already know. The utter destruction of you and yours. In other words, your defeat. You think you can beat me? I must. It is my duty. He approached me slowly. In any case, what tremendous power you possess. Are you not stronger without your allies? It was a probing question. In the past, I did worry about that. Oh? One of the four great spirits is simply too prolific in rank. Yes. There weren't any allies that could stand on the same level as me, and it would end up that it would benefit me better to fight alone. I was afraid of that. And then, I was scolded by my best friend. It'll be totally lame and boring if you fight by yourself, he yelled. I see. I imagined it for a second. Every time a lone man goes into a dungeon by himself, reaching the deepest, darkest depths of the dungeon without a struggle, burning every enemy he faces without a trace of interest on his face. It would be interesting at first, but the second time, the fourth, the 100th, who would want to watch a dungeon clear like that? Dungeon clears are entertainment. That is a simple premise that must never be forgotten. Alba's boldly offensive and flashy magic sword, Lily's elegant movements and her godspeed, Lark's sense of stability and the occasional shield bash and sword slash, and Bella's beautiful to look at freezing magic. Once, Lem's support allowed us to put on a perfectly unified performance that catches the viewer's eyes and makes their heart pound. And then there are the enemies. Alba getting his magic sword snatched away, Lark getting pierced by a magic sword he thought he could guard against, Bella getting defeated by the enemy's plan to deplete all her magical energy and force her into a one-on-one fight, Lily losing a bow match and getting defeated. The people who will watch this broadcast will have their eyes wide in astonishment. There will surely be people who shout, "Allies, myself, and the enemies complete the dungeon clear experience." Lem once said that I was a fool to worry about being too strong. And he also said this, because you have allies, you can have more interesting clears. Once your allies falter, you can get serious. The magic that you usually cannot use because it would affect your allies, you could now use to your heart's content. It's different from a solo clear. Solely because your allies were defeated that this becomes a comeback story of a hero who found himself in a predicament. A hero who has lost all of his teammates. I cannot help but look forward to seeing your true strength. Imagine who has lost all of his subordinates. I, too, look forward to seeing your true strength. I couldn't help but think. Arg. Damn these cameras. The cameras and the mix, all a hindrance. I destroy the mic fitted on my avatar with the heat. Then, I melt the cameras by enveloping the surrounding area with flames. Realizing my intentions, he says to me in his normal voice, "Hey, you idiot. You're gonna have to pay reparations for that. It's so that I can fight you with all my power. You don't want to film that, right? Man, what kinda hero are you?" It's too bad that people won't get to see the climax, but I cannot let this chance go by. I cannot accept not being able to fight him seriously after getting here just because he cannot show society his true strength. This is an act unbecoming of a hero. But I have decided that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How much time do we have, Lem? Probably 30 seconds. Maybe a minute. Someone with a camera will run into this room. They will somehow show the result of the battle. They have to show at least that much. I can't say it's enough, but I can't say it's excessive either. Lemigaton removed his mask. He put the mask in his robe pocket. Who appeared was Lem. It's about which one of us is better, right? Shall we find out, Lem? You bet. Phoenix. I ready my holy sword. The flame hero Phoenix will defeat you. Lim's self-introduction took a few seconds. He probably thought that he shouldn't introduce himself as the dark sorcerer Lemageddon. He is facing me as Lim, but Black Sorcerer is wrong. He wants to give himself a title. Before long, he fixed his gaze on me. The one-horned black mage Lam shall triumph over you. He can't tell anyone, but he inherited that from his beloved master. The one who wins in the end is the hero. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna win. The final battle of the 10th stratum has begun. I received direct lessons from my master for 3 years. It was intense, but some people might think 3 years is pretty short. However, even after I left the village, I continued to train myself. As long as I preserve my master's teachings, I am his disciple. I was told that this power that I have must never be used in times of peace. That happened one day after I had been training under him for about a year. I was exhausted from that day's training and my master summoned me into his room. I thought he was going to criticize me or give me a lecture, but instead what I saw was a look on my master's face that I had never seen before. It wasn't the usual annoyed, bored, cold, and cruel face. He had a kinda warm look. Lim, you've been doing well. I thought I was hearing things. He praised me. That never happens. Ignoring my bewilderment, Master continued. Honestly, I thought you would only last a few days, but you've managed to endure a year of training splendidly. Master, I ask you once again, why do you want to become a hero? I mustn't talk back to my master. Even if I didn't, it's not like I hid it. There were times where I just talked about my dream, but today is the first time that my master has ever shown an interest in me. I was honestly both shocked and happy. Because heroes are cool. Wrong. Who would suffer through my training for a reason as simple as admiration? True, if someone were to ask me which was worse, my master's training or going through hell, I'd be hard-pressed to give an answer. It took me some time to answer him. I was 11 years old at the time, so it was difficult for me to put my emotions into words. It's true, I wanna become a hero because they're cool. But what? When I was 6 years old, I asked my dad to buy me a sword. My master listened silently, but he said things like it's dangerous or you're too young and wouldn't buy it for me. I understand why now, but at the time, I couldn't. I wondered why even though I wanted it, he kept giving me reasons why he wouldn't. I would have given up if he had just said we had no money. Instead of saying he'd buy it or not, he told me the risks of buying a weapon to urge me to give up. I can understand the reasoning, but the way he said it never sat right with me. It's good that my dad was worried about me. It was the right decision because I would be afraid of the parent who would give their kid a dangerous weapon simply because they wanted it. And then, on the day that I learned what my job is, I remembered that moment. The people around me kept giving me reasons why I can't become a hero. It was over when you became a black sorcerer. Black magic is useless. Or it's just a shitty job that doesn't raise your strength or speed. They stepped on and laughed at my dream with that. Maybe I imagined it, but my master quietly nodded. Even I thought that they were right. But then, I remembered that time with the sword. I want to become a hero but the reasons why I can't keep piling up. In the end, people happily talked about how the job sucks or how far away it is from a hero. Why did you not give up at that point? Because that isn't cool. I reflexively said that and surprised myself. At the same time, I suddenly understood it. Right. That's it. Even though I gave up on buying the sword, I couldn't give up on becoming a hero. If I became my master's pupil and undertake his eccentric lessons, I could continue towards my goal. The difference was obvious. The difference between a childish desire and a dream that I decided on. Ever since I was little, I decided to become a hero. So I should give that up just because my job is wrong? That is so not cool. It's not the job that I admired. I admired the occupation that can defeat enemies, push my allies to victory, and excite the viewers. Even if you studied black sorcery, you need to cast it in such a way as to not get discovered, so you will not be able to defeat enemies by your own hands. My party will be able to give their all because I'm there. That's the kind of black sorcerer I will be. Even if you won't be fighting as the hero you imagined from the start, cutting with a blade or shooting magic isn't the only way to fight, right? Master did not deny it. It will be a long and arduous fight. If you do not reach an incredibly high rank, no one will see your worth. But I've already decided. I see. To this day, I doubt this part of my memory, because at the very next moment my master patted me on the head. You possess no special talent. Even if you did, your body is weak. You are just an average black sorcerer. But you possess a weapon that is inferior to none. Do you understand? No, sir. At that time, my master's voice was as gentle as a lie. You are a child with a strong heart. You have had your hopes dashed, mocked by those who were once your friends, and your desired job given to your best friend. Yet still, you refused to give up and begged a suspicious mage to teach you. You endured trials that would make grown men flee in mere moments and continued training to this day. The truth is, that I never intended to teach you anything. From the beginning, I just wanted to chase you away. There were definitely times when I thought that was the case. However, you did not let out a single complaint about the grueling training of an ill-tempered old man. Do not fear, the training you have done up till now was not random rubbish. It was training to discipline you. I know. I never doubted that. He may be mean, but he isn't the kind of person who would haphazardly create a training course. If he did, I would have probably died by now. No. He's the kind of man who would put together a training regiment that was just hard enough to almost kill me and make me want to run away. I officially recognize you as my disciple! Sir. But while I understand your intentions, do you truly not desire the power to fight? Do you not want more power? Master's extremely serious tone made my mind race and blurted out what I really thought. I do. Obtaining the power to defeat powerful enemies head-on. I want that too. Are you willing to taste bitter pain far worse than you have thus far felt in order to attain such power? If all I have to do is give it my all, then I'll do anything. A fine answer. However, there is a problem with using this power. Problem, Master? The instant that you use it, the connection you have with me will become clear as crystal. That is a problem. If I have my master, I have a way to become stronger, but for some reason, he doesn't want to reveal himself or his power to society. Therefore, I propose a condition. You shall only use that power when faced against an opponent that you absolutely must win against. I was dumbfounded, because that goes against the promise I made with him. You faithfully keep the promise that you made with me. Yes, that, too, I know. But, if ever there come a time where victory takes priority over your oath to me, do what you will with the power. My master said that he didn't care if he was discovered so long as I used it in a fight that I had to win at all costs. I didn't expect to, but I started crying. My master, who didn't want to interact with people, who lived a life avoiding public attention, allowed me to use the power, knowing that his existence would be exposed through me. I was glad. However, know that when you use it, you will be put in an awkward position. You must destroy all the cameras and the microphones used in the dungeon. And then you must threaten the monsters who were eliminated. After, do not fear. They will know that you are affiliated with me after seeing that power. Those monsters will quake in fear and obey. He added some incredibly unsettling words. What will you do, I want to become strong. Please show me the way. Then, my master broke off one of his horns. This is the first time you've actually shown this to anyone, right? With the exception of Phoenix, only my master and I know about this power. Yep, it's a trump card, you know. I unleashed the horn. My right arm changed. A black, hard, and lustrous-like substance covered the skin. A horn protruded out of the elbow. This, too, was jet black. The strange phenomenon spread to my right shoulder, and something like the bones of a wing spread forth from the shoulder blade. Then, on the opposite side of the fake horn affixed to my avatar, a horn, identical to that of the Demon Kings and my masters, grew from the right side of my head. Phoenix took a step back, not because it was unsightly, but out of instinct, to be hit by such an enormous wave of magical energy. It was a fight-or-flight response. The aftermath of the magical energy shakes the seventh stratum. This is what you were hiding? The storm hero Ariel did say that he remembered his encounter with my master when he first met me. Perhaps he was able to sense it. My master's horn that resides within me. The horns of Magin store and refine magical energy. With magical energy that is even denser and purer, the same magic can exhibit an unimaginable potency. The magical energy produced by Magin's superior magical energy organ is stored in their two horns. In ages past, heroes used the spirits while the Demon King used their horns to use magic that surpasses that of the ordinary man. The amount that can be stored depends on the Magin, but if a Magin becomes the Demon King, they are able to store an unbelievable amount. When my avatar was unveiled, Her Highness told me something. Originally, Imagine with one horn signifies that they had given one horn to a successor. One's own strength becomes the supporting horn to those who were made to inherit it. My case was different. I started with 0 horns and then I got 1 horn. I didn't know at the time that my master was the Demon King, and he gave his horn to some brat in the sticks. Truthfully, I don't know why he gave it to me. Not to his own child or grandchild, but to me. The horn was naturally not compatible with humans, but with the use of ancient secret arts, my master made it compatible. However, the horn, which was grounded up into a fine powder, had to be taken 1 pinch at a time. With just that little, my extremely unremarkable body would scream. It's only natural. I'm a human trying to get closer to that of Imagine. It's like becoming an entirely different species. It wasn't going to be easy. Even though it was just 1 horn being mixed in the body, the process took an entire year. Somehow, the horn manifests itself like this. Its mass has definitely grown compared to the first time I took it in. It has deviated from that of a horn. When a horn is transplanted onto Imagine, it's usually attached to their elbow or forehead, but my procedure was the exception among exceptions. Thanks to the hard work of my master, perhaps because of that, an irregularity has occurred. For how many years? Phoenix was smiling. It was a little stiff, but he truly looked happy. Since the time I took in the horn to this very day, this is all the magical energy it had stored up. I excessively forged my magical energy organ with insane training. In my daily life, it became increasingly difficult to completely use up all my generated magical energy. That's also why I accumulated more and more magical energy in the horn while training my black magic. By the way, the dissolved horn doesn't flow in my bloodstream, so I'm not worried about Mila taking in a piece of it when she sucked my blood. It was approximately 9 years worth of magical energy from the Demon King's disciple. I poured it in when generating my avatar. At this moment in time, my magical energy rivals that of a 4 great spirits wielder. Perhaps sensing that as well, Phoenix takes a step forward. Are you sure? Using all that against me? As far as I know, no one has been able to beat you on their own. I'm not sure about Ariel, but I'll make a daring declaration. I continue. Other than me, that is. Phoenix's entire body was wreathed in flames. The kind of flames that can cause pain just by looking at it. He slowly gathers said flame into his holy sword. The flames condense and coil around the blade. That flame was white hot. Flames of the gods, or so it seems to be called. The spirit says that if the opponent is of this realm, it can burn it. This isn't a matter of burning whatever it touches. Simply approaching it will incinerate trash mobs until nary a speck of it is left in this world. That is what I understand white fire to be. But even so, I take a step forward. Are you sure about this? Using that against me? You shouldn't be using your magic all willy-nilly. There's a limit to the spirit's blessing. Even if he will eventually recover, drawing out such a powerful force will exhaust him. Even if he were to beat me here, how will he be able to defeat Her Highness? He will definitely need a long break period to recover. As far as I know, there isn't a hero alive that surpasses you. After a short pause, Phoenix continues. And I want to defeat such a hero. I was happy. Somehow, this guy has admired me this whole time. That's good. A strong desire to win results in a healthy rivalry. But what am I gonna do with you? You're the flame hero, right? An adventurer worthy of being mankind's strongest. You can't always put me above yourself, you know? Hey, even though that's what I'm thinking, I really am glad you want to earnestly win against me. I'm very glad. I clenched my fist. I was worried about not having enough time, but I don't think we needed that much time to begin with. This amount of magical energy between us, it'll be released all at once, so it won't be a prolonged battle. Phoenix nodded once and said this. Now that I think about it, this is gonna be the first time I've ever cut you down. Still think you're gonna win, huh? No. He's just psyching himself up. I get it. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna punch you real good, you know that? Phoenix readied his sword. We both had a smile etched into our lips, which disappeared in an instant. Then we kick off the ground, and we clashed, with the magical energy drawn from the horn. I use my black magic, no, my black sorcery. I can make one die of illness in seconds, plunge one into darkness for all eternity, trap one in a prison of one's own mind, make one unable to perceive anything of the outside world, and make one's body as immobile as a rock. Just by merely knowing all that is possible is what makes the world regard black sorcery as dangerous. However, Phoenix resists all of that with his unimaginable magical energy. I expected this, but he truly has an unusual amount of it. My goal is to force him to use up all his energy by resisting my spells. First, I will reduce both his physical and magical offense and defense. Phoenix ignores it. HMPH, stubborn, aren't you? Normally, it is rare to be able to use several black magics at once, but if it's hard to do, it's also hard to undo. Even if it's Phoenix, focusing on fighting while dealing with several black sorcery spells infused with massive amounts of magical energy will be difficult, and so, compromises must be made. To be able to focus on the fight, he must be determined to let himself be affected by certain debuffs. So he will completely resist those that are fatal or spells that affect his mind. I thought he would try to preserve his offense, but he took that together with the defense down debuff. I understand taking the defense down. You just have to defeat the enemy before they hit you. But to allow your all-important defense to be affected. No, wait. As he is approaching me, his resistance towards my magical attack down debuff is increasing. So he thinks he's fine as long as he has his flames of the gods. I hear the sound of something sizzling, like the sound of a drop of water being poured onto a hot pan. It was the sound of the magical energy field that I deployed in order to protect me against the heat of the flame. Breaking. The membranous-like shape was unable to hold and began to dissipate. This flame can burn you up just by getting close. In order to overcome this, I need something to guard against the heat. So I stack up layers upon layers of magical energy and project them in front of myself. I tried to buy myself some time before he got any closer. This worked, but the layers were being destroyed at a tremendous rate. With every step closer, he destroys several hundreds of layers. Give me a break. Do you know how long it took me to save up all this magical energy? Good grief, someone's having fun. Every time Phoenix takes a step closer, the floor, pillars, and ceiling lose their shape and disappear due to the flames. Dungeons are empty spaces shaped by magic, and the interior can be easily changed, so I can't really complain. But even so, that doesn't give you the right to make everything disappear without leaving a trace. In his wake, nothing is left. Nothing, just pure darkness. That is what a naked magical space looks like. The white flames destroy the world while approaching me. What incredible magical energy. Lem. Same to you. I will win. If I beat you, it'll prove that you were right. Is that so, oh hero? Then allow me to teach you that heroes can lose. Too. The heroes I know of don't lose. They will always win in the end. You're right, and that's no different today, Phoenix. I wonder what Phoenix is thinking. If two fellow heroes fought, one of them would lose, but the hero he's thinking of is most definitely the past me. Looking up to me, there is no way that he would ever allow himself to be defeated. Even if he ends up defeating his best friend who always wins in the end. Even if he defeats me, he will see it as a victory as the flame hero. Even if it means defeating a friend, in order to not give up on the dream that you set upon and strove for. That's the way, Phoenix. I will ascend to the very top of the world rankings in the form of the hero that you have shown me. Are those wings? It's too bright to get a good look, but I saw a pair of crimson wings. Phoenix grew wings of flames on his back. The blazing flames seemed to spread out like the scales of a moth, and then I heard the sound of an explosion followed by Phoenix's accelerating body. Just like what I saw during his fight with mage. He was moving at high speeds with the use of fire. The pace of my deployed membranes being destroyed drastically picked up. I told you, I will surpass you. Today, here and now, I shall be the victor. I also grew a wing. Well, just the bones of a wing, which is actually just the transformed form of the horn. But because it is the horn, magical energy is stored there, refined, highly dense, and highly pure magical energy. It's because of this that I'm able to use true black sorcery. It's because of this that I'm able to form a membrane to protect me against Phoenix's heat. And it's because of this that even I am able to move at high speeds. Even if you had a large amount of regular magical energy, you can't perform a miracle outside the bounds of magic. But if it's the compressed and condensed magical energy from a horn, it's possible. By making the magical energy jet out of the wing, I can boost myself around. My body felt the G-forces, and my cheeks were flapping around. My whole body shook violently. My vision flew by at terrifying speed. My membrane was torn off. Then it was burned. It was gone in a flash. I made Phoenix use up a lot of his magical energy. I lowered his defense to the lowest it can go. What he does have is the strength of his flames. His flames of the gods is not normal magic, which means it also uses up an appropriately large amount of magical energy. Also, there is a slight delay between casting it and when it's actually activated. That's why Phoenix didn't use it just before he cut me, but rather just before he clashed with me. You most likely can't keep up magic like this. No need for a protracted battle. There is no point in playing games anymore. Lem. He says. Phoenix. He is right in front of me. Heed my call, O spirit. On the opposite edge of Phoenix's downward swinging holy sword, there was an explosion. He made the slash move even faster. Looks, we thought of the same thing. From the horn sticking out of my elbow, I make magical energy jet out of it. My fist rushed to meet the blade. With this horn, using the horn that my master gave me, there's no way that I'll lose. We clashed. The world shook. And then, colors began to fade completely. Everything was burnt away. Even the things behind me, like the door to the safe room. What was still there was the ground that we were standing on, a foothold barely left behind by my deployed magic and the fire spirit that doesn't allow its practitioner to be harmed. The flames are the only thing shining brilliantly in the world, and I aim to extinguish it. At the moment of impact, I can feel the horn and my body scream. The reason I wasn't blown away is thanks to the 9 years worth of saved up magical energy. But I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. I stopped Phoenix's downward swing with my punching fist. My fist is burning. I know I'm being pushed back, but I put more force into it. I wanted to be a hero. I didn't have enough strength, as a child, so I had to use my head to chase away the ruffians who were bullying Phoenix. After I turned 10 and didn't become a hero, I trained myself as a black sorcerer. Being the key to victory in a fight for my allies, I wanted them to recognize me as a hero. Now I'm 20. I got kicked out of the party. I met Miller and everyone in the Demon King Castle, and discovered that I can be hero to the monsters by helping them win. There were times I suffered, but I didn't think that I was unhappy. Unfortunate, perhaps, but not unhappy. Parents who didn't abandon their black sorcerer child, a best friend who said that we should become adventurers together, a master who had me inherit his most precious horn, Miller and the others who acknowledged my strength, Cashew who loves me dearly, Blitz who became my friend, and Ariel who invited me to his party. It's because of these men and women that I can believe in my own good fortune. But you know, deep down I still what I looked up to when I was a kid. What I honestly thought was cool, is a hero that faces his enemies head on and defeats them. and leads his allies to victory. I'm a black sorcerer. I couldn't make any movements outside the realm of an adventurer. But now, there's no one watching. No one will ever see this. That's why this isn't for anyone else, but for the me from ages ago who pressed his face up against the TV screen, the little me who dreamed of a bright future. I will become a hero. I swing my fist. How long did it last, I wonder? It felt like minutes, seconds, even a moment. It was probably a moment, but for us, that one moment will be remembered for the rest of our lives. Such a deep moment will never disappear from our minds. Holy sword and fist both broken. We both shifted. Phoenix's holy sword cut into my left shoulder. My fist pierced through his chest. A stillness settled in that seemed to belie the events beforehand. My body wasn't burning. The holy sword was no longer wreathed in magic. My fist pierced Phoenix all the way through and out his back. Even with one of the four great spirits, it wasn't enough to burn you, huh? Phoenix laughed heartily. He seemed frustrated yet satisfied. He let go of his sword and stretched towards my robes. Then he pulled out my mask and put it on my face. Thanks, pal. The horn had disappeared. It already went back into my body. All the magical energy was completely spent. I'll see you again soon. What a troublesome guest. Look, you burned everything until nothing was left. Phoenix ignored my complaint. The one who wins in the end is the hero. So I'll challenge you again. Sure, but I'll win next time too. I want to fight the absolute best version of you. You'd better not use that horn on anyone else. How often do you think I run into enemies who I need to use the horn against? Hylam. Yeah? You looked just like those heroes we grew up watching. I did, huh? At that moment, a small yelp could be heard. Somehow, the recording stone was unharmed, so someone holding a camera was able to teleport to it. However, that someone teleported to the area around a flawless, pedestal-less recording stone, so she's just floating and wobbling in an empty magical space. Yet somehow she managed to point the camera towards us. We'll live. It's the flame hero Phoenix and the one-horned dark sorcerer Lemmigeton. Let's find out what has become of them. Phoenix's holy sword is in Lemmigeton's shoulder and Lemmigeton's arm is pierced through Phoenix's chest. What in there? The avatar, that's made of magical energy, is leaking out a faint light. All for the act. We both suffered large injuries. Both of our wounds are leaking out magical energy particles which give off a faint light that makes it easy to see us. Phoenix laughed once more. This time, as if to praise me, he smiled as the flame hero Phoenix. A splendid battle, Sir Lemmigeton. I could say the same, flame hero Phoenix. And then Phoenix's body turned into magical energy particles and scattered. But Phoenix was defeated. He was defeated. A complete loss for the Phoenix party. The flame hero Phoenix has tasted defeat at the hands of the Demon King Army's chief of staff. You're wrong on one account, I say to the department-looking woman. What do you mean? You are right about his defeat and the complete loss of his party. However, it was not a total victory. That's because, when Phoenix's holy sword disappeared with him, the wound in my shoulder that it was applying pressure to was now open and magical energy was leaking out of my avatar. My body disappeared, and my consciousness returned to my real body in the link room. When I came to my senses, I slowly opened my cocoon. I'd say that was a draw, or, at least, a narrow victory for me. Perhaps that's better left for the audience to decide. All the monsters were smiling and waiting for me, so I exited my cocoon. In the 10th stratum, the realm of monsters, the Phoenix party was repelled. The defense of the Demon King Castle was a success. Now, I bet you're wondering what has happened since all that. Well, I guess we'll start with me. The magical energy that I laboriously stored up for 9 years has been completely dried up. However, this isn't as bleak as it sounds. That's because the 9 years it took me to store it all includes the time when I first took the horn into my body at the age of 11. The magical energy I was able to produce at that time pales in comparison to how I am now, not to mention that it took an entire year for me to inherit the horn completely. My black magic training regiment still continues, So I have decided to transfer a larger portion of the magical energy that I create into the horn. It won't take me 9 years in order to save up the same amount again. Incidentally, I was able to confirm that Her Highness and the Big Four knew about me and my master in the battle. Maybe she predicted it when she saw that my avatar only had one horn, but she wasn't at all surprised about me inheriting the horn. I originally thought that father had inherited it, but he and grandfather never did see eye to eye. "Do not worry about it," is what she said. But it seemed like the Demon King Lucy wanted the horn. "Do not think too hard on it, Lemmigaton. You brought home a splendid victory. You are the pride of the Demon King army. By the way, you only inherited one horn, right?" "Foo-fa-foo, nothing, merely a question," she said while smiling. "Master, I think your grandchild is aiming for your remaining horn." I'm sure it was a joke, but I felt a slight chill run down my spine. Come to think of it, I wonder what Her Highness's father is doing now. From the way Lucy talked, it doesn't seem to be a taboo subject, but I suppose it's not related to dungeon management. I'll ask her next time when the time is right. After that, time was spent being adoringly stared at by Miller, which I think has only gotten stronger. Then there were Cashew and others who wished to know the details of the fight, but I decided to still keep my secret under wraps. Apart from Lucy, who is both my master's grandchild and my employer, and the Big Four, except Saitri, who all know that I am the Demon King's disciple, I am hesitant to talk about the existence of my master. Next, about Phoenix's party. The clear has yet to be broadcasted, but it will surely cause waves. Alba will most likely cause a fuss and propose a clear, but he'll probably be denied. No, he definitely will be. This clear has made the three of them, including Alba, realize that they are not up to the level of capturing the Demon King castle. Bella, who joined halfway through the clear and could do nothing but push forward, will surely bring up the topic that I was Lemmigaton. The fact that she thinks that my black magic was strong enough to be useful to the party. Phoenix laughing like a madman when he felt my black magic in the 10th stratum. The way I defeated Alba and Lark by completely seeing through their actions. The fact that I used black magic, and as an added bonus, my name being Lemmigaton, were just some of the reasons that she might realize that it's me. There are probably other reasons, but I don't think she has any proof. Even if she did suspect, her point of view is different from other adventurers. Or I should say, she doesn't see things through adventurer-tinted glasses. If it's Bella, she'll be able to discern that it is impossible to give the audience a clear that will fire them up more than they already are if they were to apply for a clearer at this time. Lily and Lark will probably agree. If he calms down, even Alba would understand. The 4th-ranked party assaults the impregnable Demon King castle and unravels its strata one by one. There was excitement to be had, but the same excitement can't be given if you were to challenge the dungeon again right after losing. Are you going to show another clear where the allies, other than Phoenix, get defeated? Trace the path you took to reveal every stratum until the 10th, even though people have already seen it. Do you think the people who see that will get as excited as they were when they saw the first clear of that stratum the other day? Will they be satisfied? Basically, you need to take a break before clearing a dungeon after you were wiped out. Everyone loves an underdog story. People will cheer on the hero party that got wiped out in a dungeon, trained back up, and challenged it again. Work-related reasons aside, they have another reason to not immediately challenge the dungeon again. Phoenix. Even during the battle, I thought that even if he had won, he wouldn't have been able to advance to the deepest depths right away. The contract with the spirit gives you the right to use spirit magic and spirit's magical energy, both of which can be obtained through a contract with the spirits. Since it's called a contract, compensation is also required, but that's not important right now. Instead of generating magical energy within oneself, the spirit allows you to absorb the surrounding magical energy that is abundant in the world into your body. In other words, it's like a horn that can absorb the magical energy from the world. While it seems to be incredibly useful, the rate of absorption doesn't seem high. Also, if all its magical energy were to be completely used up, the spirit would disappear. While it may be true that it took 130 years for the fire spirit to choose the next contractor because no one it liked showed up, I think it's also true that it was trying to recover the magical energy that was used up by the last contractor. Phoenix's magical energy alone isn't enough to cover the cost of releasing the flames of the gods. The fire spirit isn't some godly being that's able to let loose such unimaginable magic all willy-nilly. I mean, it's certainly not impossible, but that would extinguish its own existence. It's a move that's definitely not recommended for contractors. Furthermore, there are reasons that they won't come and also aren't allowed in, such as how Phoenix wants to fight me in my best possible state, so he won't return so soon, and that the entire 10th stratum has been destroyed in the first place, so we have to rebuild it before we can entertain any more adventurers. Several days after the defense of the Demon King Castle, I was in front of the gate that leads out of the town. The sky was dimly lit. It was early morning. Shortly after, the person I was waiting for appears, or I should say, people. 5, in fact. Phoenix, Alba, Lark, Lily and Bella. Hey there. I greet them while raising a hand. I hid my head and face so that the surrounding people don't recognize me. Who da? Alba glared in my direction, but as soon as he realized it was me, his expression became doubtful. What do you want? This felt a little awkward. Well, I heard that you geese were heading to another town, so I thought I'd come out and see you guys off. Huh? Who the hell HMPH? Phoenix. Huh? Yeah, we talked. After the clear, I properly carried out my end of the deal and talked to him about my new job. Later, I introduced him to Cashew and Miller. Well, I thought it wouldn't hurt. There's something that I have to say to everyone. Alba stepped forward. Why the hell did you hide your power? If I hadn't heard about Bella's discussions from Phoenix, I probably would have been bewildered. If I told you about it, do you think you would have left me alone? Nah, you're still a black sorcerer. Exactly. In terms of popularity as an adventurer, there's no way I can compete with someone like Bella. Alba places the utmost importance on popularity, so the pure fact that I am a black sorcerer was his problem. You know, I am curious. If you had revealed your secret to us, you would have had an easier time in the party. Why did you silently let Alba run his mouth? Lark spoke up. You mean if I said, hey guys, the reason you are able to give your best performance is all thanks to me? Do you think that has any meaning to it? The best thing to do was to have them fight comfortably and without a care in the world. Having them think that it was their own strength rather than because of the black sorcerer would make them move livelier and more confidently. I wanted us to climb up the ranks as fast as possible anyway. I'll excuse my own stupidity in failing to recognize your power, but your methods are just. Lily says hesitantly. I know. That's what I came to apologize for. Because I put too much priority on ensuring the party's continued victories, I stole away everyone's opportunities to learn and grow from mistakes. Naturally, you would understand your own shortcomings as a result of failure and strive to improve yourself every time that happens. However, with me pouring all my efforts into carrying the team, they lead the life of an adventurer devoid of setbacks. That is why these three are suffering now. I cannot say it is purely your fault, though. If they had continued to train diligently on a regular basis, they would have felt some discrepancy. From there, a discussion could have been had. No one questioned it because they were unconsciously looking down on you as a black sorcerer. Even my own sense of discrimination should not be blamed on you. I'm not sure if I should be surprised. But Bella followed up with that. So, Lem, you waited for us in order to apologize? Phoenix asked while the other three were still silent. Actually there's something else. Well, alright. Alba, you tend to extend your magic sword, right? It's nice and flashy, but there's also the time it takes to return to consider, and the longer it's extended, the longer it takes to set up the trajectory, and I think the bigger moves should be spared and more compactly executed. Next, Lark, you try to make the most appropriate action with the least amount of movement, right? I like that style. But if you're too precise, you become very predictable. Even the monsters can see the video feeds, so there may be enemies who will try to turn the tables on your optimal movements. I think you should change your rhythm once in a while. Next, Lily, I think you could be better if you didn't rely on your speed so much. You look great even if you just fire arrows normally, and you can showcase your ability by focusing on hitting the target. Godspeed is an amazing technique, so if you choose when to use it, such as when the enemies are grouped up together, the crowd will go wild. Up until now, I had no say in the matter. However, thanks to Bella's proposal, they might acknowledge my advice to some extent. If that was the case, I spoke my mind. They can become stronger. I'm not sure if I should say this, but, Bella, you are an amazing and excellent hero. You are aware of your surroundings and make decisions quickly. Even your magic is beautiful yet incredibly useful. Thank you very much. But, you're not very good at close quarters, huh? It is as you say. I will concentrate on that. Bella bows her heads. I turn to Phoenix. As for you, forget about it. If you have something to say to me, just say it. It's nothing. I was just thinking that if you got stronger at fighting without the spirit, you'd probably become more annoying. HMPH. You're right. I suppose it's not good to always rely on the spirit. You were chosen by the spirit, so I'm sure you have your own power. I think that's a story for another time. We laughed together. Phoenix extended his hand. I don't usually shake hands with him, but I suppose it wouldn't be weird to during a farewell. I shake his hand for some reason. Phoenix was emitting magical energy. In the spur of the moment, I enveloped my body with magical energy. Wait a minute. The flame hero Phoenix, vowed to save my friend at any time. No matter what, no matter when, please call on me. This idiot. We were both touching the ring, both letting magical energy flow into it, expressing his intention to become a contract. He can now be summoned through the ring. I happened to wear the ring today. I accidentally made a contract with the flame hero. He knows that I can't use summon magic, so he just somehow guessed that I was using some kind of magical artifact. And then he'd test that assumption by forming a contract. You've gotta be kidding me, you dumbass. In what possible situation could I summon you? I angrily whisper at my best friend. Why don't I prepare a monster-appropriate avatar? He says in a light and easy tone. I'm not even sure if he's serious or joking. No, wait. Now how would that work? In case you're wondering, you aren't forbidden from having two occupations. Adventurers who aren't that famous can't put food on the table with a full-time job, so the number of adventurers will drop off if you forbade them from doing a side job. My adventurer record still exists. Is it really so odd to want to save my best friend in his time of need? Whatever. If ever that time comes, I'm gonna make you work your butt off. I'll think about the concrete details later. As you command, Lord Chief of Staff. Please stop, you're giving me goosebumps. We laugh again, then he walks away. Well then, everyone, I'll be rooting for you. In contrast to my beaming smile are the faces of those three. So in the end, are we gonna finish this without talking about your powers? Said Alba. Guess so. Hey, that's right. What the heck are you doing for work now anyway? Taking an interest in me? Huh? Hell no. I was just asking. Ahaha, I see. Well, if you promise not to tell anyone, I'll tell you. There's no one who'd be interested in you in the first place. Then, please don't tell anyone. I already said I won't. Geez. Alba's words honestly helped me out. I was worried about when was the right time to execute the plan. That is, when I let slip to Miller that I was going to send off Phoenix and go. A plan was formed. I have a splendid idea, said Miller. At that time, I had a bad feeling about it, but before I knew it, the idea had become a solid plan that was essentially a done deal. Everybody pitched in and I couldn't be happier, so I can't back down now. I took a mask from my robes and put it on. Each of them was surprised. The two who knew my identity were surprised at my actions, while the other three were surprised at the improbability. And the surprise doesn't end there. Come. They appeared. The watchdog of Helen Aberius, the invisible slaughterer Glacia Labelas, the spirit commanding General Camaries, the black wound hunter Lera, the vampire queen Carmela, chief of the werewolves March Osias, and the Reaper Knight Furkers. All the monsters that cooperated in the defense of the 10th stratum answered my call and appeared. As Miller prepared and practiced with them earlier, they all got on one knee and bowed their heads toward me. I deployed my magic so that the surrounding people wouldn't notice. It was a fun battle. Please come back anytime. We shall graciously crush you again. The surprise on the three people's faces at that moment, especially Alba's, was priceless. Miller gave a satisfied laugh. I wonder if Alba and the others will keep silent as expected. Even if they started a rumor, no one would believe them. Even if they did believe, which theory sounds more plausible? Me being an exceptional black sorcerer or Gralla using his invisibility power to cloak a massive crowd of black sorcerers. In the first place, Alba wouldn't be able to say that an ally that he essentially kicked out of the party, later then lead the monsters to wipe the floor with them. Well, let's all do our best. Back to base. I tried saying something like a chief of staff would at the end there. Thanks to everyone saying sir. In response, I think it was pretty convincing, because they need to train themselves up. The Phoenix party heads towards a different dungeon. In the video room, I am watching the 156th ranked party that has entered the first stratum. While I can no longer participate directly in the other strata because I am officially the chief of staff, I am still able to give advice while watching the video feed. With an earphone and a mix setup, I give appropriate directions. While watching the adventurers, I muttered to no one in particular. Welcome to the impregnable Demon King Castle.